all the players have a little bit of comfortability on that map. One question I do have, it is Cortezia. It is going to be the fact that he is going to be on the Killjoy. It's not exactly a question of how he can fulfill the role. It is more what is going to be his impact, because recently Cortezia has been, if not, top 2 on this team, or if not top 3 on this team, not top 2 on this team. So Cortezia, he is going to be held back a little bit potentially on that Killjoy, but at the end of the day, you can kind of let him off the leash whenever his util is already down. You can just kind of let him frag. So still some entertainment to be had coming off of the Icebox, but still some questions on whether or not the players who we expect to succeed will be succeeding. Another one, Verno. Verno's going to be playing on the Sova, and he hasn't exactly been statistically the best on this map on the Sova.
And of course, you have Xenom, who has been a pretty top fragger for this team as well, specifically when they need him. So we're moving to...
He's been there.
Yeah, we're moving to the splits and looking over on towards his Viper. A very heavy potential on a control is going to be pretty exciting to watch, and that's going to be the fact that MIBR is the type of team that has a lot of firepower in a lot of different players. So whatever they need to fall back on, if Icebox is not quite there on the day, like you mentioned, Cortezia, but for me as well, Xenom has been pretty top tier to look at. So the entire team is, again, a strong favorite to move through this bracket pretty unimpeded. We got, 2 best of 3s, I believe, to start off with, but every single actual qualifying game is going to be a BO5.
Yeah.
So when the winner of this moves through and the winner of the other match moves through as well, those 2 guys face in a qualification game to actually go to Riyadh, and that's going to end up being a BO5. So it's going to be very interesting to see if we can stretch out their map pools a little bit and see just how far we can take it.
Yeah, and again, it's interesting, at least for Masters Toronto. It's interesting with the fact that we have a big event coming up next week. And Sentinels and G2, they don't need to worry about nothing. They're already in the Esports World Cup. They're already into Toronto next week. They don't got to worry about anything this week. MIBR, though, they're the ones in a very special position here where, you've had a little bit of development, and not only that, but you have the Toronto patch coming in next week. So you know what? Maybe it's not that big of a difference. Thankfully, with the Toronto patch, with as big of a change as it's going to be with Tejo, this might be your last opportunity to be pulling out some Tejo-centered, some Tejo breach combination-centered combinations. So, maybe MIBR might be leaning even more into the meta going into this week than not, but all I can take away from this last little ramble that I had is the fact that we have questions about MIBR's comp, about what their look is going to be going into this week in comparison to their look going into next week into Toronto.
Yeah, because the other 3 teams, like you mentioned, they're not going to Toronto, which means they can kind of just, play this through and then focus on the next meta in a little while, because it's, they basically are fighting to go to Riyadh and then stage 2 onwards. So this
basically they can watch Toronto and copy everyone.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be pretty easy for them to do. Whereas for MIBR, they're a little bit more stuck between a couple events here. They need to get through this qualifier first, and then they have Toronto, and then after Toronto, they most likely, more than not, statistically speaking, will be going to EWC, if they come top 2 in this event. And their minds will have to be in a little, potentially 2 places, probably not too difficult for them just to keep on playing what the last patch was, what NA playoffs was anyway, and just continue their journey from there. 3rd place in that playoffs is a really good turnaround for this team. Obviously, the massive storyline about the fact that MIBR as an organization, from basically bottom to what is close to being the top here, led by Icebox and a bunch of rookies, is fantastic to watch. So sky is still really the limit, and then seeing where they're going to take this journey through, if they can then go to EWC and rejoin G2 and Sentinels, and basically essentially the same teams as Toronto at another event shortly after, right? So
Yeah, and now that we're kind of zooming out a little bit, right, we get to look at the other 2 teams potentially playing up in here, right? We get to maybe throw in 100 Thieves and EG into the conversation. And again, EG's run in the last VTT playoffs, it's just impressive is the only word that I can come up with it in comparison to their performance, especially earlier on in the split. So, not to take away anything from EG and 100 Thieves now that we're, talking up MIBR, talking up NRG. But yeah, EG, they just have they are now playing at their own pace, to say the very least. You know, they slowed things all the way down in their case, and they've allowed Ye to kind of be the spear that he's always wanted to be. I mean, in the last team that Ye, or last two teams that Ye played on, you know, he was coming on and off of different roles. He was playing Sentinel even on one of the teams pretty consistently. Even though he could frag on the chamber, it's not making space and expecting your teammates to be able to do something with that space. That's pretty much this version of EG that we have right now. So very excited to see Ye continue to, again, open up space and watch his talented teammates continue to kind of clean up. So we have some power, at least. We have some value on the other side of the bracket with EG and 100T.
Yeah, a very different team in this bracket, and particularly the matchup between them and 100T being kind of very different styles as well. 100T are a lot faster as a team, EG is a lot slower as a team. You know, people are probably getting tired of hearing about how slow EG are. Maybe they can spice it up a little bit here as well. We'll see what Potter's got cooked up for them, but big storyline about where Ye is currently. Really would like to see Ye back into form, and we'll look forward to that when we actually get into their match.
Yeah,
so there we go. Gus, it's split time, and I think no surprises on the MIBR side. And looking at previous splits they played, this is like basically it is the exact same comps that we have expected.
Yeah, NRG, they've only played one split this entire year, and it was basically off stream. We could only see the POV of one team, which was Bonkar's POV. But for the MIBR side, yeah, like you said, it's not going to be, you know, too big of the differences here. Yeah, there shouldn't be differences coming into this. You know, again, purely because it would just be. It would be a bit of a toss-up. Yes, this team has had time. They've had, what, I think 3 weeks since they last played in VCT. And yes, there are still technically some aspects of the meta to be able to exploit. But come on, get so for real. Omen is still going to be incredible coming up in Toronto. Breach alongside Tejo is still that sort of combination. Icebox is playing on Jet, and that's all I really need to say.
Exactly. And to sort of paint the picture on the NRG side, especially looking over towards guys like Scuba, we did actually, of course, mention already the fact that he was on this Viper for that map. But it's actually Brock on the Vice that really stood out. Massive 22 and 12 KD versus C9 to sort of eliminate them from phase 2.
It was on that map too that we saw Brock actually come out pretty big on that defensive side too. So we could see that Vice really come to effect, at least on that second half. But yes, folks, BO3 ahead of us here. This is only a semifinal, so no do or die just yet. Both teams are going to get a second opportunity at the losers bracket. However, we are going to be seeing NRG start to spread throughout the map a little bit, potentially start to condition over towards the A side in their early portion, and that's indeed what they're going to do. They're going to throw out some Viper util over towards A, keep the Viper there, and really just get some attention all throughout the map early on, Avril.
Just a note to spectators as well, obviously no barracks HUD here. We're back to old school.
Yeah,
it's
baby.
Like 2020, 2021 again.
It's what we're used to, Avril.
You know, if you're from back there like I am, it certainly will be. Icebox looked for a little bit of action early on. Did let a player nearby though.
And it works out for Icebox. Saw him, does pick up the trade back, but nobody's going to be in mid for that trade for Icebox. However, A, yeah, look at that information being gathered. There goes a drone coming out, picking up Scuba. So the default that MIBR expected is still kind of being held up. So no big changes coming out right now from MIBR on this defensive side. They're going to keep their positions. Ethan around the corner too, about 30 HP. He's going to run right into Shannon. Shannon has a whole lot more, and that's just about it, isn't it? The crossfire is there. You still have 2 more players here on site, and that's just going to be the round. Icebox with the cleanup. MIBR, and they sweep up at the very end. It's not like NRG had the right idea, but MIBR, 3 players on the A side.
All right, same thing this time.
Well read. Early action in mid as well with Icebox. He didn't even see Marta actually. Marta managed to get past him quite sneakily, but still got that kill quite fast. Then, as you mentioned, players just waiting for NRG to walk in over towards the A side.
And you can see earlier on too, NRG again, keeping this attention over towards A early on, consistent. That's what you kind of have to do against these top teams. But Breach in the back of A, not going to be able to do much. This is going to be half decent info potentially, but Let's just see what happens here potentially with ArchZing. ArchZing is gone. And the classics actually work out here for NRG. Som is looking for a whole lot more. Mata has a stinger. This could be a bit of a mop-up here. Verno around the corner. Needs a headshot. The dog's going to drag him away. Nobody's going to get spotted there, or at least spotted for their kill by Mata. Still NRG full control of this A site. Nobody from MIBR has been able to coast on.
And at this point, they know this thing is up as well, so just completely running over ArchZing, who had no way out. Paranoid pushing MIBR back a little bit as well. Difficult for them to break through, but finally it's going to be Brock.
It's so slow. But Shenum, he is able to get yet another one. But look at the mosh pit for NRG. It's just layers on layers. You still have 2 players behind box. You still have another player over an elbow. A player hiding under heaven. And it's all been done. Scuba with the double kill at the end too. NRG picking up that second round's in immediate response.
Yeah, just sped up entirely. Came in through with stingers. Overran the solo breach on site for ArchZing, locking out Verno as well. You can see how quickly NRG got all the way back over towards defender spawn. Paranoid to push back MIBR. ArchZing, the one player to try and make some moves to get back on site. TP in, instant punish by Brock. The round is over just like that. I mean, no time left. They couldn't even, I mean, you wouldn't really want to get out anyway, but cleanup from Scuba was so clean at the end. And now, stacking up massively over towards B.
Cortezia with an opportunity for a couple headshots. There he goes, one. Couple more for Cortezia, and right next to him, he still has more chances. Icebox with a kill, but Scuba fully stunned. All the SMG bullets connecting to the foreheads, and Scuba's going for an ace. 4 kills for Scuba. Scuba now has his ultimate. We're only 3 rounds into the game. That's a huge ulti to get. Shenum still technically an opportunity. 1v3. There's a player incredibly lit in front of him. That's going to be Scuba. Body shot to him should do it. And there you go. He got it. Looking for another headshot, but does not happen. That's more than enough damage coming up from MIBR that round to the economy.
Control the space.
MIBR at least, yep, like I said, a little bit of damage done there. Denial of the ace, but Scuba's going to have ult up regardless of Viper's Pit. Coming into round number 4 now. And what a debut in terms of at least an on-stream debut for Scuba for NRG. Right? We got a little bit of a look at him via, you know, maybe some other players' POVs, but more specifically, the scoreboards that we see for Scuba and NRG, but now actually on stream for the first time. First couple of rounds, already gone for an ace.
Not ready yet.
Massive punish over towards B main as well. Finally, guns online for MIBR. Time for them to turn this around a little bit.
Poison's off.
Might be a bit of a gift over towards the front side too, but no, they are going to have a bit of utility to try to clear Shenum. It's going to say Shenum could catch himself in a one-on-one here clean, but my goodness, Mata! Heads up play from Mata. Misses out on the first burst, goes for the kill onto ArchZing, gets him, but Shenum still has time for the frag. Nobody else from the mid side is going to fight Shenum. And as that happens, MIBR, they start to close in a little bit on this mid side. If there's ever a time for NRG to act, it's pretty much right now.
Good timing on the smoke coming down from Cortezia, as they don't have a lot of presence on B. And actually kind of sniffing that out right now. Cortezia is not even looking the right direction. It's MIBR very heavily looking over towards mid, and by the time the util comes through, Cortezia not in position to react at all. Viper's Pit down for a free plant.
Cortezia with the smoke, he's going to TP into the smoke.
Yep.
So at least they have an entry here, but MIBR, they have to take their time here.
Cover going out.
See what they got left for the retake. Flooding their way into this Viper's Pit, but Zenum down first.
Still a lot more to go. MIBR still stuck, dropping down from heaven. Cortezia has been able to get that drop in. Wasn't with the TP either, but this is just smart here from NRG. They have the V formation, the victory formation ultimate. And MIBR, this is a very important buy round for them. They can still recollect some of their credits, be able to scrap together another bigger buy going into the next round, be able to dodge the Viper's Pit a little bit. So not exactly a lost cause here for MIBR, but yeah, NRG, like I was saying before, with the timing, you know, they had a little bit of a battle over towards mid, and that's really all they needed for clear B.
Without ArchZing there as well, very difficult for the retake. Hard to really fight into the Viper's Pit. Gambled pretty hard on the MIBR side to basically stack in mid. Minimal presence on B, well read out, well sniffed by the NRG squad, and free plant with the Viper's Fit is just a little bit too hard, and Fastbus keeping Operator online without losing it is a pretty massive deal. There's a player that in their previous outing on this map in NA playoffs was definitely top frag, and like I said, Jet on board is definitely the specialty. Let's see what he does. Post it up over towards the B side. No action though. NRG avoiding.
Yeah, no, we love the highlight plays. You know, we love the clips here, folks. But no, Icebox not going to get his opportunity early on. But that's what we can kind of focus on really for the rest of this half, really for MIBR. Hopefully the supports can come in fast, but NRG, whenever they've chosen their spots and whenever they've chosen their sites, they've been able to get onto site with really no difficulty. And this time into heaven, it is a trade battle. Som does go down, but Aspas is going to be the only representative here on B. Is he going to get a chance versus Brock? Yes, he will, but he misses out on the shot. He doesn't go for the dash. Instead, behind the corner, but he gets satcheled by Mata. Mata ping-pongs him into the headshot.
You can see the MIBR, they were still not convinced it was going to be a B finish for NRG. Aspas solo on B. And it's Artzine and Verno staying holding strong on A, because it could still be a bit of a fake out running into B heaven, but they can go back through vents, sneak their way into A. Map is very open. MIBR not willing to really connect themselves on to B to help out Aspas, and Aspas missing that crucial first shot. If he gets at least Garage, if he gets at least B main clear, I think it's possible. He can sort of lean in that direction, at least move away from heaven, but yeah, this is not going to be a one round for MIBR. In fact, if they can get a couple of exits, it'll be nice. Can they get past Scuba?
Smart from Verno to even watch the flank, but Scuba gets them both. So there you go, NRG picking up a fourth, but more importantly, MIBR, they were building up their eco a little bit from those last two rounds, but them dropping those rifles, very specifically, those two rifles is going to force them not to buy.
That's dangerous. I mean, Qualifier is going to come in with a rifle here, but very interesting to see what everyone else does. Tactical timeout. I did see that Aspas is on board for Blade Storm, so that's going to be one less weapon they need to worry about. And a dangerous start, Gus, here. It's 1-4 already. That last round was a bit of a disappointing one, with the fact that, I mean, yeah, sure, they were just down members, but like I said, I think it was workable if Aspas manages that find that one shot in B main, slowing things down. I think just even slowing things down a little bit, giving the opportunity for Verno and Artizine to make their way across, and they would have to also do that, which is something they didn't quite do until Aspas falls. They noticed there's definitely a 100% on B. Yeah. A little bit of slow movement from MIBR. They just weren't sure. They didn't have the confidence to really lock in for what was going to be the B finish. And that's two B finishes in a row that they just weren't prepared for.
Right, but if we talk about, pure ability, pure possibility, I mean, that was just one-on-ones. It was one-on-ones there for Aspas. Was it possible? Absolutely. It's not like MIBR didn't at least have the right person and the right opportunity. But hey, NRG again continuing to pick and choose their sites regardless of where they go in the early rounds. Whenever they finally choose a site to end up on, so far in this first half on their attacking half, it's been basically perfect. They have not been stopped in their tracks by MIBR. Viper's Pit might help MIBR with their stopping power, but it's over in mid. NRG has been annoying over towards the mid side. Let's not get that twisted. They've had plenty of trade opportunities in the mid side, but it's not like it's necessary here. But MIBR, this does allow them to spread themselves out a little bit more throughout the map. 3 players over on that A site. That's info for Aspas, and that's going to take forever here for NRG to try to throw out or throw off that information.
Yeah, it's ultimate gain as well over on Tomato as they exit through. You also see Xenom just tucking a little bit deeper on mid, which at this stage looks like he's, oh my god, Storm.
No way. Through the smoke?
What?
That's insane. That's it.
How did he get that shot? That's crazy. Now mid is completely open.
There's 3 players here on B, though, on this side here for MIBR. It's not impossible, and that's a big kill for Cortesia. Verno picking up 1. There's still 2 players here on this B site. Omen alongside Aspas on the jet. Aspas able to get 1, but Cortesia is gone. Unreal. Scuba finds the one-on-one on Cortesia. This makes the round possible here for NRG. It's all on Artzing. Trying to find a pixel here, trying to find his first contact. Mata, he's been perfect in these angles so far this game, but he's not going to be able to find the headshot. Stays safe back into sight. Artzin resets himself for this 1-on-2. He has double flashes and still has lethal utility.
Last player.
Now stacked together though. He's
No
got
way!
Oh my god!
No way!
Got a totem stack and he lives on 5 HP, and I believe he also swung that without using util, just completely dry into a double high-low, and he gets it. That is ridiculous. I mean, that's one way to come back from what was looking like a pretty dire situation. I mean,
the least.
losing your Viper's Pit in mid for, I don't even know how that happened again. Amazing shots coming from Som.
Wow.
Was nowhere near Zenom, but an ending that was lightning quick. I don't even know if I believe that Artzin could achieve that, and yet he does without util.
And it's just unbelievable. No matter how you look at it, the ability of the two players on the other side of his screen, even just using no utility, incredible stuff. Artzin stands on top in that last round, keeping MIBR in this half, and this is still yet another big opportunity here for MIBR to just keep themselves here in this half. Shenum over towards that mid side. They have a bit of a shock right next to him with Icebox. Once this smoke goes down, NRG, they might be in a tricky position. And not only that, the toxic screen going up to, or excuse me, the orb going up on the middle side. It gives MIBR control of the pace.
And mid as well has been where NRG has found a lot of success. Multiple rounds.
Oh, that's huge.
Managed to make their way through. And once again, Icebox down. Zenom knows what's up. He's died here before. Dog's going to scout him out. That's going to cost him potentially. Barely makes it out.
He's fine for now. Verno has a follow-up opportunity. Here comes the drop. No way!
The timing.
The timing,
Oh, the timing.
on both of these players is unreal.
Verno just needed
scratching.
an extra second. If he was just down there, ready to see the feet come down, I think he at least trades 1 for 1, but going up ropes at the same time as the other two are coming down. Awful timing for him. And this might not even be a B finish, because if you look over towards A heaven,
30 seconds left.
there it is. Scuba with the deep lurk now activated for the rest of the team. Artzin in position for the backstab. Down.
Oh, it's just a rolling thunder, isn't it? It's just the opportunity there for Artzin. Maybe he gets himself a kill or two. Maybe he's able to hold on to A main, wait for his teammates to come in. But no, sir. No, sir. NRG stays clean. And this time it was, it is the one round. Yes, it is a save, but it's the one round where MIBR, you know, yes, they have coverage of that mid side, but it's not the same Viper Spit. It's not a complete lockdown. And NRG, once again, they focus on that control of that mid side, and they're basically able to go wherever they want from there.
It's mid has been the weakness for MIBR so far, and because NRG have good money, they're going to go hunting. A reason not to take these guns away. And of course, we saw a similar situation where Scuba's managed to able to sort of punish around the same area that Ethan is here now. Can he win the 1v1? Does do so. Cortesia will at least collect 2 himself, but again, it's not over. If Cortesia goes down here, there'll be no guns online. Looks like he will be able to just walk away, single rifle in hand. That'll be all. Oh, won't be all they have, but certainly the one thing they got away with.
Yeah, no, MIBR, it would be a huge stretch to buy really anything going into this round, but it's exactly what they're doing. The one rifle isn't exactly a stretch. That's what they saved up from their last round. SMG is going in, so that's fine. That's fine. They're going to keep things at about 1.52k credits. But NRG, they're setting up for their most aggressive setup yet. All 5 over towards the A side, and it's just going to be Tejo on the A side. It is just going to be one trying to hold it all down. Verno does have a rotation coming in from the Viper. And, I mean, NRG, they basically already have sight, don't they?
I mean, they're basically playing for retake now in MIBR. Verno already backed out. He played so safe. Backing into ropes. Sight's completely clean. NRG are probably maybe even a little surprised at how clean it is. And you would expect that maybe, with MIBR being as low of a buy as they are, they would like to have played the round maybe slightly more aggressive. They can retake with the Rolling Thunder that has been banked in by Artzin.
And this is just a little awkward setup here for MIBR. All 5 over towards Garage. Are they going to be going for the spike? Yes, they are. They're just full going on. There goes the dash on from Icebox, but Storm's able to take him out. Shenum's going to be able to take down 2, but NRG still has the man advantage and still has advantage of sight. Shenum, third kill for him. This is fun here from Shenum, 25 HP. Can he maybe hold a player or two here on site? He's waiting for He's waiting for somebody to peek. And it's kind of working out here for Shenum as he gets yet another kill. That's huge. MIBR, that was a half buy for them, and they just eliminated everyone on NRG. 4 rounds of Valorant still for this half.
I mean, NRG, okay, they can afford to lose everybody, so not the worst in terms of economic damage. It is at least a little bit. You could just see the money is so healthy.
Right.
The fact that Zenom could actually do that, though, was very impressive, particularly on low HP, on his Stinger as well. Didn't have a gun upgrade. A player that I brought up in the pre-show as well as one that I was personally looking out for and kind of delivering here, but unfortunately for the rest of the team, it's been a hard one. Icebox in particular, he's had a couple of difficult moments, still at least keeping up on the scoreboard, but more than a couple times I've just been caught out in the early round. First death, you can see on that last retake there as well, dashed in, got a glimpse of Mata, but just couldn't convert.
Oh, Scuba's getting assaulted right now. There goes the salvos, and he's cool for now. But now NRG, it's basically the same setup for them as the other rounds. Yeah, they might have some sort of attention over towards B main, but all of the pressure is on mid. Som right now trying to pick away at Shenum or potential Icebox over towards top mid. But now that info is still being denied. You still have the Viper utility in the mid side. But MIBR, where is this call coming from? This is definitely passionate.
They are gambling here, I think, a little bit. I don't think they have the real information for this at all. As you see a little bit of scouting being done from the NRG side over towards A. To be fair, NRG have not actually committed yet. And now MIBR are losing faith in their gamble ever so slightly. At least Artazine was considering moving back over towards A. Verno's going to play safer over towards screens. And the gamble, Gus, might pay off because NRG, with 30 seconds left to go, are going to have to end B, and that's exactly where MIBR want it to be.
Yeah, Breach is here with the Rolling Thunder. Cortez Zia is going to stay on site, but this is huge here for Mata. Mata, showstopper on the 1, but that's huge for Shenum. Shenum able to get 1. Icebox with yet another frag, with everybody chiming in for that. NRG, everyone getting stuck in that B main. However, Som does have his TP, is able to get there. Ethan, that jump spot. It did catch him, but this is good enough for NRG. 3v4, still possible. What can Ethan do here? He has to cut down 1 or 2 pegs to really make this possible for NRG, but it's not happening. It's all going to come down to Som. Som picks up 1. Where's the second? No second for him. Aspas takes him down, but there's that Rolling Thunder. It sweeps through a couple of the players from MIBR. NRG, there is no way. That was a team Rolling Thunder. That stunned their own teammates. Brock around the corner. Not going to be able to take down Shenum. Ethan, does he have an eye on Nordzine?
Oh my God.
Yes, he does. Gets both in his line of sight. Aspas down super low. Ethan just needs a body shot. But what a shot from Aspas. But Aspas, no time and no round for MIBR.
Heartbreaking end to the round there. Result just couldn't have any info on where the final members are. And they came up with 2 big ultimates there. Rolling Thunder, like you said, didn't really get the value that MIBR were looking for.
His own teammates.
A good news is Zenom actually got a kill while stunned, which is, I'll say it was impressive, but the final player that they just didn't know where they were standing was Ethan, tucked away in hell, getting the double, wasting a bunch of time in the end there in the final duel versus Aspas, and despite Aspas finally winning, it just didn't have time because Ethan, all he needed to do was buy time. Som with the call as well to do the TP ult all the way over towards A, considering that, okay, we've already exec on B, probably pulled all the members over there, not going to be able to stop me. And MIBR now, desperate to make anything happen on this round number 10. They're running out of time and space in this first half to really get much done on split. 7-2 for NRG is such a good start. This is crazy.
I mean, truly, MIBR, they've been such a good team on the defensive side, too. The only team to really take them this deep on defense was G2. And it's G2. One of the best of the best. NRG, definitely showing some different colors here coming into EWC, but this is still a big answer here for MIBR coming up. Artzine He does have a little bit of info right in front of him with a drone, trying to catch Brock, but Brock is going to get caught by Icebox. No! Okay, yeah, he's fine. So Icebox, 26 HP, able to get the frag. This smoke needs to drop. Icebox, is he going to get shocked by the player behind the smoke? Som waiting for his opportunity. NRG down to 3 players. This smoke is taking forever here, Som. This is fresh, to say the least. Cortezia doesn't expect the angle. Som cuts it to 3, cuts it to 2. Now we're down to 1. Icebox is gone. And NRG, they played the trade game to perfection.
Som, that was all Som. If he loses that 1 versus 1, I think it's very different. He converts that initial kill after smoke fades onto a secondary, and it's just able to hold down the A main position. Disastrous coming through from MIBR. And once again, just a heartbreaker. 2-8 now. Icebox once again has Blaze Storm.
Oof.
I would imagine that their money situation is bad, because looking back on that previous round, yep, they had a few Vandals, but a couple players also looking on Guardians, light armors across the board, few players close to 0. I suppose the only one that actually had some money, so best they could probably do here is basically, maybe, I suppose, buy up 1 gun for somebody, then Blaze Storm himself, and then the rest are going to have to get what they can get away with. At least they have the Viper's Pit again to lock down mid. You can already see that. Zenom likely to put it down there again early. Can't afford to lose control in mid, where, I repeat, has been a weakness for MIBR on this defense so far.
And they've been trying to switch it up maybe slightly, but not enough. I mean, it's been consistently the same Viper presence over towards the mid side. And it's not like this comp can realistically have too much more stopping power outside of that. I mean, if anything, you might want Verno to start be playing that spot, but Verno is very important over towards A. He's very important over in Heaven and being behind coverage, basically. So it's just, what more can Shenum do in this mid side? We've already seen this Viper's Pit, but even that did not work the last time they did it. It's basically a guarantee that Viper's Pit is going to be fine. We can't expect what Som did like last time, but MIBR, now they need to focus on the rest of the map, which NRG is doing. NRG cleanly into A, not so much actually. Icebox takes the head off of Som, still another opportunity, looking for more headshots, but Scuba takes away Icebox and takes away the heat from MIBR going into this round.
Another counter Viper's Pit's going to cause some issues here. Not a lot to deal with this, but Adazine is still alive. Icebox did his job to get 1. Adazine down is going to cause problems. And as already mentioned, the buy is exceptionally poor here for MIBR. Really, it was just a Blaze Storm as the only way in. Did they recover a rifle, though? No, they haven't been able to do that, obviously. Okay. So, yeah. Just going to run in and see what happens.
And they're still trying.
One gun.
I mean, surely MIBR realizes the situation a little bit, but there's no corpses that are readily available for them. All of them are behind the A side. All of them are super deep at this point. Verno is just going for a couple of picks. Same thing with Shenum. So, okay, MIBR realistically just almost going for the round at that point, because at that point you can't be going for the eco. But MIBR, they're going to put the op on Icebox this round. The first time that we're seeing it from Icebox in this game. It's the
second time.
Oh, it is the second. Yeah.
It's the second time, but hopefully he'll actually get a kill this time, because he did, unfortunately, whiff that 1 crucial shot over towards B main.
Right on Brock. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one.
Right.
I think there was a previous round as well when they saved it. So he bought it pretty early, ended up saving. Next round, solo on B, didn't quite land the shots, and now finally has it on board for the final round. It would be really quite a fun one for MIBR if it's a huge Icebox carry round, and already straight away first shot onto Scuba. So like I said, a big round for MIBR with Icebox on board would be brilliant, but maybe just a little too late, obviously, in the half, with this being the last story.
So that's sort of that stopping power that I was looking for from the Viper. It had to come, it had to come out with the orb and the molly, but no, come on, Mata. He's been unreal this half so far, but Mata is going to be going into the second half, maybe tucking his tail in a little bit more on defense, maybe not being able to be as aggressive, of course, on the raise. So have fun for now, stat padding, Mata. But this is certainly a great half from NRG. Great showing from them. It's 10-2 potentially, but it's not over.
It's looking like 10-2. It's certainly not exactly over just yet, but I suppose there's a lot of work to do here. Swapped his operator now over towards the Vandal.
It's a good drop too.
He's lost a ton of these situations. Verno's at least got 1. This is workable now.
And this is the duo that you want for this sort of situation, and it's working out. Brock, 1-on-2, gets the damage. Can he get a kill onto Icebox? Verno trying to bait him out, and that was perfect from Verno. Verno with barely a gun out, but no. Oh, Icebox is going to be able to get it. Just there. But still, 3 rounds for MIBR going into the second half. Folks, we will see you all for the second half after a very quick break. Don't go away. After a quick breather and a third break here for MIBR, with Fraud utilizing 2 of his tactical timeouts in the first half, MIBR, they need a huge second half here if they want a chance against NRG here on Split. My name is Upmine, joined here by Avril. Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Welcome back to it.
Welcome back to the teams as well. MIBR looking for a much warmer welcome on their second half on the attacking side than what they managed to scrape together. And I do say scrape together because all 3 of the rounds they managed to get, they had to heavily fight for. A little bit of speed coming up through Icebox, already into heaven. No time wasted here.
Big opportunity for Brock. This is a crossfire here with Mata. Look at the mosh pit here for NRG. It works out for Mata, but no pick here from Brock. Brock, it's not even Brock. It is Som to pick up 2 frags, but MIBR with their own opportunity. Brock, he was scrambling for some sort of opportunity, but he finally goes down to Artzine. Scuba with an easy frag. Artzine does not want to get stunned here, but he is going to get stuck. Big frag coming in at the very end from Scuba too. 10-3, Avril.
Scuba has been really standout now at the top of the leaderboard, I believe, for the entire lobby, but a player that maybe a lot of people weren't even really familiar with, just fresh out of Tier 2, fresh out of Qubit Academy.
Yeah, first stream.
Onto NRG, filling in big shoes left behind by Finesse. I mean, we laugh about old man Valorant, and maybe it was time for the retirement to eventually come on through. And yes, there is a force from MIBR, which we'll definitely be talking about. But the fact that Scuba has been able to make this kind of impact, and, you know, sure, in some of the Phase 1 games off stream, you weren't too sure. Okay, they got by a little bit, but MIBR is not the type of team that you can just easily shut down this much. Scuba's done that. Scuba's changed the game for this NRG team.
No, especially in the way that they did it. They kept assaulting one weakness. The fact that they found a weakness and MIB are not able to readjust. This is NRG now. Need to take advantage of a big start, and indeed it is. 5 kills, 5 pumps, and that is around there going towards NRG once again. But again, MIBR, the big thing for me is the fact that a team on this caliber were not able to adapt in that last half, and they basically were losing out on rounds in the same exact ways.
If we see the buy here as well, I'm wondering if MIBR are going to force again, because we're in a situation, first of all, they're on the attacking side, but they're down 3-11. And hopefully we get a flash of the scoreboard really quickly, because I do believe that it's very much a desperate situation for MIBR, given how far down they are. The fact that NRG has shut down their force so clinically, flawless even. Man, MIBR barely started to get the hang of it. final round in the first half coming through. You feel like it was a reasonable MIBR round. Not even a clean round or a good round, but a reasonable one to break through on a 3-9. And immediately, 2 rounds in a row for NIG, including stopping a force. We're looking at a very one-sided scoreline finish for Split, I think.
Yeah, potentially, but let's see again. Now that we're on the attack side again, just more chances, more mystery here potentially for MIBR going forward in terms of the plays, and it works out at least early on. They're able to pick away at one. Icebox, though, he's tucked himself into the corner. Mata knows it. They're going to force him away, and Mata not able to double satchel out. Oh, Icebox, good dash away from his one-on-one. Still a big opportunity here for MIBR. Oh, look at the flank. Scuba's already on site. He gets taken away. You still have the Sky incredibly close, still looking for another frag. There's a man over in heaven. That could be the big cutoff coming out from Cortezia, but Cortezia, he doesn't see him.
Ethan's unknown, by the way. Ethan is still there, and he was the player that stood out in this exact same position on the previous half. But this 1v1 is going to be very important. Paranoia missed, and Som does not. Ethan at least gets called out. Positioning for Som is, of course, revealed. TP down. Low player in Artezine.
Oh, the Bulldog.
We'll take advantage of it, but as you say, Verno, unknown for Som. The final 1v1 goes away of Verno, and a required round, because I think if that went to 12, I was ready to call it. I still might be ready to call it, but some MIBR magic late into Split might still be able to come on through. You start to see just a bit of that Aspas firing up early in the round. Bulldog in hand, and now with some real guns, rescuing the economy, Gus. I think, yeah, to confirm, they had nothing, they forced, they needed to win, and they have.
So MIBR, still giving them a fighting chance right now, maybe letting Aspas a little bit off the leash, but at least in the early round, playing a little bit of a buddy system, trying to connect in the mid side alongside 2 others. NRG holding on pretty steady on that side. Shannon, you can tell, is going to be going for the conditioning over towards the A side. But this is strong here from NRG. They have 2 players set up on each site no matter what situation happens. So they're at least setting themselves up for at least a competitive round.
Poison's off.
Very good info being gained. Mata all the way in A, and he might even go for a bit of a flank here. MIB have no clue. And they don't have the type of setup to stop it as well. Again, there's no Cypher here, there's no trips.
Wait, but okay, but Scuba backing out and covering B instead. I mean, this is just, there's no cutoff in the mid side for MIBR to just go straight into A, potentially going in for the mid side. But here comes the 1v1. Mata takes away Cortezia, and now this map has become a lot smaller for MIBR. MIBR, they basically think that their only chance is here on B for now, unless one person can be a hero and make some information happen over towards A, and it's happening.
Som did that to check for info, I believe. He actually ulted onto A because he was sniffing out but didn't commit to the ult. Plant's not here yet. NRG a good 10 seconds, by the way.
They're still going in. MIBR is going to have the plant. But NRG is going to have the 2-man advantage. Verno. This is everything here for Verno. Somehow the man coming in from A main has to come in at a different timing. Verno needs this opportunity, and he's going to be able to get it. Gets the first frag. The man over in A main might be able to take him out. Artsine takes him out, but Artsine now knows where at least where one of them are. Doesn't know where Brock is. Waiting for Brock. Finds him. But Mata is just that much faster. Mata coming in from main, coast to coast, into elbow, right when Artsine has his opportunity against his opponent. Great hustle from Mata.
You could tell that Arzine actually, he believed at least there was a second player there. I don't know if he had the full info or not, but he pulls through the Rolling Thunder all the way into screen. He knows back over in, towards his own spawn, it's probably more than one because he wasn't done on that first kill. He wanted to go a little bit deeper, but it was Mata coming through from A main, getting the kill to Verna, forces Arzine to slow down and reconsider. And then suddenly it's a 1 versus 2. He gets Brock that he was looking for, but Mata is the player that will be able to prevent it all from happening for MIBR, and was also the player that got away with sneaking in towards attacker spawn, wins the 1v1 against, I think it was Cortezia at the start. Mata really pulling through everything necessary for NRG to close this one out in a comfortable potential 13-4 rather.
Ethan He's not going to spot anything. It's going to be a little bit tough for the Vice unless they got the shear going. Let's see what happens here. Brock waiting for his opportunity. There goes the dash into the middle of site. And indeed, no shear. Players are able to go into the middle of site just fine. MIBR, they have control. And they might have a frag. But Brock comes in. Scuba comes in. The crossfire works. And the showstopper, still no frag from Mata. But Mata is able to clean up. One-on-one versus Ardzine. And he's gone. It's all on Verno. Verno, 1v2. Picks down the first!
Ooh.
And you can trust Verno to stay sharp in moments like those. All the pressure in the world on Verno, and he's still able to hit the headshots. 1-on-2, and it goes towards MIBR.
I had to correct myself when I said 13-5, but you know what? The 5 is on board now. No misses from Verno there. Had to clutch it through. Second clutch, we've seen Ardzine a little bit earlier. And the upper-lower totem wins that with 5 HP. Now this time, Verno, in a very similar 1 versus 2. Get himself the Armageddon off that as well. It's going to allow him MIBR just one more opportunity. Oh my god, it's a 10-man 5v5. Look at this.
Unreal. It's a car crash, ladies and gentlemen. You just can't look away from it. It's
Perfect stuns. Perfect stuns.
Icebox! My goodness.
Set up by Ardzine. Like loading up 10 pins at a bowling alley and strike, says Aspas. And Bladestorm was basically all he had as well. That, and I believe a shorty. My goodness, he has come online. We were waiting for Aspas to really show himself in that previous half. Was kind of there, but not in the way that you really wanted. Not carrying, didn't have those big operator rounds. A couple of Bladestorms that went awry. But yeah, 5 versus 5 melee there. Here we go, Aspas again. Aggressive, up the ramp.
Aspas getting let off the leash a little bit, starting to heat up a bit, but hold on. NRG, they have the answer. 3 players here on this A site, 2 players in the middle of the site, 1 player over towards Heaven. This is a good split here for NRG. They're giving themselves the best chance possible, potentially, against this strong of a take from MIBR. They're going to be able to clear out Heaven, though. 3 players on A.
Som on the big flank as well here. Watch for that. Mata did that last time. It worked out great. He's probably not going to find a 1v1, but he will come through unknown. It'll be Xenon paying the price for that.
So much information
just yet. At this rate, I think NRG have basically smelled it out. They know mid is clear. They know B is clear. Som's walked through spawn. Here we go.
Can't go up through mid either. Here comes Brock. How does Brock not get that frag? How does Shenham pick up Ethan? MIBR. It looks so clean for NRG in terms of the defense, in terms of their positions. And yes, you do get a kill back from Som, but Scuba, he's been holding on to this mid side this whole time because he was very important. He was very important to MIBR's reasoning to even being in Heaven. MIBR could have rotated at any point. There was more than enough, presence there from NRG on A for MIBR to run away. But MIBR forces the situation, forces themselves into the 3 individual one-on-ones. And it just works out for now, doesn't it?
And the timing just wasn't there for Som. Yes, he did get his one on Xenon, but the fight already broke out. MIBR already had sight. They already completely flooded it and won sight. And so if things just went slightly slower, if Som was able, obviously he can't run because it doesn't reveal his position, but if he could have just had his team buy him a little bit more time, more positive trades, Som activating at the right time over towards A main, would have been it. Save, as we saw, 2 members of NRG as the tactical timeout comes on in. Man, how much do you want to believe in this MIBR comeback right now? A little bit of Brazilian magic, maybe.
Oh, okay. I like that. I like that.
That was specifically for you, Gus.
I was gonna say I didn't know I could do magic. I didn't know that, that sort of witchcraft existed. But you know what?
Well, maybe Aspas can.
Yeah,
maybe MIBR can do the magic.
Exactly.
It's looking like it might be possible.
Yeah, pulled out the magic wand a little bit earlier on, but even that didn't work out. But it seems like the knives. It seems like, again, Aspas heating up a little bit, getting himself that confidence round a little bit earlier on. That's fine. But MIBR, again, here on this attack side, they don't look too different from the confidence that each player might have had going into some of the battles in the first half. However, this is just that stylistic difference now for MIBR, just working out for them. Aspas, if he is able to act as that spear, as the jet, he's able to do a whole lot more than he was in that first half.
And we had such important rounds early on this half as well, where they were basically facing up against a quick loss. I was looking at 13-4 was the scoreline that I was probably expecting to come on through. And now suddenly you're looking at 12-7. I'm not calling it a comeback yet for MIBR because, you know, the road is still pretty long for them. At this point, the mountain is still pretty high to climb, but you're beginning to believe a little bit. The economy's breaking a little bit. The fact that NRG are being forced to save, they're going to come back on some light armors. Not everyone's going to have a gun. I believe Marta is not going to have a weapon for this one, just a pistol, as I caught a glimpse of the scoreboard at the end there. And the confidence, most importantly for MIBR, winning a lot of these duels. Icebox heating up. You need your star players to perform, and he is.
And right now you have presence all throughout the map, which, you know, for NRG, not exactly surprising. But for MIBR's attack, having those two players come up very early on over towards B main, that is a little bit surprising if you are NRG, but they haven't bitten down too much on it. They are maintaining Rotator over in B, they're maintaining somebody over in Heaven, but still 3 here on A.
I mean, I've seen a lot less interested in mid. They've been getting a lot of success over towards A, but do they know about Brock? That's a good flash.
No
Is
way!
it good enough? He can't connect Brock. He whiffed the shots on Icebox. That was a free kill.
And Mata's gonna go away too, forced out by the Tejo, but my goodness, that was the opportunity. NRG, they might be looking at that angle later from Brock. They might be kicking themselves. It's not like MIBR, they have overwhelming ultis. It's not like they have the util to really hold down the site like that. NRG.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a head scratcher. That's a heartbreaker.
Well, if they just don't have the economy, can they really risk it? If they go for this and it fails, which is more than likely, they have nothing to really... Well, it's not exactly nothing to work through, but how much do you want to gamble on a 3v5 retake here where you've completely lost sight and MIBR in full position to successfully win this round, and they're going to do so? NRG would really be allowing MIBR the buffer in the economy, but also the loss in their own economy to allow this massive MIBR comeback to happen. So NRG are thinking, if we go for this and fail, we're essentially putting MIBR up to 9, and that closes the gap enough to where now it's scary. Now it's looking like the possibility of MLT pushing this into OT becomes more and more. For NRG now, it's time to lock in at least for one round. This defense is going about as poorly as MIBR's own defense, so it's the attacking side that's been looking good for both teams so far, and the defense has been left wanting a bit more.
It just takes one good early interaction, though. It's not like we've seen NRG get the early advantage. It's not like we've seen it be consistent over towards MIBR side either, but it hasn't been overwhelming. It's not like NRG are getting themselves into a 2-man advantage early on in these rounds, and it's still fairly split, or MIBR are winning out these early battles. Over towards mid, though, this is the first real chance that we're seeing for NRG in the mid side to try to trap MIBR. Maybe there's 3 targets here for Scuba. Scuba is tempting it, and he has some recon over towards the mid side to try to pick out. And he's not calling on his teammates just yet. And this is actually an early rotation for MIBR, all things considered.
Someone's going to try and get something done inside the smoke here.
That's the conditioning.
Not aware.
The Viper was the one that took out the dog.
MIBR on the other side. This could be a very important timing coming up through. He's going to get one. Can the players on ramp activate in time? I think they're blocked out by smokes.
Mata with a second opportunity, but it's only really 1 pixel for him to pick on. MIBR is going to have full line of sight.
Also left Xenon off a little bit, so they'll have opportunity to come back in and maybe collect on those 2 members on ramp if they want to play through. Energy this time, I don't think they can afford to do another save. They're going to have to go for it, but they're losing members. At least 1 trade. Seekers, opportunity. Long flank, by the way, coming through from Zen. Can he make it in time? He needs help with teammates. But a Seeker has spotted him out.
Verno! The stun right in his face onto Scuba. He needed to do that on the fly, and he was still able to nail it. Aspas gets his own kill at the very end too, but NRG, I mean, that was everything for them, or at least that was their reorganized effort. They had all 5 players available to them, or at least 4 even strength players available, and they still weren't able to connect it.
And they didn't even need the MIBR, that is, didn't even need the full flank from Zenom to come on through. 2 members on site were able to get the cleanups required.
Yeah.
We weren't expecting too much more out of Som given that. Shotgun in the smoke. He's good for 1, obviously. But with the other 2 players on the ramp locked out via smokes, just couldn't quite trade that death. And that is a ton of information to Mata. He'll pay for it with his life.
Yeah, But those are the type of moments where you expect Mata to get his, right? Or the rest of the hold is going to be a little bit easier for NRG, but they lose out on that one. Ethan needed to run for the hills. The missile's getting him, but he's still fine in the middle of sight. Technically, Scuba cannot help. But look out for Ethan! Ethan's still alive, and Ethan is still fragging. 2 kills in the back of sight. Even though he gets spotted out by the drones, MIBR doesn't know where he is. He's able to pick up 2. NRG, they now have the man advantage. MIBR, no spike either. How do they connect here on the Cortesia? They might have just fake TP this. They're still looking for Cortesia at the moment. He might be dancing on site, but the one-on-one with him on Sam does not work out for Cortesia. Now it's all on Shenum. They know exactly where Shenum is now. Shenum looking for a pixel, looking for an opportunity. He does see the spike, does not know about Brock. He drops into potentially a one-on-one, but he's walking right into a crossfire. Wall right in front. Ethan, the timing's insane. Shenum, what? How do they switch positions?
He's gonna run to B. He's gonna run to B.
Shenum, the marathon, run for the hills.
He can win it. He's got Viper's Pit as well. He can actually win this round. They pass by each other. Ships in the night. It was the smoke. It was the Viper wall. Just allowed him to be able to get by. He should have lost that moment now with the Viper's Pit. Wait, he might still die here. Brock wants it. Brock wants it.
This is unbelievable. 30 HP left on Shenum. 1 HP left on Ethan. 1 bullet for either player. Shenum digging deep now into the tall grass, goes back into the Viper's Pit, hides himself, tucks his tail into the back of sight. Ethan doesn't see him. Ethan! Oh! Can't get it done! And it's all Shenum!
My goodness! The rookie coming on through, Shenum.
My head hurts.
What a round! That required just a slight amount of luck, but what it also needed was cold-blooded ability to just be able to see the win, get that spike, walk on through, win the necessary 1v1s, pull his way over through towards B, Viper's Pit in play, and he had to get that final 1 versus 1 onto Ethan, and he connects the shots required. What a tough round to win. That was NRG's win right there. They were looking at their 13. I was thinking to myself, finally, NRG, they've locked in for the one important round on the defense. That'll get them the map win that they probably feel like at this point they really do deserve. 9-3 on the half, 11-3 coming out on the second half, denying even the force buy on that second round from MIBR. It was looking all over, man. At that point,
yeah, it was.
I would really think MIBR would probably just lose out, but coming up to this round, this might be a back-breaking round, Gus. Honestly, Zenom being able to do that is mentally back-breaking for NRG, knowing that NRG themselves, they should have won that round.
Yeah, unironically. I mean, every single person involved at the end of that round is regretting 1 or 2 moves, very specific moves that they had made. And that timeout was everything to maybe at least get those thoughts out of the way, get those feelings out of the way, and recollect yourself just to win a single round. NRG just needs 1 round to get a map on MIBR. Let's see if they can pull it off this time. There's going to be a Viper in the mid side, trying to cut it all off. Scuba, not going to be able to find a pixel just yet, and he's not going to go down. A lot of work still to be done for MIBR this round, but I'm still trying to catch myself.
Honestly, last thing I'll say about the previous round before we lock in for this one.
Right, I was going to say.
Also popped in Steel Garden, and he set up a massive win for them initially on that site. It's where you saw most MIBR start to fall. It was when they recollected and regathered their thoughts that MIBR were able to bring it back on through with a little bit of a clutch factor from Zenom. Again, the player that I just had a feeling, man. I had a feeling that Zenom was going to show up today, and he certainly has. And MIBR, a little bit of free space over towards B main, but Mata is sniffing it out now.
Mata doesn't hear a single footstep just yet, doesn't spot a single pixel.
He's got a flash to play off. He can't swing because oh, he does come through.
No one's flashing him. The showstopper is there, and he's gonna be able to nail 1. And the paint shells with more damage. This is all Mata for now. Mata could get a whole lot. And no, it's Scuba! Scuba from behind! There was a teammate from MIBR coming in from spawn. I thought he would be able to catch off Scuba, but no, it does not happen. Verno, that is your old teammate Scuba there. That just pulled a quick one on the rest of your teammates. Verno.
10 seconds left.
All he can do is just stare as NRG snags a 13th and is able to take a map off of MIBR.
Yeah, but they had to work for it at the end, man. Again, that started to get a little sweaty. And at the end here, 13 and 10, MIBR did all of the heavy lifting for their own team in that second half. But I think the story really just comes down to on their first half, it was too quiet. I even wasn't really convinced they were going to get their 9th round. I was expecting probably a 10-2 finish in that first half. And because they just didn't have the buffer to play through, they couldn't afford the mistakes. I think the 2 extra rounds at the beginning, pistol, you're in a 9-3 situation, you really want that pistol, you lose the pistol, you really want to force to try and bring it back just slightly more, then you don't quite get that. And suddenly you're staring it down at 11-3. That is a pretty massive problem for MIBR. Is it possible that we start to see MIBR bring it back? And that's where that magic was. I was talking about the fact that maybe the magic will come through for MIBR to make the comeback possible. But, you know, the fact that there just wasn't enough rounds left in the tank for them to lose a round like that, because one round like that was bound to happen. How many rounds in a row can MIBR really play flawlessly, perfectly, rely on these Zenom clutches, maybe an Artisan clutch here or there as well? That can't happen every single round. And you felt like at some point NRG was going to be able to lock it through. And it is kind of funny, Gus, because I did say that maybe the Zenom clutch was going to be mentally breaking for NRG. No, the opposite actually ended up happening. NRG said, no, it's just going to completely like water off the duck's back, shrug it off, come on through. And that ended up being their most dominant defense round for most of that second half outside the first 2. So the fact that NRG just shook that off, losing to the Zenom clutch and came back powerful, that's great for NRG.
Yeah, they had to come in for the new blood too. Had to come in from Scuba. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a very entertaining map number 1, but this is a full best of 3. And not only that, we have another game coming up later today too. So lots of Valorant. We love Valorant. Tune into more Valorant after the break. EWC does not stop here. We'll be right back.
something, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, folks. It is the qualifiers for the North American side of things. My name is Upmind, joined here by Avril, and we have a banger. To be honest, yeah. Can we say that banger? Yeah, BO3 so far,
And
at least with the way that first map finished, with the makings of the way that first map finished, the scoreboard on paper, a little bit of a banger. You agree?
I'll give the banger for that one because it ended as a very good map. I think it started out poorly. I think it was a very surprisingly one-sided map in favor of NIG. MIBR looked very lost, consistently lost their mids. Maybe a bit of a slower game from Icebox as well. Only had the op kind of twice. I'll give him a pass on the first one where he didn't even get a chance to shoot because they just ended up saving. But yeah, he had that op only twice in that particular on that half, and it wasn't until the second half that MIBR heated up. But that's the version of MIBR that you wanted to see. That's the version of MIBR that came third in playoffs just a few weeks ago, and it took them way too long to show up, which is why NIG still ended up getting away with it. I say getting away with it like, you know, they obviously deserve that. They shut down MIBR so hard in that first half. They built up such a massive buffer of a round advantage that it was almost impossible for them to drop that map, and yet it still nearly happened because you slip up a little bit, Gus, versus a team like MIBR, and players like Icebox and Venom rather start to really come on through, and Venom with a giant clutch, best clutch of that entire map, and you know, might be one of the best clutches for this entire qualifier, by the way. Look out for it. That was dirty. That really gave a little bit more belief to MIBR, and I wanted to see if they could push it OT off the back of that one. But I would like to see now in the reset as we head into Icebox, Gus, you know, how MIBR, if they can get a better start and not allow the game to get away from them the way it did on Split.
Yeah, and just to comment one more time here on Split, just in terms of the stats, just in terms of maybe expectations versus what we got. For NRG going into that second half, the defensive side was the side that they were best on. You know, Brock, the last time that they had played on there, he had almost 15 frags. This time on the defensive side, only a singular frag, only one kill for Brock throughout that second half. Did he exactly need it? No, but he was on Vice. So again, it's just a tough outlook here, Avril, because again, going into Icebox, I would like to expect MIBR to be back to their aggressive ways.
And, you know, Siren's out for, I think, the player that I'm looking
Right, they're out for me.
because he is, no, it's because Siren's out for Scuba because he really ran away on that game. Top frag in, not quite the lobby anymore because Icebox kind of started getting his own way towards the end there, but Scuba was leading for quite some time. He had the near ace in there. It was 4, I believe. Ace was denied by Zenom. So Scuba, as the new player on this team, really have to fill into big shoes, left behind by Finesse retiring out, having to fill in for that role, and possibly maybe a little bit of calling as well. I don't know who the IGL on NIG is anymore, but Finesse is, you know, even in his late stage of his career, you could always laugh about the fact that the old man Valorant memes of him maybe not having the sharpest mechanics. Scuba certainly didn't disappoint on his mechanics, but also the rest of what he's been able to deliver to the team. You know, it's hard to know where exactly the intangibles are, but if you just look at where that map was, and then some of the other results from phase 1 as well, when they, you know, the qualifier, when they qualified into this to go to EWC, them going through that entire bracket and, you know, beating the likes of the Cloud9s and of the world, it's like very impressive the fact that NIG have come back this strong after getting knocked out so early in playoffs of VCT.
Right, and it's not it's one thing to say that NRG, it's impressive to see the bounce back, but it was very clear to see that NRG had some gaps, that there was at least a little bit of a disconnect with some of the players, and maybe a little bit too much responsibility on some players to be making some plays when they really didn't need to be doing so. So again, NRG, not much for us to really clearly say what has changed from split 1,
exactly.
But it's enough for us to say that NRG, new player coming in, they've had to go back to fundamentals, and that at least we're looking at good fundamental Valorant coming in from NRG, at least from that first half. But let's see what happens here in the second map here of Icebox. We're looking at NRG spread throughout the map.
You certainly don't get to run through flawlessly through the bracket as NRG did in phase 1, 2-0 across the board, without feeling a bit of pep in your step for a brand new member and some reinvigoration. Now NRG invigorated after winning that first map as well. Pretty quick through mid.
It's going to be a lot of work here for Archzine, potentially with the Sova right behind him with a shock dart. And NRG, they're not going to burst into B. They've just gone all the way up mid. The harbor wall goes up. And now Cortezia, it's all going to be on him. He's maybe going to have a one-on-one here with the Sova.
It's an important 1v1. He's not going to get it anymore. In fact, he has no clue where any players are. He's at least going to be able to flick down for a beautiful headshot on the Som. I didn't expect that, really. He should have just died.
The KJ too, the nano swarms are gone.
I was going to say, if he could get the 1v1 off onto Brock and maintain control onto A main to allow the rest of his team that extra angle, hold on to some of the nanos as well, would have been huge.
Scuba's going to win that one out too. Aspas had a really decent chance to win out that battle, but Archzine now looking for coverage onto his teammate, going for the defuse, and now he's going to cover himself. Mata in the middle of sight is going to get the easy shots, but it's not like Shenum isn't giving this the good old college try. Shenum with a big shot in the back could have potentially been able to cover for his teammate a bit, but the way that the front of sight was kind of separated, no way that Shenum would have clear line of sight onto the spike. NRG had that one from multiple angles.
He certainly just ran through mid, uncontested once again. Pulled up the harbor wall to block out B, and then shifted immediately on towards A, and it might be nothing really to say about that. Cortezia, again, did more than what I expected in that situation.
Right.
Just the loss of map control so quickly from NRG's pacing there on that opening pistol was gigantic. So MIBR, I can't really afford to have that type of map loss control again.
Early on, they're at least going to have a good line of sight into deep B main. They're going to have two players that were able to dip in and out and get a first contact. However, NRG, this is everything now. They can hold on to this B main area. They can have one or two players here really just trying to be pests, try to split off back into that mid side. And yeah, that's more or less. It's a sentiment, at least. NRG, they're not going to hold on to B, but they definitely played with the heartstrings of MIBR there.
Yeah, they pulled everyone over towards B, put the Viper wall up, deny all information. MIBR are not going to check for anything. And because you have Scuba kind of just lurking over towards A side, he has been slowly working his way up. And MIBR have not caught on. They're going to get the bad news pretty soon. They're wondering, where is this hit? We're stacked up here. Dart's going to go in. It's going to spot nothing. And Plant's going to come through. And that'll be NRG, you'd think 2-0.
30 seconds left.
Blocking fire.
Yeah, it's going to be a little exit frag party, I would like to think. MIBR, if they can surround this site, if they can surround maybe the back of spawn here, over towards attacker spawn, this could be nice here for MIBR, because it doesn't look like any of these players are going to be tempted to actually burst into the site. And this is even more impressive here. The fact that they have 2 players all the way over in B still, waiting to see if anyone from NRG is going around the world here. So, funny, interesting.
It might be. I didn't buy this. I'm looking. I checked the weapons before we came to the round. They have pistols.
Yeah, exit frags. So denying the kills so they don't give up the old points and going for the exit frags instead.
They're not getting. Oh, that depends on where NRG are exiting. It seems like not exiting enough in the direction that they would like.
But that's good.
So NRG get to walk out with a lot. There would have been probably more economic damage done if maybe they actually went for the retake.
Right.
Even though they had nothing to really lose there. You had 2 Vandals on board for NRG, so doing a little bit of damage there would have been nice. But they got a couple. To give them that. So they got the couple of exits that you mentioned.
Yeah, and it's getting the exits and mainly the players dying from the spike. You know, denying NRG the ult points, giving themselves the ult points from dying. So yeah, no,
the ult points as well. That's true.
Yeah. So still good stuff from MIBR. Let's move on though. This is the guns coming out in the hands of MIBR, and this is only Shenum. Only Shenum sitting here in the middle of B. He does have a little bit of util here from the KJ, and that's going to be basically a retake piece of util, or at least a mitigating piece of util whenever players actually make their way over onto yellow. But MIBR really just waiting for this contact here from NRG, because not a single player is getting contacted. Not a single player is getting angled on right now. This is clean from NRG.
It might be a feeler though. You can tell they're starting to shift over very quickly. They didn't spend too much time on towards A. Now the earlier trades are coming on through. It's looking good for MIBR so far. No plant just yet. And NRG, they're feeling the pressure of this one, debating whether they actually want to stick it through or not. Losing Scuba here as well. It is tricky.
Ooh,
down to only 2 Gus.
Yeah, he's able to escape, but Cortezia, second opportunity, could have easily gone down to Mata. Mata looking sharp. And not only that, but reviving a little bit off the shield. But here comes Mata, looking for a couple of headshots. Not able to get any. Brock is there with a spray, 1v3, and he's been locked away by Archizine. Way more importantly here, though, for MIBR, no spike plant for NRG. No extra ult point and no extra credits.
Well, locked down by the combination of Zen and Cortezia. You can see as well in the early round, I did notice a couple MIBR members, more than a couple actually, stacking over towards A. They were feeling potential for A again, but very quickly they broke off the back of that one. You even mentioned it was Zenema alone on B. But it wasn't alone for long, because by the time NRG actually brought the attack in and decided to execute, MIB was so ready. And they'll be ready again, because again, they've started early on A, but it's NRG looking at B.
Plenty of util here for the stopping power of Cortezia. Cortezia launching out the nano swarms. He's not going to get a clean line of sight just yet. The Harbor ulti is going to be spotting out Cortezia this whole time, but he gets an even opportunity for a headshot. But Sam takes him away. Verno from behind the wall. He might find one. Mata is close.
Could be a big one.
It's going to be difficult, though. Aspas does pick up the one. How much more can Aspas get? No updraft for now for Aspas to get into that second level, but he spots one. No way, though, is he going to expect both Sam and Brock to be around the corner.
He doesn't need to push, though. He needs to buy space for his team. You can tell the fact that Aspas being alive there, winning as 1v1, is going to cause some issues. It's going to allow the rest of MIBR minus Arzine now to potentially get their way in.
Yep. Yeah, but that's it.
One enemy remaining.
Beautiful job by Ethan, just holding into the corner, making sure he doesn't extend himself out into the corridor of main, and allowing his 2 teammates to pull in all of the work against Aspas in the back of main. And that's not to talk about the rest of the action in the middle of sight from NRG. Good mitigation from NRG. MIB are not able to break.
And losing Arzine probably end up being the likely lights out of. We definitely saw that was the case. Aspas then couldn't convert further from his own positioning. So, yeah, I didn't think Aspas needed to do more than just get a single kill there, because you saw as soon as he got that one on the flank, all of NRG have to suddenly turn around, address the fact that their flank is exposed. And during that time, that's when you need to see the rest of MIBR be able to activate, start taking some site control. But as they walked on through, didn't work out for them. And finally, MIBR, they wanted to see NRG on A. NRG walking on A full force.
MIBR, they're in a situation now where they basically need to give this up. Need to get back into a retake. It's not exactly like it's possible. That ulti from the Harbor is still very strong. But again, the Reckoning can only really come out if MIBR are in the right positions to be able to retake, and that's exactly where they are right now. 3 players over towards stairs, but Brock is able to take away another one. No flank coming in at the moment. NRG, they are just holding steady, and more importantly, the Reckoning is not even going to happen. The Harbor is the one that dies randomly behind the smoke. NRG, they're just looking for a cleanup at this point.
Yeah, and no confidence from Quarters here to go for the full flank and spawn as well, so he's going to be pretty late on this retake if they are going to. If they confirm it at all, they're going to have to. With Verno falling all onto Quarters here. Decisions to make here. It's a 1 versus 4. Probably knows it's not going to actually happen here. Getting a kill or dying will give him an alt point for the next round to get that lockdown. But Adazine dying straight away, as you mentioned there, Gus, is definitely the nail in the coffin, given that Reckoning for the retake would have been pretty useful.
If they were going for it, right, yeah.
Yeah, well, they definitely had members there, but
yeah,
Rizia just, he's still looking for an exit and then backs out and saves the rifle. But I think they had the opportunity to go for the retake for sure, with the membership and with the Reckoning ultimate.
Yeah, but still such a tough site to re-entry on. NRG knows it. They had such a strong hold into the back of site. They had 3 players with a line of sight into the top corridor, into the top catwalk. But yeah, no, NRG, it doesn't look like they've doesn't look like they dislike A by any means. Now it looks like they found a bit of a home here.
That's the heartbreaking part, because we've had multiple rounds where MIBR hard stacked A and didn't get anything off that gamble and had to shift over towards B, and the one time where they decided not to do that was when NRG decided to also actually go towards A, and this is now undisputed. Brock actually finds Verno, massive. It's got to call over some rotators, and NRG got to fall off A entirely.
Shenum's going to be here on B, but all of this KJ util is really worthless. The Nanoswarm's too far away to get ticked. Shenum and the front side. No, it's actually there. KJ does come close enough and the Nanoswarms do go in, so it's not exactly that big of an issue, but there's nobody actually with a line of sight into yellow to be able to take advantage of that. Shenum waiting to see if anybody pushes the situation, but this is NRG being as clean as possible here. This high tide taking up as much time as it possibly could here, or the cascade, excuse me.
Yes, there's a lockdown, but Scoobers can activate at any time here as well, and might just do so.
It was a high tide, I'm wrong. But there goes the lockdown. NRG, they're going for the full victory formation in this round. MIBR, no chance. 2 players back over towards Snowman. Ardzine, he does technically have a chance here with the globe, but it's gone now. There goes the round from NRG, and again, it's just the confidence once again coming back into that B site. Maybe a bit of a broken prod back over towards A, but MIBR, they can't get a single confident hold against NRG in this half.
It's looking like split all over again. Yeah, we're going to see the timeout coming in. Fraud might have to start panicking here. I mean, there is a lower bracket, but are we already talking about the fact that MIB might drop to a lower bracket versus NRG of all teams, who again struggled really hard in that playoffs bracket? The VCT not that long ago. MIBR the direct opposite of that, 3rd place. Best finish for MIBR so far. Brand new team being led by Icebox, and now staring down the barrel of an 0-2. And obviously we've seen where MIBR can make that comeback happen, and on split, just a little too late. So this is the opportunity for them to stem the bleeding, because we've seen this situation on split where they were just behind in rounds, and then they left that first half with not enough buffer for them to be able to make that comeback possible in that second half. So yeah, you're looking at 1-5. Very poor start once again for MIBR. Can't afford to have a repeater split. This is a series for MIBR that they really should minimum at least win a map in. There's just no way that you would think on paper MIBR should be 0-2 versus NRG straight away.
I mean, you maybe take a time machine back to like what, 2 months ago, 3 months ago? Absolutely. Absolutely. The way that NRG was looking earlier on this year, absolutely. Coming out of the off season, absolutely. But MIBR, the results, the pure results that we've seen, the games that we've seen NRG have against some of the top from NA, it just wasn't there. The real signs of this team being a top team in NA, it wasn't there just yet. But the makings are there. NRG, they worked on some of their issues and not looking too bad right now. 5-1, still with a big opportunity here on A. You have MIBR with 1 player with a bit of a deep angle, but it's not going to count. Icebox needs to run away with a Guardian.
They've abandoned B, by the way. They've experienced this pressure before. NRG just fully locking in for A. Now MIBR not taking any chances out of team with the first gets traded, but it might be good. MIBR with pretty minimal buys are actually winning this one right now. Spiked even dropped, and they haven't committed ultimates. They have 3 ultimates they could have used, and might not have to now. This is looking like a big turnaround round.
Oh, that's huge from Brock, though. Brock able to sweep away 2 on the catwalk. But this is big now still from MIBR. MIBR has a lockdown. And Icebox is able to knock on yet another kill. Second kill from Icebox and make it a third. MIBR able to still somehow stay in this half, but gotta give it up a little bit to maybe NRG making the mistakes there. One-on-ones throughout the take there from NRG.
And yeah, thrifty there because we had mostly pistols. It was essentially only Icebox that had a real gun. Cortezia as well, I believe. I think it was actually Guardian and Vandals what I last saw on the scoreboard when they walked in. The rest of them had pistols, and the fact that the pistol players were able to get that work done, and also the belief as well, the read from MIBR to say, we're not going to allow A to fall the way it has previously in these rounds, where maybe a little slow to the rotation or not getting quite enough done on the rotation, slow flanks from Cortezia. This time, everyone is just rushing, rotating from B, all the way on to A as soon as they realize that the commit is there. The fact that you see Zenom just like sprinting over towards A gives you all the information that MIBR know exactly what's going on. They held on so cleanly there. They needed that round. What a big turnaround after the timeout.
Still tough for you to build on that momentum, at least on the defensive side. Just, you know, just by concept, you can't exactly push onto NRG. You can't exactly, you know, keep the train rolling. They have to wait for NRG to approach, and indeed they take on the first contact. And NRG, it's only a first contact that they give up. Every player backing out of B main to try to recollect with Sam.
Yeah. You'll notice here as well that we don't this time have a Scuba deep-ish lurk. We've seen previously Scuba's been a little deep on A when his team's exploring B. He's been a little bit deep over towards the tunnel as well in mid while his team is working around the map, and this time they just don't quite have that, so the extra info, it's not quite there. What they do have is Mata pushed up.
Oh my gosh.
Just Cortezia aware of this though.
That's so cheeky. Shenum certainly doesn't know about it for now. Mata. So close. Can he pick down Shenum? Shenum is gone. Mata makes it all happen.
Barrel of Cortezia betrays him, sticking out from the wall, allowing a freebie and Aspas in a difficult situation, him versus the world entirely. Couldn't get much more done off the dash. Adazine will come in for 1. Ultimate's on board. This is retakeable. They have plenty. Still there. It's a lot of members still to get through.
And it's not like Ethan is going to make the job any easier. It's going to be the Viper split
running
in the middle of site. It's going to be 2 players watching the exit of yellow. And that's going to be the round to MIBR. They're still not done though. Brock from behind picks down a huge kill onto Artzine. Now we're just down to 1 player with a gun. Aspas is going to
get away, I think.
Yeah.
Barely.
Okay.
Yeah, so he makes it out there. They have 5 ults there. That is heartbreaking. Cortezia as well. The first death, you lose your lockdown for the retake. That hurts. Just slightly too far forward. Barrel exposed. Losing 2 straight away on that B defense with arguably one of the most important players to lose there. Lockdown, especially to flush out the Viper's pit, would have been pretty large. Committed by Scuba in that round. And I even mentioned early in the round, it didn't look like NRG had a lot of map control anywhere. They had to basically just commit over towards B, and
they needed a play like Mata's basically. They needed a bit of a
Mata was the one player that actually found some positioning onto B, and that maybe gave the confidence over.
Yeah. Which is kind of tough. Again, it's those types of plays that really, you know, that affects teams like NRG. We'll talk about that sort of effect on teams like 100 Thieves too, where they put a lot of responsibilities on individuals. For NRG,
Vipers though, both Vipers are actually pretty pushed up here. That's huge information being gained by Zenom over in B main.
Scuba's
leaving A in a retake scenario. Look how far away they are in terms of MIBR.
And they have everything for the retake too. They have every single ultimate ready. So they're not against this mentality by any means. And if anything, NRG, they're the ones in danger. They have no ultimates. Oh, that's huge! huge. Mata shocking the system, going around the corner, taking down Verno in the middle of the Owl drone. But there goes the ulties, and there goes yet another big kill coming up from Shannon. Ardzine from above, and that's a huge kill from Aspas. Som could have had a huge, big play in the back of sight, but it just does not happen. 4v1, and it's going to stay that way for the rest of the round, potentially. As Shannon, yes, the round is over for his teammates, but Brock is still going to be able to take down Shannon. Big round from MIBR, though, 3-6.
And a big solo kill from Zenom onto Scuba there as well, because I think the winner of that 1v1 really shapes how the rest of the retake looks. If Scuba wins, they know they have at least their side of that post-plant pretty firm and secure. And MIBR have to do a little bit more work to flush everyone out, but given that the flank has been exposed, Zenom is able to allow the rest of MIBR to come on through from their own spawn quite comfortably and force NRG to turn barrels around and split their attention up.
NRG is not exactly putting out too much of a look over towards that B site, and MIBR got exactly the info they wanted. They had the Harbor step up deep into B main, and they're going to leave Aspas watching B at this point. They could have been a bit more of an isolated take over towards the mid side, but NRG still fully going into A.
They're going to go into the Viper's pit here. They're not afraid of it at all. I think they may be considering that.
Oh, this Owl drone.
Possibly MIBR just put in a Viper's pit and left a single player.
That's an unreal Owl drone. It's going to work out exactly the way you're saying.
They don't realize that MIBR have a trap set for them with everyone here. NRG think that it's a solo Viper here. It's not a solo Viper. There's a lot more. Oh, Zenom should have gotten that kill. That is a little embarrassing. He did see the player, but Brock was just a little bit quicker. The pitfalls.
He would have had to see the smallest pixel of a rifle to even be able to get that frag, and just not able to happen. Brock steps up, and like you said, a little bit of a fumble, but still, Cortezia looking for a play. But Mata has been so sharp in these close angles. He's able to get the big kill onto one. And still a lot more work to be done here for the MIBR players. 2v4, Aspas, waiting for the globe to drop, waiting for the orb to drop against Ethan. But yeah, the rest of this round, it's going to take forever to get away, but hold on.
Okay, Ethan.
How does that happen? Aspas picks up the kill. Hunter's Fury is there, though.
He just didn't think a player was going to go up ropes. That's a little bit sad there, but given the fact that Hunter's Fury is there, surely we're not going to see NRG lose this round. No time left remaining. Aspas is going to do a ton of damage. I'll look for one more player. And if he's lucky, he'll be able to get him. Brock on 10 HP, escaped with his life, dodging the explosion as well from the spike. But no, I'm pretty sure Zenom saw a glimpse of the red outline inside the Viper's pit, but just couldn't bring his crosshair over in time. And the first death on that defense for the retake, or rather, not even the retake, but the first defensive player down, losing your Viper's pit, Zenom going down early is going to impact your ability to retake them, because I think MIBR had a great setup. They kind of fooled NRG a little bit there. NRG thought that there was just solo Zenom on basically defending that side, and it wasn't the case, and yet that didn't end up mattering. MIBR just couldn't quite punish at all.
A bit of deja vu from the last map as we saw Shannon in a similar position, but here comes NRG. Cascading now into sight. It's going to be 5 players getting in alongside of Cascade, alongside of High Side. And with a lockdown in the middle of sight, that's huge.
Okay, Cortezia.
The spike is not down yet. Yeah, Cortezia gets the big frag, but there goes both lockdowns going down now. NRG still in the middle of sight. Mata is able to find an angle onto Cortezia, but Mata continues to stomp through sight and gets himself a second frag. That's the last player for MIBR in the middle of sight here. Ardzine from the extremity, able to pick up another one. We're back down to a 3-on-3. Plant still not in.
Aspas as well.
And that's still going to be the frag. Aspas coming in from behind. Could be the insurance option, but Ardzine needs to play a little bit of time.
Ardzine needs to buy time for Aspas to activate, like you say, right now. NRG have no clue where Aspas is. Both players on NRG stacked together.
Sam doesn't have the angle. He even shows a little bit of a shoulder. This is an even 2-on-2, but they don't know about the second attacker. They don't know that he's low, and Ardzine doesn't expect it. Ethan stays alive, takes him out, and Aspas does not have the space to do it. Sam, yes, his forehead could have been spotted, but Sam is the one who's just sharper in that moment. 8-3 still. NRG, what kind of scoreline is this against this type of team?
It's the same scoreline that we saw on the first map, which is bad news for MIBR. We ended 9-3. Remember, And now we're looking to potentially end 9 and 3 again, which would be a heartbreaker for MIBR, particularly if they then, on that second half, cannot wrap together a pistol and a secondary. You don't want to be once more down 11-3. Because then MIBR might just go down low bracket straight away, losing to NRG here. A heartbreaking round as well, where two 50-50s at the end is 50-50, given that it's a high-low situation, right? And, well, that was just all high, and Icebox found out.
And Mata on the same level as Verno. And still, bullet goes straight to the forehead of Verno. Artzine does get the trade back, but man advantage here for NRG. Only one player here for MIBR on site. It is the Harbor, though, and he does have the Reckoning to use, so Artzine not exactly in a terrible position to be able to help out his teammates, and this is even better. Opportunity for some headshots, and he's able to back on down without, unfortunately, getting a kill, but he's still alive.
The slowdown was actually so huge as well. Plante coming on through, baiting the ultimate to be played. Finally, Artzine will watch that Reckoning.
That was a wall bang from Som. That was clear through a wall onto Cortesia. That's a tragedy for MIBR, 2v4.
And actually have gone quiet, potentially selling the fact that they could have dropped off. MIBR buy this or not. Time is still reasonable for NRG here. But no one from MIBR has fallen off
30 seconds left.
just quite yet. You can already see that Zenom is considering a possible flank. With extra utility being played in here, NRG is committing. And MIBR know it.
Artzine doesn't hear anything. Is he going to be the first one to make a swing? 15 seconds left. He's not swinging. He's still going to wait for players to go through. And good off timing. He's able to pick up one. He's leaving his teammate to do it all after. 1v3, and it is all done. NRG not only pick up a 9th round, but now have picked up the most rounds that anybody has ever picked up on MIBR. And we're only now going into the second half. Folks, we'll see you guys for the second half after a quick break.
Two, one, go.
Welcome back to the second half of map 2 here. Once again, MIBR find themselves in a bit of a tricky situation, Gus, as looking at another 9-3 start for NRG, a revitalized NRG, FNS gone, retired, Scuba coming in. Brand new player, straight out of tier 2, filling in for some big shoes. Led the way on map number 1, a little bit more quiet this round, but the rounds that he was active on were pretty big. Brock, though, man in charge so far for NRG and MIBR. They're left reeling here because if they don't win this pistol in the subsequent round, the map might just get away from them and they'll see themselves in the low bracket.
It's a huge turnaround. Brock had 1 kill in the second half of the last map. He starts off the first half with 14 frags under his belt. Now NRG, they already have a crossfire over towards B. It's going to be Mata around the corner, maybe for a shocking little headshot, but he's going to need a lot more. He does have the draft to use. He does have the dash to use, but not going to happen. Mata only able to pick up the 1, but the rotation's already strong here for NRG.
Yeah, Mata maybe got a little bit greedy there. He could have probably a dash, but he wanted the second kill. It's fine. He'll have at least got his 1 Scuba. Managed to get away from his tucked in position. Now allow the rest of the team to walk on through. Pay attention to Zenon, by the way, who might activate for a late lurk.
Zenom's already there. He's giving a red
There he is.
carpet for the rest of MIBR, but this is going to be the big kill from Som. Som, no way! He misses out on that. Shenum, he's able to escape yet another one. And not only that, okay, that was tight on
timing.
Brock. Yeah, that's a long range there from Brock. But this is still going to be tough. Scuba on a 1-on-3.
And NRG know exactly what's up as well, because it might be heavily flanked for that one. And
Spike
Scuba
down
on
A.
point, 10 HP, doesn't matter. Spike on the floor.
One enemy remaining.
This 1v1 might just be calling the round, I believe. Brock winning it leaves a solo on Verno.
Remaining.
Oh, goodness. He only needs a bullet to the body. Scuba, he knows this. 10 HP, and he's only trying to show a forehead, trying to show pixels of his head right now to Verno. And is definitely waiting for Verno to try to go for a plant before he peeks in. 13 seconds left. Verno
10
was
seconds
looking
left.
to bait in, but this is such a deep spot. Does Scuba know?
Spike planted.
Scuba spots the body. Can't get a headshot. Verno able to get a bullet onto Scuba. Able to clutch things up, but that was way too close. NRG 2v4 able to pull that one back.
And by the way, Ghost versus Light Armor, he couldn't win that one. He got the headshot required. And in any other situation, he gets that kill, Brock is dead. Not here though. Brock actually walked in that round with Light Armor, had it on the entire way through. And what a situation. MIBR, they are able to get that fourth.
All right. They finally won a pistol. It's their first pistol since first half of Split, and even on Split, they gave up the second round immediately after. MIB are
The way
there.
around is Verno. Sorry, Verno had the armor versus Scuba. That's what I was talking about. He still
were.
stands though. Perfect situation for Verno.
At least going forward now, MIBR. Let's see if they can take advantage of finally winning a pistol once again. Icebox on top. He's going to be looking for that first frag, especially on Brock all the way in the back over towards Snowman. Nobody making a peek just yet. But Icebox just acting as a turret right now. He has the only big rifle here for MIBR. No, I think they do have a couple of other Phantoms here and there maybe. But there goes the counter wall. There goes the retake here from NRG. The fact that they have 5 players alive is huge. But it's not going to matter. It's not Icebox by any means, but it's Gorthezia. Gorthezia with 3 frags. But MIBR, heavily expected round going their way. 5th round under their belt. This is really where the show starts. NRG get the guns under their belt.
Important pistol one. We talked about the fact that on Split they couldn't win that pistol. Verno delivers in a very tough situation for them. But he gets it, and then on that second round, completely flawless. What a giant turnaround on Split. They lost these 2 rounds. Second round on Split for that second half was also forced from MIBR, which was pretty backbreaking for them. This time around, a much better looking situation. Economy in full swing. Everyone has got rifles, even for the bonus, I believe. So, no, okay. Ardzine only has a Guardian, but close enough. The other 4 have full rifles in here. Nada's already got first contact.
Icebox around the corner. Can he make anything with his life? Cortezia. He's trying to find a couple more headshots, but that's crazy. Som with barely a millisecond to be able to blast in a bullet onto Ardzine, and he's able to get that headshot onto Ardzine. MIBR down to 3, and they're tucking their tail into A.
No health on Icebox as well. Very disproportionate trading going in towards mid. And the mid woes come back for MIBR. Very similar situation was happening on Split. As we're full quiet now, with NRG mostly stacking over towards A, but it's looking like an A finish anyway. Spike carrier on MIBR. Verno is backing out, so they've lost confidence as we start to round out timing, but they're about to also walk into a bunch of this Killjoy utility on B with Som ready to go, so even that
left.
will be a bit of a delay. I don't think Som is going to get caught here, despite his low HP, because he's tucked away very safely.
Alarm bot down.
It's going to be the long-term play. Som is even going to put out a contact here. Again, just this turret is going to be everything just for clean one-on-one.
Take flight.
This round is going to come down to Icebox because he's undiscovered and he has the potential to flank.
That turret is going to be
He has to be
everything
the one to
against
win this round, I
Icebox.
think. True.
But again, that's going to be real long here. Again, it's going to have to come down to whether or not Som is going to go down in this interaction. Here comes the rest of his teammates. 3 players coming in from Snowman, but look how safe MIBR are on. 2 players deep, tucked into main. Icebox only now heading into mid. Did he pick down the turret? Icebox, does he have an angle? No, he doesn't. Onto the spike. Spike down to half, or finally gets broken. Icebox from behind. It's a one-on-one for Icebox. You said it. He has to be everything.
Play the time.
There goes the defuse. Scupa's just going for the frag, but it is indeed all on the back of Icebox.
They didn't know where he was. This was the guy, and you also mentioned the potential that he gets spotted out by a turret. Not the case. Icebox sneaks on through. It was slow going because he just didn't have an angle. Too many walls up. He even had to dash in to the spike to try and catch somebody potentially defusing, but luckily his teammates were able to swing at the same time, buy some attention away from Icebox, who again wins that on 5 HP. He had nothing in the tank in terms of health. A single breath would have knocked him over. And yet Icebox delivers in a tough situation where that post plant doesn't work for MIBR if Icebox doesn't get success on that angle that he came in through.
And now NRG, they're the ones really giving up A. I mean, they were exploiting A consistently throughout that first half. And basically anytime they picked this site, it was basically for free. NRG, they feel that pressure. They're going for a retake here of this site. Hunter's Fury is ready for NRG. Try to really make those back positions null here for MIBR. Here comes the peaks. Ethan able to get one. Same thing with Scuba and Mata. MIBR down by 1 at the moment. Only have 2 left. Wow. Verno, he's still on top. He was on top basically the whole time waiting for that chance. It's Shenum alongside Verno, and the mollies are going to be huge. You also have a shock dart. You also have a Hunter's Fury now for Verno. Verno hides now, goes away. Mata looking for wall bangs, not able to find Verno. Verno is just playing with Mata right now. Mata steps off the defuse once again, and the ultimate is not needed by any means.
No.
Just a funny moment.
Smart play. All that needed to happen was to make sure that Verno doesn't die, because he can't afford to. Well, if he drops his Hunter's Fury there, rather if he loses the Hunter's Fury there, maybe the final 1v1 could still go the way of Mata. But with time running out, Mata, he can't quite stick the spike either. Verno is consistently checking, wants to save the Hunter's Fury, knows that he's got the ultimate win condition, knows that at the end of the day, if he wants the 100% guaranteed, no fuss win, where there's just no chance they just drop that, go for the Hunter's Fury, and you can't lose that round. But to be able to win that without using the Hunter's Fury requires just a little bit more tenacity, and displayed there perfectly by Verno and MIBR to maximize their ability to come out ahead that round. After what was looking like the potential of a Thrifty could have been there. Again, NRG didn't come in with much. It was a Stinger retake. Single sniper rifle in there as well. Very light buy, extremely light buy, and at NRG, I think they did decent damage, so not all bad for NRG, but MIBR are still on the warpath right now. They've been flawless this entire second half.
Yeah, they have. It was very cool to see the aggression coming up from MIBR in the post plan on A, because the NRG in the same exact situation every single time they just backed out into the back of main. They really just waited for the utility to make that effect. Maybe 2 or 3 players on that front side making the action happen. But MIBR, they put every single person on the front side of A to be able to take down NRG. But here we go, yet another round, and this time it's pure aggression from NRG. 2 defenders on the front side of A, but only one of them is going to get a contact, and he has to run away.
Yeah, reckoning is to come down as well. Mata has to be very careful here. Locked out of the angle straight away because of the drone. Well placed, and Mata onto Icebox. Brilliant shot, that's what he was waiting for.
Now, Shannon wants to be a little bit of a hero. He's going to stand on this front side. Hunter's Fury is going to take away this plant. Shannon, however, getting exposed, still tucked into the corner. Are they going to check this corner? It doesn't matter. Stopping power here for Shannon, but that molly would have been huge for a post plant instead. But this lockdown, it's going to delay even more. 8 seconds left in this lockdown, and they actually do peek Shannon, and they peek Artzine. Artzine and Shenum going down in the middle of a lockdown is just tragic. 4 players going in for this retake. It all has to be Cortesia. Cortesia picks up 1, looking for a couple of more, but it's not going to happen. Hunter's Fury now left on Verno. Verno, shock. He gets him. He can still use the Hunter's Fury. He can still use it. Has to get this first kill. On to Brock. Brock is low. Yet another headshot. Yet another spray. But the round is finally over and finally goes in the direction of NRG.
Wow, Verno keeping it competitive there. It was very difficult to try and pull through with the win. You said that he had the Hunter's Fury, and look, the situation, unfortunately, is there's just too many on NRG alive. He pulls through the Hunter's Fury. NRG are ready to swing on him deep, and he's got to focus on Hunter's Fury probably mainly on the Diffuser. So the fact that he even got to kill the Shockdart is brilliant. That really brought the round alive once more, with the possibility of Verno getting more done. But I think just too many players left alive for NRG. Brilliant, as I said, first kill from Marta onto Icebox. Revealing the operator, well rather, it got to reveal a little bit earlier by the drone, but really executing on the operator, I should say. Bring the numbers into their favor. And then 2 players dead in the middle of lockdown. MIBR can't afford that. They can't afford this. NRG.
Yeah, absolutely not. NRG, they're going to be giving up finally their first early frag here on this A site, but look at the coverage they have after that. 3 players here on site and a Viper's Pit to boot. The back of site covered at the moment. Don't really think there's a clean spot for a plant.
Through the smoke.
Yeah, but Verno, he's going to force basically a kill onto Sam, but you still have that Viper's Pit.
Haven't planted yet though. Scuba's going to make this one a little slow for MIBR. And you can see the opposite of what we talked about in previous round, where Viper's Pit comes down, the attacking team slows all movement, goes completely quiet, trying to bait rotators away. And it's semi-worked because NRG did push 2 players off, and now they're coming back in. So MIB have not hit a good timing here. They're going to pull into the remaining members. They still have more to play with.
The molly in the middle of the Viper's Pit is pretty impressive. Cortezia is going to be able to pick down Ethan, but still the Viper's still alive. Still means that this is possible for NRG. Brock with a huge kill. He's going to be able to get another one. He has 5 HP, and he just got 3 frags. Brock, that's unbelievable. Scuba can just pop out of the pit and be able to do something here. 12 seconds left. 11 seconds left. Aspas, he's got to run. 8
no
seconds.
Dash, no dash.
7 seconds. 6, 5, 4. He made it. Barely made it. Is the Viper going to be able to get an angle?
Spike
No,
planted.
sir. Even one-on-one between Scuba and Aspas.
And now the positioning is revealed. Scuba has revealed the positioning. Blaze-Storm is out as well. This might be one of those brilliant Aspas rounds. Can he get it done? By the way, he planted with less than a second. That was microseconds on the timer.
Oh, the timing!
There it is.
It's there for Aspas.
Aspas. The magic comes through again. He barely got the spike away. A split-second call, quite literally to say, can I get out of here? Can I get on towards B? Prevent this 5 HP Brock, allowing then a final member of NRG to potentially win that 1v1 in Scuba to bring the round home. But we saw earlier, Aspas himself on 5 HP. Made a brilliant situation happen on the post plant over towards B on the flank, and this time it's Brock who really pulled through massively on that round and nearly delivered it for NRG.
83% round win percentage, by the way, for MIBR on the attacking side of Icebox. They have faced the best of the best in North America, but my goodness, just over 80% win rate. It is just a little bit tough here to say for NRG, but with the pistols, again, not much to really say that something is going to change in this round. But this is almost what you expect here, Avril, don't you? MIBR heating up a little bit on this half at the bare minimum, especially on Icebox, especially with the verticality. You're allowing Aspas to truly kind of flourish here a little bit. Cortezia on a Killjoy. Killjoy doesn't have much of a function on attack side, you know, and at the end of the day, Cortezia, he also is now acting like a little bit of a floater. He is also acting like a little bit more of a fragger, and it's working out here for MIBR in this half. However, NRG, they have a great setup. 3 players on A, and they've cascaded here in elbow. Ethan works out for 1 frag. Shenum is looking to help out. Amada still picks up another frag, and finally the round might just be guaranteed here for MIBR 1v3.
Yeah, well, you needed to see Scuba be able to get away with the flank there, but Cortezia with the Spidey senses recognizes the potential. Even though he didn't have the perfect crosshair placement to get the punish there, he scares Scuba away. And with the flank locked in, not a lot of chance here remaining, not for a no-buy Scuba, who at this point would be happy to just get away with anything. As you say, 80% plus win rate for MIBR on attacking side of Icebox, and they want to see if they can push that in towards 90 or so sooner rather than later, as by this point, if you actually look on the scoreboard, they have won 6 out of the 7 rounds on this half and forcing the tactical timeout on the side of NRG now, who have found themselves back into, thankfully, another buy situation. Mata back into an operator situation where he has found at least a little bit of success on that so far. Not lights out, not absolutely disgusting map pressure that throws MIBR off, but MIBR are likely looking like they'll close the gap here entirely. If we look at a 10 and 10, MIBR are about to swing this one through into a map win. NRG are desperate to hold on to whatever they can in terms of the lead. And as I caught Gus right at the end there before the tactical timeout, I think they can afford weapons, but not full armor. Two ultimates on board by both sides as well is worth a mention. Lockdown from Som in place to potentially counter out a post punt.
Right.
Viper's pit from Zenon.
No, but we're back at it. It's tough to just see NRG switching up the approach consistently throughout this defensive side, especially over towards A. I thought that they might have a little bit of a uniform idea, just keeping Mata around, maybe floating a little bit. Som right next to him, Ethan right next to him for the retake over in B, but not happening. NRG, again, playing with the ideas consistently in this half and just not able to find one that even works.
This is an important round. Lose this one, you're into full economy break. As a reminder that members are on light armors here, essentially, with full weapons in hand, a couple of good ultimates, but the interaction is essentially Viper's pit into lockdown, but then into Hunter's Fury back again from Verno to take down the lockdown. So still not a comprehensive winning strategy from NRG and the ultimate trades. And no map control yet from MIBR in terms of players exploring too deeply on various flanks. Just, what is he, marking the flanking angle himself as the rest of his players work up B.
This is going to be very strong response, though, here from NRG. They have the lockdown relatively close. The Harbor's going to be ready with the Reckoning, and the Reckoning takes forever. We're 40 seconds left in this round. That Reckoning is going to take up at least a quarter of the rest of this round, basically. Let's see what happens here.
EG round.
Yeah, NRG, they have the options here, but let's see what happens. Icebox out in the open, not able to see anyone, but there's the Reckoning we were mentioning. And Scuba, why is that the spike? Why is that the spike in Snowman? Scuba
He's running from the Reckoning. He just gets caught.
A spike. There goes the lockdown, though. The lockdown's going to get taken down by NRG. MIBR is still fighting. 15 seconds left. They need to somehow get the spike in the back. The Hunter's Fury is almost perfect. 12 seconds left. Can they get the spike? Can they even get close? Icebox with another frag. 7 seconds left, and no chance here for MIBR off of a tough misplay. This half was looking basically perfect for MIBR.
NRG needed that one, though. That was required for them to remain in the lead and keep their economy safe here as well. NRG, even towards the end there, they don't even really want to risk chasing too hard for that final kill. But essentially what it comes down to, as I said, was an EG round. It was just so slow. MIBR didn't really explore elsewhere on the map. They didn't have other options. They had to full commit on towards B. And then the Reckoning came down, and the entirety of MIBR had to scuttle. Lights on. And basically, you know, lights on the kitchen. Looks like the bugs just have to spread. They just completely run for an Artisan. Gets caught out in the middle of that, and he ends up being the spike carrier as well. So that just makes the situation go from bad to worse.
NRG with a bit of an opportunity to take control of their own destiny here. 4 players on A. Surrounding things for NRG versus all 5 of MIBR. MIBR, they are pulling up with that high tide, taking their time with the util, but this is going to be basically impossible here for MIBR. Again, NRG, they have a whole lot of util on that other side. Brock, he still has his own Allo drone to utilize here, but it's not like MIBR are looking to make a move early on. They're holding on to these positions. They're not showing any pixels. They're looking to shock potentially one of these early contacts from NRG. That's exactly what's happening. Som on the front side. Is anybody watching this? Nobody's watching this. Som didn't even spot the cross. Som almost gets the kill onto Icebox instead. There's still plenty of presence here for NRG on this A site. 2 players here, but a Reckoning coming in to shake things up, and it's working out. MIBR cleanly into sight, even though NRG still has line of sight, still has a couple of bullets spraying through. Ethan with a big kill onto Cortezia, or onto one. Cortezia takes him back. Scuba around the corner has 3 potential frags. Not gonna be able to get Cortezia. Long range headshot from Cortezia. Now it's Mata 1v4.
Spike planted.
Amada has a decision to make here. How confident he is to play into Viper's pit with nothing but an operator and a bit of hope. It's not looking winnable from my POV here. It's going to be an uncomfortable situation to give MIBR the 10. Very expensive gun to lose if he goes for it as well, so he does not have the confidence to try and make the 1v3 happen. Looking for exits, potential of him being hunted down by MIBR. But was looking like a slow round that could have gone either way, honestly. Mata did have a lot of impact on that round. I think he might have been the only player that actually got a couple frags in there. He at least got one of them. But as soon as Viper's pit actually comes on in, just a little bit too hard. Reckoning offensively from MIBR as well, as you noted. Doing a lot of work to disrupt NRG.
Yeah, it basically had to come down to the harbor. It had to come down to the ultimate to sweep up that back of sight, purely because MIBR, they just ran out of that utility. They had an L drone that they ended up catching Brock on, but after that, it was basically wraps in terms of the recon. MIBR, they needed to pull something big into the back to sweep it up, and that works out. However, not exactly replicable, and we're going to see a little bit of a similar situation here. Over towards the A site, there's going to be 3 players for the defensive side.
This is a round that MIBR finally equalized 11-11. They've been trailing NRG.
Oh my goodness.
Entire way through, and Icebox on Tomato early. Operator on the floor. Didn't realize a player was on the flank, and Icebox looking for a bit more. He'll get punished, at least Scuba. They can pay for killing Mata.
Oh, this is such an angle.
But Jet's gone.
Oh, saw him. Yeah, he could have spotted some players in the bottom of mid, but Shenum just exposes him. B is empty.
Now Xanum is going to be a threat. No, not long. Scuba. Wow. A secondary for the round.
And Hunter's Fury coming in early. That's going to deny the spike. That's going to allow Shenum to get even closer here, or that's going to allow a Viper here, Scuba, to get even closer. Ardzine going for the plant. Not going to happen. Scuba's gone, though.
Scuba.
Yeah, the timing on the wall is just unfortunate, but this is huge now. 2-on-2, and this lockdown is going to have more than enough time to clear up this site and get this plant. But what are you going to say here? I think I have an idea.
Yeah, it's going to be the Ethan flank. I am big on noticing the flanks in this. It's big because MIBR do not know where Ethan is. He's the one massive unknown. Even, I think, Brock repositioning allows him to reset his...
What a shot.
Allows him to reset his positioning as well, which just causes more problems. And as you say, the shot from Ethan, collecting the operator drop from Mata a little bit earlier on. NRG looking for the 12. Only one member left to go.
Not ready yet.
Can he do it? There goes the spray through the orb. There's still a wall right in his face. Shock dart right through. This can make it possible. Verno. No, the defuse doesn't come in. The shock dart is perfect, but it doesn't connect on to Ethan. Ethan's still going for it, but the shot from Verno is there. Verno time through the wall, and Brock has no time. It is going to be the work of Verno to keep MIBR in this game. What a 1v2.
Yeah, oh my goodness. You thought after Ethan found the shot that it was going to be lights out. NRG find their 12, their reach match point. It's going to be a beautiful finish for them, or maybe not so much. It's definitely been a massive struggle here. That's, by the way, it's only been 2 rounds for NRG so far, and that was looking like it could have been the 3rd round. MIBR, though. Verno, what a finish. I mean, even the fact that he got revealed, by the way, through the smoke, likely could have and maybe should have died off that, but lives. 2 shocks to slow down the defuse, and then just hiding, playing time in the end, and time is not on NRG's side as Icebox takes the first blood once again, 2 rounds in a row.
You can't take anything away from NRG in that play, though, but here comes another opportunity for them. You gotta feel for Ethan, though. You gotta feel. He's playing so smart. So smart. Such intelligent Valorant, but still, Verno might not have only given them that round, but basically at the bare minimum overtime. The buy from NRG, only sheriffs right now, and they're forced to make passionate decisions like this.
Because the KJ is down for NRG, MIBR is like, well, there's not going to be any solo Sentinels stopping us from going over towards B.
No random util.
NRG are forced to gamble, so I mean, they've gambled the wrong side. This is where MIBR and quite comfortably locked in their 12, forcing NRG to look only towards the possibility of pushing it into OT, and I believe NRG only have the 1 rifle as well on towards Mata.
It's not like Energy are going to be confident with their buy next round either. Yes, these players are going to they're going to be surviving.
They're not, I don't think they're going to go for it. They're too slow. Yeah, this is over.
No, it's been over at least for the round here for NRG, but again, you have to think about the rifles in the next round. Yes, credits are being saved up. But NRG... Oh, Scuba's going to go down. Didn't need to go down potentially. It's still going to be a little bit tough in that next round. Mata is the one that needs to stay alive though. He does get another frag, but this is everything here, folks. 12-11, last round of regulation. NRG looking to push things into overtime, but things are really focused on the buy here. The buy from NRG is still stable.
Yeah, and this comes down to the fact that players like Scuba, they pretty sure he suicided because he was one of the players that didn't have a rifle. I think Mata was the only one that actually had a real gun, so he needed to stay alive. He actually got the final frag in there, but the rest of the players that died to Spike, they were the pistol guys that needed to go down. A couple last trades in there, but important for NRG to hold on to weapons as they're going to play for OT now. Super important round. Reckoning in play. Bladestorm, obviously, final round. Everything needs to go into this.
The timing on Shenum.
The timing!
So good from Shenum, and he has more to get.
It's ult gone as well. That's the Reckoning gone.
And that's Mata getting revealed right now. That's huge, huge, huge word from Shenum. But the round's not done by any means. Brock, what a kill onto Shenum. But that's only the mid presence getting taken away. There's still a killjoy in the bottom of the mid, but Mata takes him out. All three players remaining for MIBR are in the middle of sight now, and this shock dart is doing some work. There goes another molly, not clearing out anyone. Icebox with an interesting angle. Same thing with Verno. Everyone is vertical right now. Everyone is covering a different angle, a different distance, a different height. Icebox needing to back down. Same thing with Verno.
Saw him.
One recon dart was so good, but here comes Som from the back. Som does catch the one. Mata looking for another one. It's all on our scene. 10 HP, and he is gone. We have overtime.
Waited for Som to activate on the big flank once again. Just got to hold on a little bit longer. That was starting to get a little bit dicey, but NRG, they put everything into that. Punishing Zenom over towards mid, super important. Timing to get the kill onto Ethan, brutal. I mean, that could have cost him the round right then and there. NRG could have lost the map right then and there, losing the Reckoning, losing that first blood. Straight into the 5v4. Bringing it back though, pulling Zenom back into line, pulling it back into 4v4. Giving just a little bit more time for Som to work his magic, and then suddenly NRG are able to pull through on a very important round to get them into an OT where I'm not too sure how this is going to go, because we essentially have attacking side favor for both teams in terms of how this map has gone so far. Both teams have done a lot of work on the attacking side, where pretty much I expect the first defense win might be the winner of the OT.
Hella bullets coming in from NRG just to be able to clear out that back right side, but it doesn't look like MIBR is looking to fight this one at all. Two players disconnected, trying to go back into mid.
Deploying drone.
And that's all Verno can do, just stay disconnected, just try to utilize his utility right now. Because once that high tide comes in, it's going to be difficult to even have a realistic angle into the site. Hard's in, Verno rotating out, rejoining the rest of MIBR. NRG with barely any info right now. They're still utilizing every piece of util they have to make their way into this A site. The push plan is going to be very difficult here for NRG.
Spike planted.
First step is getting the plant down, and they'll can hope to get away with this with players alive, but more importantly, Artisan down is maybe doing some work for NRG. Trey's coming on through, but it's 2v3. Zenom locking in Icebox as well. And I talked about it, Gus. The first defensive round win might be lights out for the OT, with MIBR struggling on their own defense. NRG struggling on their own defense. The attacking rounds are all but written in stone. I mean, we know the attacking rounds are going to be the strengths for both teams. But if you win the defensive round, and now your MIBR swapping to attack, this is the position you want to be in, where you can just OT. It's going to be very short OT, my friend. Maybe just the 2 rounds. NRG are going to have to pull something nice for their defense, where they have mostly lacked on their defense.
That's such a tragic way for it to happen. It's NRG. They had really all the exit options there. They had the high-low setup. Shenum had to get a double kill to make that round happen for MIBR. Here we go. NRG on the defensive side now. Their weaker defensive side. But Brock already finding a bit of a pixel, almost finding himself a headshot, or almost finding himself a wall bang onto Icebox. All 5 from MIBR though, circling A right now, and NRG, they're usually ones to kind of fight this early A contact, but instead, they're tucking tail the same way MIBR did.
Not only is it opt for the retake, rather, if it comes down to retake, he's not willing to play for the flag, so it's going to be NRG fully stacking together to come through main.
It's going to be 4 players, 5 players from MRG already on site.
Everybody.
5 versus 5. It's all going to come down to this. Of course, they aren't seeing getting some frags, but it's Scuba. Scuba in the back. He's been here since the beginning of the round. He's able to get himself 3 and make it a 4th. Scuba keeps this game going.
Yeah, they needed that one. NRG
Switching
only won
sides.
3 of their defensive rounds in that second half, and now in OT, once again, when it really counts. By the way, one of the 3, the final of the 3rd defensive rounds that NRG won in that second half was on that round 24, the final round to get them into the OT, where they're once again required to win a defensive round, and now we're going into second innings here for the OT, where both teams very favored once more based on history to look good on the attack. And we once again see a defensive round win to really put the pressure on.
Oh my goodness, that setup early on from MIBR, looking for an early frag, and they found it. They can take on the rest of the round in 5v4, but they're looking for more. There goes a cheeky position there from the Sova. Verno, what can he find here? He almost gets exposed, but what a swing from Verno, and an even bigger kill from Artzine. 5v3 NRG. They're still looking to find some sort of way into the back of sight. Rock almost breaks through, but it doesn't happen. 3 players for NRG, 5 for MIBR, no flank. And no
This is heartbreaking for NRG. They've had so many opportunities. Som had 2 opportunities to get a kill and couldn't lock in any one of them. NRG have to abandon site now. MIBR is slightly wising up to this. No, they've just gone quiet. They want to pull members away. And they've done so successfully, at least with Aspas, who unfortunately for NRG is going to be the quickest one back. But NRG,
Screen down.
as I say, 3 I counted opportunities. Pretty sure Ethan had an opportunity to get one there as well, but just couldn't quite land the bullets required.
30 seconds left.
No way!
down A.
That was all on Artzine. Artzine had 3 to go. Couldn't be able to get a single one. Cortezia, though,
Spike
trying to fight
planted.
back. 2v2 here for MIBR and NRG. Oh, Cortezia almost gets exposed, but 40 HP, almost a quick frag. But both of these players down to 41. Scuba and
player
Brock looking to
standing.
combine, and it
One
works for
enemy
now.
remaining.
Aspas! Can he finish off Brock? All he needs is a single frag, but it is Brock instead to beat Aspas in a one-on-one. 14-13, and now
Switching sides.
NRG are
Match
1 away
point.
from winning a BO3 over MIBR.
And that was a 3v5 win as well. They pulled Aspas away, pulled it down to 3 versus 4. And where I said NRG missed out on crucial opportunities to find frags, they did not disappoint on the second go around. Go quiet, go back in. Instantly, it's Ethan locking in. Scuba as well, finding his frags. Scuba, who's been so impressive today. Brock also leading the way in the final 1v1. Gets a timing on Aspas, looking at the wrong location. 50-50, goes tails for Aspas. And for Brock, happy to collect the heads. There's now heads up for the match point, as you say. Potentially knocking MIBR down to the lower bracket. Pushing NRG 1 game away from an EWC qualification, a much needed EWC qualification for a team that is not going to Toronto. If they don't make this event, it's going to be a very sad and a very long break before stage 2 starts for them.
It's going to be a long road to try to make their way to champions at the end of the year, too. This is a lot going for not only the individuals of NRG, but the organization itself. Of course, you still have the club championship at the end of the EWC, too. So NRG, a lot going into this. Same thing with MIBR. But again, going into what has been the more comfortable side here for MIBR on attack. The last time we saw them here on overtime, they went fully into that A site. They are looking to condition a little bit back over towards that mid side. Shenum has been all over mid, but MIBR, they might find a quick early contact over in B, but the KJ was just dropping a piece of utility. It is just going to be safe on B for the defenders.
It would be very sad if they might be able to drop their attacking round for either team, really, given, once more, the storyline for this map so far has been the attacking side strong. The reveal on the Zenon, but no punish there.
He goes with the wall.
Poison's off.
And this is going to be the exit
go.
on B. Here we go. 4 players for NRG surrounding B right now. Can anybody get a contact? Scuba not able to get a headshot. The Molly
Spike
not going to be
planted.
able to connect onto the spike planter, but this is a huge angle for Scuba. Scuba still gets
big
plugged
wall.
up though. What a wall. Ethan looking to retake with his teammates, but not a single player from NRG getting a contact yet, and it's still a clean 5-on-5. The flank not going to be attempted here by NRG, not going to be attempted by Mata. He's still thinking about it, but nobody's going to be coming in from MIBR either. This is all just NRG waiting for this util to drop, and it's working. Here they go. There goes the high side. Mata's going to be able to take down Shenum. Still a lot more work to do, but 3 players on the front side for NRG, 2 players over in yellow for MIBR. MIBR
One
still with a
enemy
chance for the 2
remaining.
players over in yellow, but they're down to just 1. NRG just needs 1 more kill. Icebox comes out.
Defenders win.
NRG have defeated MIBR and are 1 series away from the EWC.
NRG, what a comeback story. This team has certainly had their struggles. The first team eliminated from the playoffs of NAVCT Stage 1. It is now the team that defeats MIBR, looking smooth as they move on forward to potentially qualifying into EWC. MIBR struggle streak on both of our opening halves on both of our maps, but this was honestly the map where you felt like MIBR had the real opportunity to bring it back around. Yes, they were tailing against NRG the entire way through, but they got it towards the end where they actually started to get that lead moving. Their attacking side on both maps, particularly this one, was so strong. And on this map, even more so than Split, they had that initial second half pistol win into then that second round anti-eco as well to really give themselves the momentum they needed to do what they couldn't do on Split, to equalize the scoreline. But the story towards the end for NRG was the fact that they won a critical round on number 24, pushing it into OT, staying alive in OT after dropping their first attack, being able to defend themselves, getting another defensive round. And then finally, you look over towards that final round on towards OT, winning on all sides of the map. Completely flawless cuts at the end there. Mata winning on the flank, winning on the retake coming from the defender side as well on Snowman. No members of NRG dropped. Complete 5-0 flawless domination on the retake, and they deserve that one.
Yeah, big day for North America, right? Hold on. A big day for North America. Am I right, guys? Am I right, guys? Eh? No, seriously. Big game from NRG, of course, at least in terms of stature and in terms of their future, because again, gives them a potential spot into the EWC. Still, we're going to revisit the bracket as we see MIBR take their rightful spot in the lower bracket, NRG into the semifinals. And again, that is just big stakes coming up from NRG, a team that, again, the chances for them going into that game weren't great. We didn't call it a revenge game, but some people might have been calling it a revenge game, maybe for MIBR, but y'all did not expect this to be a revenge game for the players of NRG, and clearly NRG took that loss in the regular season personally, and they flipped that mentality a little bit. Love to see it, folks, but we have plenty of Valorant still to be played on this broadcast because we have 100 Thieves and Evil Geniuses still to come up. So folks, we're going to send it over to a break real quick, and we'll be right back with that second series.
whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me.
Welcome back to the road to the Esports Cup, folks. My name is Upminds, joined here by Avril. We just went through, banger. Let's confirm it. Banger of a BO3 that just happened there. MIBR going down to NRG. So one of the top 3 teams of VCT from the last stage going down to a team that went down in the very early stages of playoffs. And we might see potentially a little bit of a similar story here. We have one team in terms of EG who, yes, they made the miracle run that so many people called it, but they were heating up throughout the season and they finally made the run at the very end work alongside their peak. However, 100 Thieves was a bit of the opposite. Came into the season looking hot, didn't exactly finish off the splits in the highest of fashions.
Definitely give the banger to the previous match, as if you go to OT and you go to multiple rounds of OT, it's definitely a banger despite it being at 2-0. So worth a playback for anyone that actually missed that one. Brilliant game, but hoping for another one. In fact, I would have said coming into this day, looking at the matchups, that this was going to be maybe the more competitive, closer game, just because I give MIBR a lot of due credit. They came third in playoffs. NIG bowed out straight away. They've also made a roster change, which we weren't sure about if that was going to work out for them. It has. And now for EG 100 Thieves, both teams did not qualify for Toronto, so desperate to make their way to Riyadh for EWC now in this, phase 2 of the NA qualifier for EWC. Importantly, because there's 2 teams qualifying from this bracket, one team that didn't make Toronto is kind of guaranteed to be there. It's assuming MIBR take the other spot, which at this point in time, given that they did lose in the lower bracket, who knows what could happen. They're going to be a scary team in the lower bracket. We'll have to find out how they do tomorrow, but for now, you could even have potentially 2 teams that are not going to Toronto go to EWC to join G2 and Sentinels, which is a huge opportunity for those 2 teams, given that if you don't go to Toronto, you're going to have a long break before now in stage 2. So getting to go to EWC in that time is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and just putting the run into context already, just for the confidence going forward for these teams. EG 100 Thieves, if before the objective wasn't just to win, now it absolutely is. Just because, again, it's just the potential of MIBR, the potential of NRG, what they've seen from NRG in the last split. You would like to think that this is an all or nothing game for these folks, or at least that's what they're kind of thinking. So folks, we do have our maps ahead of us though. Icebox and Pearl going to be our first 2 picks as the Permas come out for 100 Thieves and EG. Nothing changing from the last split. So we're going to end up on Icebox once again, that Pearl being that second pick. Not exactly too big of a surprise coming out from either team. We are seeing now that wider map of Icebox. We're seeing technically a wider map of Pearl. It is sort of leaning into both teams' play styles a little bit. Pearl being that 3-sided map, it takes a lot longer to do those rotations than being that slower team. They're going to enjoy that. Icebox, tighter choke points, tighter sights. Yes, it is a little bit wide, but 100 Thieves, they can definitely use that element of surprise a little bit. They can use that pop potential a little bit on that map. So can definitely see the highlights for both teams on both of their individual maps.
Yeah, so we did actually have 100 Thieves play this map versus Furia in phase 1. Which, obviously 100 Thieves did win that one, and we last saw EG play this map in playoffs versus Crew as well. So a decent looking playoffs run, I want to say, from EG. Both teams ended up only losing to G2, who eventually, came through and won the entire thing. So you could just say, like, yeah, unfortunately they met G2 a little bit early in the bracket. The eventual stage 1 winners a little bit cut short. Who knows how, particularly a team like EG, right, how they would have done against, say, an MIBR. For 100 Thieves, they did go up against MIBR in that first round in playoffs, and they lost that one 0-2. So not quite as good of a look, but at least for 100 Thieves, they managed to dispatch of NRG here. So we'll see how this one sort of pans out. I think we might see slightly different compositions coming on through. Did note that for EG, like to bring in a KO potentially for this map. Gecko for Arsenal was played versus Furia as well the last time they were on this map, so might just be like a tiny shakeup from what we just saw on Icebox just 1 map ago.
Yeah, we do get to see an EG who they aren't heading to Toronto. So yes, it is a team who they were able to test their comps versus some of the best teams of North America, and still doesn't look like they need to change too much, or they have much to even hide. But again, if you look at Icebox in general for a team like EG, even though again I'm saying that maybe this map might go against them, we still see the players that you kind of expect to succeed on this team. Yay is a big proponent on this map. Yay does pull out the jet on that Icebox, and to me, more importantly, we're just seeing a new look here from this EG team with Yay coming in, with Yay playing a little bit of a different style. I was saying this earlier, with him playing quote unquote a little bit of a different style from the last few teams that he's been on. He's going back to when he was basically building himself up to be El Diablo, playing that solo duelist, playing consistently on that jet, and now confident to be able to take space, and his teammates right behind him. He's more than confident that his teammates are going to be able to take advantage of the space that he makes, rather than Yay making a passionate move or being stuck on a Sentinel, and realistically his teammates can't work around it, whether because of course he's not actually making the plays, or of course his teammates just didn't have the ability.
Yeah, Potter knows what she's doing, putting Yay back into his masterclass on the Jets and just in a comfortable position to use the operator to snipe through, carry the team. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see him at the top of the scoreboard here. Icy is another player that we have to look out for on EG. Obviously, another big fragger on the team. Coming through will most likely be on the KJ for this map. And, you know, important to have the secondary and tertiary fraggers on that team to bring you some success. And I wonder what the pace of EG is going to be. It's become a bit of a meme at this point where everyone's like, you know, EG, the slow team, they're the slow team. There's just going to be rounds where they just don't do anything. That will be coming up ahead against a team that is quite quick, I think you'd say, Gus. Where like 100T are definitely on the faster side. They're a pretty quick, fast-paced team, so meeting of a bit of a clash of styles, I think, between these two.
Yeah, and unfortunately we didn't get to see this game, but 100 Thieves ended up playing out a 2-0 win over Furia in the qualifier, and more specifically on Icebox. That attacking side, quote-unquote, aggression that we would have seen from this team, it was there. We don't exactly know, of course, the nature of how that aggression kind of went down, but it was very overwhelming against Furia. Very specifically, their Sentinel players were not able to really catch up whatsoever. A lot of the players that would have been able to go for those first contacts very consistently weren't getting them for Furia, that being Lost, that being Orongo. But for 100 Thieves, you still get to kind of put a spotlight on this map on basically everyone on this team. Cryo, even on the attack side for this map, he did the absolute worst. He only got 3 kills while the rest of his teammates all had 6, 10, 15 frags on that attack side. He didn't need to come out though. It was a perfect side, 8-0 coming out from 100 Thieves over Furia on the attack side of Icebox. So again, it's not like we can't not expect that mentality coming into this game, and especially because it's been a good improvement actually since we've last seen Icebox in VCT play. I mean, 13-7 over Furia is certainly better than, you know, a 4-13 or a 9-13 versus Crew or MIBR. So at least there's something there for 100 Thieves, but again, no stream, so not exactly anything that we can kind of pop at.
EG, similarly, their previous Icebox game was versus Crew, as I mentioned, in the recent playoffs, and it was 9-3 on the attacking side for them. So, you know, EG, slow memes aside, on the attacking side, they're certainly getting the results. Ye, in particular, absolutely top fragging. But what most important thing for me here is, yes, he's playing operator, yes, he's on Jet, but he was 9 first kills over the course of that entire map, and 6 of them were on the attacking side. So get ready for some Ye dominance in here. If he is feeling himself and locking in El Diablo style, you're going to see a situation where a Ye first blood on the kill feed is just going to be natural. That's going to happen more rounds than 100 Thieves would like. So being able to punish Ye or just kind of do something about Ye is going to be quite important on the board for 100 Thieves, who, you know, for both these teams, as mentioned, a lot to play for. You know, MIBR obviously want to go to EWC as well, but for them, if they don't make it, they're going to Toronto anyway, and this is kind of like an extra thing for them. And obviously, it would be an amazing thing for them to double up the same way G2 and Sentinels are, but for these other teams, you know, they don't have that extra thing to play for. Or rather, this is the extra thing to play for because they don't have Toronto, and I think EG in particular, maybe both teams, but because EG was a little deep in the bracket, it kind of felt like maybe their run got cut short a little bit because EG was starting to come through and look very promising in that playoffs bracket, but just ended up meeting G2 a little earlier than they would have liked, and who knows what would have happened. You know, what if we have an opportunity where EG don't have to start in the lower bracket first and foremost, but if they do start in the lower bracket, what if, you know, they didn't have to fight G2? Could they have gotten over Sentinels instead? Could they have beaten MIBR? You know, there was a lot of unanswered questions for EG, so I don't think we've seen the best out of EG. I don't think we've seen everything that EG has to offer, which is why having them here now with the opportunity to run through this bracket and kind of show what they were maybe wanting to show a bit more of in playoffs, this is the opportunity, because they didn't get to play 100 Thieves as well.
Yeah.
So this will be them facing up against 100 Thieves in a playoff scenario that both of them kind of got robbed of that versus each other because G2 just like eliminated both these teams, right? So
yeah. I guess if we're continuing to put a bit of a spotlight on EG, I guess, and seeing where sort of that potential lies. You were talking about, you know, the potentially the first kills coming up from Ye. That's just about it. I mean, again, it's an EG team where they're still playing around with even the idea of being aggressive right now, purely because, again, you are looking at some very, very good support players. You're still looking at a player like Nature, who's still extremely sharp on a KO. KO, again, being a little bit more of that luxury pick, a pick where that player could realistically be a little bit of a floater, but still be important with their util. KO isn't that important, or at least the flashes aren't exactly that important on a map like Icebox. You know, Nature is still very much floaty, and he still very much does his job. And but with the rest of the team, there's a lot of focus on the utility. There's a lot of focus on, you know, the cascade of utility that comes into Icebox whenever the retakes finally come in, or whenever the take finally comes in. It's just an extremely tight site, just too much for you to look at. So again, that just puts more pressure on Ye, and that puts more pressure on Nature to be sort of those floaters. And again, on this map, they did spectacular. You ended up seeing Ye drop again 6 and 2 first kills and deaths on the attack side of this map against Crew. And folks, again, I'm not exactly, to say the least, I'm excited to see potentially some fireworks from EG, but also expecting, of course, the fundamentals from that team. But when it comes to 100 Thieves, again, for this Icebox side, I am still curious to see if this team has that adaptation in them, where if the super, or maybe not the attack side, but if 100 Thieves on their own attack side, if they're able to kind of, you know, get close in the first few rounds, but not exactly make it all the way there, doesn't come down to the individuals to make that difference. It has to come down a little bit to that team play a little bit. Maybe it's 1 or 2 situations that didn't go right, but that doesn't mean you have to put all of that weight on a player like Asuna to go get his individual frags. Doesn't mean you need to put all that responsibility onto Boostio once all of his utility is gone. 100 Thieves, they have had a tendency where in the late rounds, a lot of these players, they want to make a bit of a play, and it goes right sometimes. That can be 100 Thieves' you know, big successor for them, you know, even beating some of the bigger teams that they did. But also, of course, they could be their kryptonite.
Yeah, and to sort of continue maybe the Ye conversation slightly here as well, I mean, given our map pool today, if we get the split, which is the decider map, Ye is going to end up being potentially on a Astra, which is what he played in playoffs versus G2, the game they got eliminated from. But for the first 2 maps, at least, we're looking at definite Jet lock-ins. We're looking at, you know, Icebox Pearl back-to-back. Double Jet coming in for Ye, so a good opportunity for EG to, if they can maybe just clean this one up in a 2-0, Ye being on his traditionally best agent would be certainly the time to pull it through. Split could be a very interesting one. And just a heads up on the delay here as well before we get into map, just switching PCs for 100 Thieves. They have a bit of an audio issue, so hopefully that'll be fixed in short order.
Yeah, we'll get that wrapped up for y'all soon. But again, that map number 1 being Icebox, you were taking a little bit more of a focus on the rest of the map. So, I mean, might as well, right? Might as well look into, hey, doesn't matter.
It's Icebox, actually. Let's just look into that.
Hey, we'll wrap it up, though. The rest of the best of 3, it's Icebox, Pearl alongside Split. But yes, let's talk Icebox. Shouldn't be too much of a difference for either one of these 2 teams. We did just see 100 Thieves play a couple of games last week on Icebox, and they were still play a single game on Icebox and looked very confident against Furia. Not looking forward to any changes there in EG. You know, on the precipice of a little bit of an off season, still not switching things up either.
Yeah, this is exactly what we kind of expected here in terms of comps. Both teams playing what they had shown previously on Icebox with no variation there whatsoever. But it's good to see a little bit of a change up here. We have the mirror comp with the Harbors in our previous match. So this time around, no Harbor at all. In fact, neither team are looking for that extra controller. It's going to be just the solo Vipers kind of playing that controlling position. The rest of it is very standard. I mean, we always expect it's going to be the KJ, the Jet, the Sova to that extra flex position. Nature's, he's going to go over towards KO, and then Asuna, as mentioned as well, looking over towards Gecko. So I quite like the double Enid look for both teams. So Gecko, I've probably seen a little bit more of on Icebox. KO, I've probably seen slightly less. Yeah. But, you know, I trust what Potter's cooking up here.
Yeah, mainly because of the verticality, the poppability of the Dizzy, especially with it being
easy plant as well, safe plant, yeah.
Super easy. Yeah. Again, a little bit of a multi-tool in the hands of Gecko, but I was saying, again, in a position of luxury potentially here is Nature. He's still going to be pretty important, but again, it's just keeping an eye on the fact that Nature just has so much to manage going forward, purely because he's the everything man. You know, you're gonna have players for for EG in the post plant where they're going to have very set responsibilities. It is going to be Nature's job to kind of mitigate some risk, find the individuals flanking in, find the individuals maybe dashing in a bit early. He's gonna be that front side.
On map number 1, 100 Thieves defense, EG on the attack. Road to EWC, Gus.
Woo.
Very similar map pullers to what we saw in our previous series, with the additional Pearl in here, which we're definitely going to see in this BO3. Loser faces MIBR. Winner goes up against the new look NRG, which is looking very spicy.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. Barriers down.
There's a pause, baby.
Oh, never mind. There's a pause. Barriers are in fact not down.
Road to the EWC. Well on its way. Yeah, no, but it's cool for now. We are still awaiting this first round to go in, ladies and gentlemen, and it's gonna be a little bit tricky too, because whoever the admin is, he needs to be very communicative that these walls are gonna be dropping, because these players need to be kind of on their stuff. They need to see the text come up and be ready within 3 seconds. But yeah,
we have a very heavy lean already from 100 Thieves. We can just see on the minimap.
Yeah.
Towards the A side, it's going to be Cryo holding down solo on towards B. As I see what EG has worked in. Obviously, I'm going to be looking out for pacing here from EG as we continue to monitor how quick, or rather how slow, this team is, and
right,
that's going to work out for them. But you know, it certainly has had some results in the past. So slow or not, you win the round, you certainly win the round. And it's good to see EG on the attacking side first as well, because we can get a real good read on their pace for this map and maybe even for the series.
Yeah, and just paying attention here to maybe how EG is going to be rolling on that other side. But no, we're good now. No theorizing, no podcasting necessary. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. We have Valorant on our screens. The video game is live. EG, like we were saying before, mostly leaning over towards that A side. 3 players already in front here. 100 Thieves with 4 in the front side of A. But it's not like these players are going in too quickly. They're allowing the other players of EG to maybe poke and prod through mid, poke and prod through B main, before an approach gets made over here. But 100 Thieves, they're looking to bite down with a Dizzy.
You also saw Cryo back out a little bit as well, because well, there's turret in mid, but beyond that, okay, never mind. Mid is an afterthought, as it's all 100 Thieves. A mix of players, and it'll be enough, as you say. 2 left remaining. Only hope here is, I think, Superman going through mid to try and get a little bit sneaky, giving opportunity, but they don't know how pushed up Cryo is. That's going to cause problems for Derek.
Yeah, Derek's done for. Oh, well, this is just interesting here for Cryo, and Silva's going to be giving away the ping. And does Derek at least, like, yeah, Derek has an idea. Derek has an idea. This is okay. Interesting. He did peek the corner though. He did.
Poison orb emitting.
He did at least gut check the rest of the angle, so he at least had an idea that Cryo could have been there, but doesn't work out for the one-on-one. Good stuff from Cryo, and even better stuff from 100 Thieves. Very swift defense on the A site.
Need a drop.
And you saw even just hovering over each of the members during that pause, or more specifically at the start of the round. Asuna, Dizzy in hand, prepped it. 400 Thieves to be able to immediately react to EG popping on through on A, and that was just a giant punish. Allowed them to get a flawless, and Superman, the only unknown player that could have had an opportunity to maybe allow the plant to come on through for the extra money. Didn't get to activate in time, and hitting Crow cells, punishing Derek.
Here.
Cryo looking for another sharp ending here to his gun. That's going to be no spear taken over towards main, but still 3 more players waiting up here for 100 Thieves. Still look at the proactivity for the rest of 100 Thieves. You do have the KJ over towards the mid side.
God.
Gut checking, but it's all on Cryo.
Nice.
Yeah, Cryo.
Spike down,
Pistols on the other side, barely any armor. Beautiful little firing range here for Cryo.
Yeah,
One enemy
a
remaining.
little bit of clay shooting.
Yeah.
Clay's just popping into Cryo Cell's vision, and he'll happily tap them away. Nice little 3-piece there as we finish off the round. Clean 2-0. Should be back-to-back flawlesses here as well. Only Boostio took a little bit of damage here, but he's not even in position to take any further damage from Icy.
That's it. So, okay. That's at least going to be the second one coming back over towards 100 Thieves. But we have to look out for the guns now. EG. You get the guns in the right hands here. We haven't seen anything too aggro.
Line already.
We haven't seen anything too crazy from EG so far in this half to really give us an idea of what's happening up next. But we have an idea for 100 Thieves. Cryo picking up the op.
It's going to be an early one. Round 3 already. He will be the one player that will want to keep that one alive as long as possible, but this is still a bonus, but it is a bonus where Cryo is probably the one guy that doesn't want to die. So, not a 5-man bonus, we'll call it a 4-man bonus maybe.
He'll be in a safe spot. He'll be able to get at least a pick, an opportunity, right? That's sort of how it has to be. It has to be safe, but yeah, no, Cryo. Even in his little off angle, still getting picked up by the Owl drone. EG taking this real slow. They're trying to get mid advantage though, but Boostio has been here consistently the last few rounds. Still not spotted, but this spot has been good for him.
Look how aggressive 100 Thieves are pushing up. Cryo punished. Derek on 2.
Still EU with a
That might be the
chance.
damn break a little bit. By the way, mid as well has been completely opened up. So this is now EG with the potential to walk in, but EU is just slowing things down. Derek gonna fall by the wayside. EU with an extra one in there. Suddenly, the momentum shifts. Spike is dropped in the 2 plays from EG. That walk through mid have a lot more work to do. EU looking for the ace now.
Surely he can snag a 5th. One-on-one. Superman around the corner for EU. His bullet snapping to the foreheads of EG, and that's an ace for EU.
And he recovered the operator. No, he was like 1 second off. Cryo has to rebuy that because you saw you right at the end. He was running for. I thought, dude, if he recovers the op as well, on top of getting that ace and saving the day, would be pretty dynamite. Oh my goodness, he held that one.
I mean, they won against EG's first gun run. That's all that matters at this point, right?
True. Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, yeah, you drop the operator, you can afford to rebuy it here. And Hunter's Fury online so early as well.
Cryo's still in a little bit of a risky position. Gonna have to dash away if things go awry here, but it's not like EG have the potential here to confidently wallbang. But there goes a spray from Yay. What? Hello, Yay. Gonna be able to pick up the first. The Stinger's coming out, and it's a double from Yay. Cryo, long range with an operator, exactly where you want to be. And Xander around the corner doesn't deny the spike plant. We're still back down to a 3-on-3. Yay's finally gone to Cryo. Superman alongside one more to take on the rest of this round for EG to finally get a round down for EG. But it's not happening for now. One more remaining in a 1v3. It's the young Icy. Can he find a pixel? 2 players are off to his right, but he's looking for Cryo off of the mid side. Cryo's not going to spot him. Yay, or not Yay, Icy with an opportunity. Icy trying to put on his best Yay impression, but it doesn't work out for now. 4-0 going towards 100 Thieves.
Just didn't have the gun available. Very light buy, but even so, Yay kept it exciting. He got the first 2 and the only 2 kills for EG. That first one was actually a fairly long-range thing. You don't expect that. You don't think that was going to really be able to connect the way it does and win that trade, but he even converts on a secondary, opens the opportunity for maybe EG to get that thrifty in there. But not to be found, and a 4-0 start is a very nice beginning for this 100 Thieves defense where, you know, again, previously we saw on our last match here, it was the attacking side that was looking strong, but here for 100 Thieves, it is the defensive side that's begun quite on the upper hand for EG. Wishing they could get a bit more here. Reminder that there were 2 flawlesses in here as well.
Superman's already going to start things off real sharp. Back over towards the mid side. 100T, they drop a contact. They might need to regather that position, reuse some util there. And the EG, they continue to stomp through. This is a big one-on-one now. Asuna picks up the first, has a couple more to get, but not going to be able to take down Nature. And still a lot more work needs to be done by the rest of 100T. And now only EU. He already got himself an ace a little bit earlier, but that was with all of his teammates being alive. And it's not like this it's not like this isn't possible. EU has a couple of one-on-ones to get, but Nature is going to pick him down first. EG with their first round.
You get to wait for Null Command to go away as well, or at least wait for the suppression to be gone. Didn't have any util to work through. EG find themselves finally getting that one round on board. Cryo being the first death was pretty large, and that was a pretty reasonable outdoor rifle versus operator, and the rifle actually gets it. And it's all about able to control and flood that site. And a 1v4 is We're looking very likely as we'll move to the next round now with Yay, Bladestorm at the ready, and everyone else has got rifles, so standard. Sorry, I lied. I don't really have anything.
No, not exactly, but they still have the manpower. They have 3 players here on A. This Understory, though, sweeping things up a bit, and that's a bit unfortunate. Nature with a bit of ink on his face, and that's going to be done surely with Ye on a one-on-one against Cryo. Beautiful headshot from Ye. The knives counteracting a little bit, but still, EG, this is just a massive round for the future of this half. They need to stay perfect. They need to keep that score even here. EG, they're really building their economy at this point. All 5 players staying alive. And that could continue to be the case. Boostio looking for exits.
Yeah, he also didn't even buy because he's playing full Bladestorm and he's
Exactly.
getting resets on those as well. They've been flawless twice, and now they get an even better flawless towards, you know, the later parts of the round here. Obviously, the 2 flawless came in, I believe, was the first 2 rounds, so not nearly as impressive as what we are seeing now is timeout from, I think it's an EG, no, it's a 100T timeout, as they're coming into a buy. So that was a light buy. I saw a stinger there, a few sheriffs. And should be a ton of money on the EG side given that flawless, but also Ye didn't even buy the previous round. Don't know if he will really think about opping here. Probably on the offensive side, less likely than on the defensive side, but just even building up a decent bank of credits will be pretty useful.
Yeah, it's just the fact that, again, it is meant to be a little bit of a longer run here for this team. And 100T, they did hold off on their own investment a little bit in that last round. It's not like the Bladestorm was also invested into, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, 100T. This is actually an extremely early timeout, all things considered, considering that, yeah, they're up 4-2 right now. It's not like EG has put on the absolute best of looks in the earlier rounds, but this is still huge. This is still EG, you know, kind of building themselves now and even scaring 100T with only 2 rounds.
I think this is a round where the timeout really says to me, we have a bit of a lead, but we're losing momentum here. EG gained 2 rounds in a row. I started to look good in those rounds, particularly the last one with the flawless. We saved mostly in that previous round. Now we're coming back to an important gun round, we being 100T here, who need to now secure a round to make sure they're not broke again. Xander pushed up beyond the wall. This should be a free kill.
He didn't get it. Wow, Xander completely whiffs that.
No, that's just ridiculous. Xander missing out on that shot, but more importantly, what a kill coming in from EG. And now this side's completely lost for, you know, the 100T. No way they can fight this immediately with the Viper wall right in front of them, but oh my goodness, EU picking up 2 at the same time. Yay picking up the pieces, but that's an unreal kill from Boostio. 2 huge kills from Boostio. Still now a 1v2, and this is very possible. Superman has a 1-on-2 in front of him, but the Viper's pit is there. Can he isolate a 1-on-1? No, he can't. Boostio doesn't nail his shot either. This is just an awkward situation here for Superman. He's still trying to somehow isolate these 2 players from 100T, but they stay connected to one another. They're glued to each other at the moment with the spike right in front of them.
Yeah, 100 Thieves bailing teammates out. Cryo getting flashed. Looked like it was going to be a freebie for EG, but 100 Thieves working as a team there. Spike is still on the ground, and 100T are going to
30 seconds left.
Back away, but play together with the amount of time remaining. As long as Superman can make the cross happen, which he had the toxic screen up, and now he's got a cross with it down. He might need to just activate really quickly.
Last player standing.
Oh, he's just gonna peek that one. Wouldn't it? I would have assumed it would have been better for him to play off the wall and
yeah, maybe that was the
expectation. Cross with the wall down.
Yeah, maybe that was the expectation. Maybe that was the expectation where, you know, it's a tell that, you know, hey, the wall goes up and, you know, surely he's trying to go for the swing, and then at that point somebody else swings out over in the outside to maybe cover his angle. I don't know. I really don't. A lot of different circumstances there at the very end, but
sure,
yeah, to be honest, it's still a decent effort, right?
It does end up being that, you know, it's clear that Superman thought that there were going to be players there. He checked that location and ends up being a dry swing, but the swing that really was a little bit costly was Xander. Bailey to get that opening kill. I think trading for 1-for-1 there is kind of required. Very high action round, a lot happening in that previous round, but 100 Thieves after the attack timeout, that was a very necessary win for them.
This now leaves EG in this next round not exactly at a loss. They have the rifles they need, but in the early round now, they haven't made any attempts over towards the A side. If anything, they've just been trying to deny the information that 100 Thieves have been trying to get deeper into this A main area. But look at the watch for EG and the rest of this map. They're really looking for 100 Thieves to make a misstep.
Look, this is classic EG. This is what everyone says when they talk about slow EG. It's funny because I think the other rounds weren't particularly very slow, but this one right now, they do get the punish. You wanted to see EG get somebody from 100 Thieves maybe pushing up a little bit more, and Cryo bites off a bit more than he can shoot. 100 Thieves still have a reasonable retake, assuming Boostio lives here, because he does have a lockdown with time running out. A little bit of a longer run coming on in. Plant has to happen. Everyone's shifting. 100 Thieves knows what's up.
And even then, not able to bite down. EG able to pick up a frag back, but hello, Xander. Xander from Snowman picks up a couple of big frags, and now the lockdown down. No plan coming in from EG, and no chance, period, to even get into the middle of sight. Xander, what a rotation, and Xander, what a sequence.
That is unfortunately one of those rounds where not only is it a slow EG round, but it's like a grossly slow EG round that was also playing into the most obvious win condition as well, where there's no time left. They did get the punish on a Cryo, which you will give that credit for. It's like, okay, the slowness awarded them the 1 kill on a pushing Cryo. That's actually pretty decent. But then given that there was only 30 seconds left to play through, as soon as footsteps are being heard and you're not seeing movement on A, it's going to be B. 100 Thieves knows what's up. They're full rotating over towards B as well. And the lockdown, really nice in that timing when there's no time to plant. A lockdown in that position is almost a guaranteed win. EG have to push to destroy the lockdown, which is going to reveal positioning for members, force them to awkward situations. And 100 Thieves have all the time to play through, and EG have none of it because too much waiting. That's one of the definitionally slow rounds from EG that they don't end up winning.
Right, and I guess for that sort of approach from EG to kind of work out, it's basically what happened in the early round. They were able to kind of pull in a little bit of discontent, maybe 100T with the positions that they were at, with the lack of contacts that they were getting early on in the rounds. They were able to pick away at one player that kind of overstretches their angle a little bit, and that's it. You know, EG still successful, but like you said, it was the win conditions. It was what 100 Thieves were playing for the whole round already. So EG needs a little bit more foresight on that, and potentially we can see that slow play style start to work out a little bit more. But here comes a Viper Spit coming in from Xander. Xander covers up B main. EG has no angle here.
Early Hunter's Fury. Oh, this is 100 Thieves dumping in all of their ultimates, and it's going to work out in EU's favor here. Nice early kill onto Nature. A is looking very nice in terms of how many members of 100 Thieves are already there. Viper's Pit is not the most comfortable for EG to walk into, particularly now with the lack of one of their initiators. So what is the pacing going to be now for EG? I think middle is going to be actually quite important here. If Ye can get some movement in, destroying turret is going to draw some attention.
Yeah, I would like to think that EG, one of their only options now has to be retaking mid, because yeah, of course, the Viper Spit is going to be there for a shutdown of B, but that also allows whatever other player is playing in B to play deep in mid, to play a quick rotation to A. And there it is, Boostio. Again, deep into B, deep into Kitchen. He is able to actually spot Superman. Could have been the 1v1 for Superman, but instead EG lining up for A. It's going to be 3 players here, Apple.
Super just looked the wrong way. Bad timing from Boostio, catches him out. Then they now know 100 Thieves. There's no possible other angles that EG can come from with minimal time remaining. Once again, EG forced their way up A without having been able to do too much groundwork for it. And this is one of those EG rounds where, at least in the previous one, where you could say they were slow, but they at least got that opening kill onto Cryo, turned it into a 5v4, and then lost to the lockdown. Here, they lose an early member. Couldn't quite get enough done on any part of the map. Weren't interested in pushing into B, which is understandable. You didn't want to walk in towards Viper's Pit, and weren't confident without having the extra util from Nature going down. But then you have a situation where they lose mid control as well. Bad timing for Super. Everyone then just has to rush into A, and it's all over. EG
You're good.
Are being punished quite heavily here, 7-2. This was looking competitive for those 2 rounds that EG got, but those 2 rounds feel like they were quite far away.
I was about to say Xander. A good angle for Xander, but no way. That's going to be Cryo around the corner now. Trying to pick away at 1 and 2 B main, but it just doesn't happen. No pixels given, instead an owl drone right in his face. And that's all EG have wanted for a long time. Some sort of early advantage to recollect your players and just make that last take just that little bit more potent.
You'd think that this could potentially be the round now. It has to be because it's 5 versus 4. They got the early pick. Cryo under a little bit of pressure, get 30 HP, but he'll get away with his life. Maybe equalizing the Jet HPs here a little bit sooner, doing a little bit of traveling on his own, but a ton of ultimate. This is why I think it's definitely a winnable round. EG, null command, in deep, plenty of post-plant options here as well. Lockdown or Viper's Pit, either is good.
Viper's Pit up. This is basically the formation here for EG. EG now needs to just sweep the extremity of this site. Nature, again, no longer has that null command, no longer can get revived if he goes down, but this is 100 Thieves struggling to find an angle on this Viper's Pit. Nobody from EG playing aggressive right now, playing on the extremity of this Viper's Pit. Icy, who was trying to play safe in his own spawn, does get spotted out by Boostio, but otherwise, EG, they play this one out really fundamentally.
100 Thieves will give it away as well. Their own economy, you would think would be a little bit more healthy given the 7-2 scoreline, but they're not really feeling that one. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody retained the operator dropped by Cryo. Might be Asuna who actually picked that one up, who's sitting all the way in spawn, but they should have been able to retain that up, but not interested in the rest of the retake there. And yeah, Asuna definitely was able to retain that very expensive item. So well done by EG. This time around, they were able to once again get an early lead in terms of 5v4, but unlike the super slow round a couple rounds ago, this time they pulled the trigger a little bit earlier, get a little bit more aggressive, change up their timing, play the very, again, obvious win conditions, but now on their attacking side, no command for the execute to walk on in, suppressing the entire defense into either the Viper's Pit or the lockdown. Viper's Pit gets played. Icy does die there, which means that if the pit falls for some reason, they don't have the extra util, but it doesn't matter. Didn't end up being the difference maker, and they get the round.
And you're still looking at 100 Thieves continuing to switch up that A approach once again. Again, some sort of deep contact they like to get, but they're really just relying on the Sova. They're really just relying on his utility potentially to try to catch off EG. But it's early recon that is so important against EG. You have no idea where this slow approach is coming from, but it is EG that gives off a little bit of an early tell. 100 Thieves, they bite down on it. They have 3 players in the back of A now because of it.
You should run.
Yeah, both teams are kind of lacking on info here, and EG is feeling that to the point where they feel like they need a lockdown and play with Ye gone down. That is, first of all, the player that you would like to have alive, but more importantly, you don't expect to play on your side to die when you are offensively locking down. They didn't even get site control of the lockdown. That is really rough.
Yeah, no Spike playing with that lockdown. I mean, that lockdown is so huge. 100 Thieves easily step back into sight, and yeah, this is going to be a little bit cheeky here from, oh my goodness, this is surely going to be a little bit cheeky from EG, the fact that they have somebody over towards B side already, but that is
Cryo smells
tragic.
He already knows the potential of the flank is there, and that's exactly what is happening. I don't think Superman's going to push. He's just giving the opportunity for Nature to plant, but reminder, Nature is no HP. That looks like 5 or less HP. So you essentially have one unknown player in Super, and then it's Nature, who has planted on B, but has just nothing to work through. Super has to be the linchpin here. Did he get scanned?
That recon didn't catch him. No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
Oh, wow. That should be a free kill, but is it enough? It's still 2v5. Even if he only gets
safe. Okay. Oh, he got him. Superman, he can work from here. 4v2, but again, Nature so low. Here comes the verticality. It works onto Superman, and now it's only Nature. Nature has a wingman to try to take down. He somehow gets another headshot, but Asuna forces the headshot onto Nature. That is going to be the wingman defuse. That is going to be 100 Thieves continuing to stomp on this defensive side.
Oh, just not enough numbers. I think it was more like a 2v4. Definitely a 2v3. You're like, that is a nice opportunity for 100 Thieves. 100% EG to swing back around. That was looking pretty dire, but too low HP on Nature. And Superman probably needed more than one. Obviously, we're asking a lot there, but in that situation, it's do or die. You don't have anything else to use the one unknown player, which means you're probably going to be able to get 1 kill versus 5. That is only 1/5 of the team, and the 4 else alive after that. It's just a numbers game is way too much.
Cryo not getting ticked. He's still going to have a couple of opportunities here. He has Xander right next to him, but Xander, realistically, is just going to be here to try to utilize his molly, but no way. Try to covering the gaps, and it doesn't work out, and yay. strikes out Cryo. 3 players remaining here for 100 Thieves. But this is finally a confident round coming out from EG. It's unfortunate that this sort of round coming out on the very last half and a half. But EG will take it in terms of confidence. EG wakes up a little, pulls themselves together. A flawless 4th round going into the second half. But they have a lot of work to do on the defensive side of Icebox. Folks, we're going to go to a break. But when we come back real quick, it's going to be the second half. Don't go away. The slow and methodical takes of Evil Geniuses doesn't exactly break through 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves breaks out of that defensive side with an 8-4 lead going into the second. My name is Upmine, joined here by Avril here for the Esports World Cup. It is the second semifinal of our day. And again, EG, they're looking for a strong start here on this defensive side. They need a strong start if they want to hold on to this map 1.
Yeah, 4-0 for 100 Thieves is not the greatest for EG on the opposite end, but EG was at least able to come look strong on their final round. You even said it before we went to break. It's a good finish for them. It's a strong ending, but kind of wishing you saw a little bit more of that in the earlier rounds.
But now EG, let's see how their defense kind of plays out here on Icebox. They are really just monitoring the situation here, really holding hands. 2 players here in the back of A, you know, tightly together. Yay, just monitoring the situation. But EG, they're really looking for a bit of a surprise here whenever 100 Thieves marks out one of these players, and there you go. It's one of these players, but do they expect the second? There goes the flash. Yay is able to pick up one from up top and make it a second. Beautiful from Yay. 100 Thieves, they still have 3, but they're already so low. EG have already shredded this team.
Yeah, I mean, the defensive toxin screen completely cutting out 100 Thieves, and Yay cutting down 2 of those members as well. Now the jig is up. Time is fairly low at this point. Nature in a brilliant spot. He'll get a freebie here, you would imagine. He does.
The crossfire.
A bit of health for that one.
30 seconds.
It's just cool that around the corner, EG, they have 2 other options there to help out that one contact that Derek started to put out. 100 Thieves, not a bad look. But Evil Geniuses looking pretty strong. Finally, a bit of a positive look, but yeah, it is just a pistol round. Not much to really mark on. It's just the fact that EG, they now have the obvious opportunity to knock on a couple of rounds, take off that advantage from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, outlaw round coming through from Yay as well, so he obviously has shown up across the board, 15 and 10, double digits on his team. And for EG, early lead here to climb back into the series. They're not that far behind. A 4-8 finish isn't the end of the world, but 2 in a row here. Pistol and then anti-eco bringing them up to 6-8. Very nicely closed the gap as 100 Thieves want to go for the same A play again. And as a reminder, 100 Thieves probably could have gone away with a bit more if they weren't just spotted out. A bit of a sneaky peek from EG that wasn't even util involved. It was just a player being spotted.
Gonna allow for Ye around the corner to maybe get himself a shot onto 1 or 2, and actually the second shot of the Outlaw still works out, but that's a little bit unfortunate, isn't it? But my goodness, the firing range from Derek works out. 3 frags off the Sheriff. Wish we had that angle, but yeah, Derek might be able to shadow play that one.
That's the second time as well that we've had a situation where 100 Thieves are full committing on towards EG, waiting for the hit to come on through, but more importantly than that, they're so prepared for it. They have so many members ready, waiting by on towards A. They've just correctly guessed, gambled, read the situation that EG, or rather that 100 Thieves are once again going to heavily push up towards A, and 2 out of 2, brilliant punishes. Obviously that last round wasn't anti-eco, but still a very clean anti-eco.
And 100 Thieves on their own buy run, not exactly switching things up, right? Still going over towards that A side. And EG, it's not like we've seen aggression from them, but on a gun run like this, you might expect a little bit more proactivity. A rush over towards B main, or at least a flank from B main, might be anticipated. But 115 left, 100 Thieves, they're still very slow here on A.
Well, yeah, he's already rotated, so EG once again is sniffing it out. It's 3 A's in a row. This time there's slightly less members here because 100 Thieves, or rather EG, are thinking there's no way 100 T go A 3 times in a row. There's still enough time to cancel this one and maybe push over towards B because you have Xander moving up a little bit. Cryo down though. That causes problems with 100 Thieves, and now it looks like they're going to have to potentially commit.
Okay, missed shot there from Ye, but that was actually impressive. They're coming out from the Spectre. That was a long-range kill coming out from Nature on the Spectre to get himself the start here for EG. But here comes EU around the corner, basically alone here. He has nobody with util, he has nobody behind him, but they're going to finally the swing from the killjoy. But hey, Asa from up top. Derek with an opportunity, but not able to get the second. Yay, no shot. What a shot from Boostio. Icy's been here the whole time. He just needs a body shot and it works. And Boostio, it's the same thing, just a body shot Icy and it works out. And indeed, he is able to snag both.
Looking a little bit tricky in there though.
Right.
Decent flashes coming on through, and starts to look like 100 Thieves will at minimum plant, which they do, but maybe even win the round. As Icy and Superman keeping it chill. EG 3 in a row. This is like the opposite of what we saw. Basically a defensive 4 in a row for 100 Thieves, now 3 in a row for EG, who are looking poised to make that for themselves, as you're not going to have any money online. EU's even looking over towards the Marshall here, which I'm not too sure if he's going to really be able to compete with that. Guardian online for Cryo. And an equalization to score 8 and 8 would be a very comfortable look for EG.
Yeah, to say the damn least, because, yeah, like you were saying, very good start from 100 Thieves, but realistically, for the rest of that first half, EG were able to take it tit for tat, you know, able to at least keep the scoreline at least relatively tied for the remaining rounds left in that first half. And now EG on this side just stomping away. Definitely impressive on paper, to say the least, but 100 Thieves, still a lot more work to do in this round, right?
And look at the read here. This time, EG's like, okay, they're not going to do A 4 times in a row. They failed it 3 times in a row. This time, we're going to put members over towards B instead, heavily so, leaving a bit of Killjoy utility on towards A, but even now, they're getting a little bit worried. EG are considering that maybe they're leaving A, you know, full retake might not be the best, as 100 Thieves are going to slow their movement quite a bit. It's almost like they're doing more of an EG style of playing more of the slow waiting game.
Right.
Working up with a massive blob of players very slowly, and now walking in. Here we go.
And it just works out onto Superman at the bare minimum, but Ye is covering Superman, and Superman stays alive to get the kill. Wonderful from Ye. Xander trying to clean things up, but that is Ye coming into play once again.
I wouldn't be surprised if attack pulls will come through very soon. This is going to be the buy round now for 100T. They're 4 rounds down, and they need to heavily think about what they're going to do in what is going to be their second gun round, but a very important one for Economy, because they're just being completely snowballed by EG right now. So this was, by the way, if you actually look at the first half here, this is the round that EG came back on 4-0, and then EG gets 2. Now it's 4-0 for EG in the first 4 rounds. Can 100 Thieves get their 2 back? Can
100 Thieves basically do the exact same thing and push things to an overtime, is basically what Avril is saying. Avril wants more Valorant. I'm proud of you, man. You've been around Valorant for, you know, a little bit of time. It's good to see that you still like, you know, the old competitive Valorant. But here comes EG, trying to give us some competitive Valorant indeed over towards Kitchen. Icy gonna be able to take down Xander. So a lot more work over towards side, though. 4 players from 100T on the front side, but no util to cover up Yay over towards Snowman. It still works out for Cryo to get himself a frag, but 2 players here for EG, covering the backside of site. 100T, they have advantage of sight, but EG, they have everything surrounded at the moment. It's still such a fragile situation for EG, but there you go. Thrash works alongside Cryo, and now it's a 1v3.
Yeah, there was Thrash recovered coming through from Arsenal, and now
Derek! Oh my goodness, can he clutch this one out, Derek? In position now, 1 versus 1. Sova versus Sova. Dart has been played through, but it has been taken down. This peak is gonna be it. Guns out or not. EU's position is known. The time game is here. EU just wants to run. He wants to bleed the timer down. And Derek is desperately hunting. I don't think he's got time to defuse. He does not, which means EU should have the round locked in, knows what the game plan is, slowed it down enough. And we talked about 100 Thieves needing to get this round back in. It will cost him his life, but they get the round.
And EU is having a life game during this one. EU, so many clutch plays. I mean, you had the ace a little bit earlier on, but that one was just clutch. He's had some fundamental frags throughout this game. It's still keeping 100 Thieves in the game, 9-8. But again, such a fragile situation where 100 Thieves, they needed that Thrash. They needed Asuna to come up with that ultimate in the last second for that to work.
it actually looked really good for 100 Thieves to start with, because they got the Thrash, opened up B completely, and the re-Thrash got the detain. They were massively ahead. Derek pulled it back in EG's favor and brought it down to a single 1 versus 1 that was decided by time. So for 100 Thieves, precarious, because, man, they could not have afforded for Derek to clutch up there.
Too suppressed.
Now 100T, they're really taking their time here on A once again. Wall up in the front from the Viper, but the Aldron is able to spot out Ye. Ye goes into a bit of a different position. It's going to be on Cryo to take on the one-on-one against the Jet. He might even updraft right into the crosshair of Ye, if anything. It's still a little bit difficult. Wall goes up. Here comes the approach from 100T. Nobody on EG yet with an eye, but Nature gets 3 players, but only able to actually get the kill onto 2. Boostio does take down Superman, but still advantage going towards EG.
He's coming.
They can recollect here. And like you said, flank coming in, and these players, they can just chill as that flank comes in.
Well, yeah, he's certainly chilling here. Boostio cops the back end.
That's it.
Oh, that operator shot. Icy activates at the end. EU has no clue what is happening there with the flank. EG, patience is a virtue here. What brilliant shots we saw from game. Multi-fragging on the operator. This is El Diablo in action, and EG now 9-9. It looked like 100 Thieves are maybe gaining a little bit of momentum back, but in the first 6 rounds here, it's 5-1, and at one that 100 Thieves got, like I said in the last round, it was one that they almost didn't even win. And when they did win, EU still dies anyway, and now they're straight back into an eco. Looking like EG might just run away with this one. 10 should be more than locked in for EG, hitting double digits. So 100 Thieves, again, they need to find a way to buy themselves back in once they get the guns in the following round. But for now, looking at how and if EG can win this one clinically.
Ooh, well, EG backing out extremely early from that A site. I mean, yes, you do have the Viper util over towards B as per usual, but the Gecko pulling out a bit of a look over towards B, and this might be the quickest that we've seen 100T make their way onto any sites right now. There goes a recon bolt just to try to make their way into the middle of A. They still have a lot more to go. It's just the fact that 100 Thieves, they didn't know at all that EG basically abandoned the site. Now EG, they've gotten a little bit of a second idea, a little bit of a second thought that these players are going into A. There goes the lockdown. EG, they have 3 players in the back of A to hold this down.
Nature kills Boostio. That's another situation where you would like to see a little bit more success out of the offensive lockdown. 100's Fury in as well from 100 Thieves, and they're losing more. Again, they're the team that are throwing in ultimates, and yet they are dropping members. At least the plant comes on through. 100 Thieves have that much to work through. Again, they have no weapons here.
Oh, wait a minute, but the Sheriff,
do not need weapons.
this is unbelievable. EU, with a sidearm, able to get himself 2 frags. Cryo covering his back. He has a Guardian. Could be able to potentially find a pick or 2. He has the lineup behind the smoke, and he got him!
No way.
1-on-1, and he only needs a single bullet. No, actually, Icy. 2 bullets remaining here for Icy to try to take him down, but Cryo just needs 1 bullet to the body. But Cryo, there's the bullet he needed. Bullet to the head of Icy, and he wins out the round for 100T.
Man, 100 Thieves come through with a huge round from Icy. My goodness, that really should not have gone wrong for EG, considering the numbers that they still had in there, the early picks that they had, and now Potter's the one that's going to time out. Like, wait, what the hell just happened? That was our round. How did we lose that one? We had an early lead. Double ultimates being dropped on 100 Thieves, and 2 members from 100 Thieves dying when they are offensively ulting. They put down the lockdown. They threw in the Hunter's Fury, and they were the ones dropping their members. And yet EG are still not able to close it out. And in the 1 versus 1,
Oof.
revealing himself maybe slightly too early there, allowing Busio to just get that 1v1 cleaned up versus Icy.
It's still a tough game for both of these teams very clearly, but it's not like, again, it's not like we haven't seen the early rounds just go right for EG again. Yes, they battled back against that lockdown, somehow able to make their way into the middle of that site. But that's the great thing about this 100T team. There's a lot of great individuals on this team. You call upon them in the right moments, and I mean, you basically have a combination of 5 players who can dig a team out of a very, very bad rut. It's just talent here for 100T really working out in some of these rounds. What's up, Avril?
That was the eco. They had no guns, actually. They had some armor and like a sheriff. So
yeah,
there's a humongous thrifty on top of everything else. If 100 Thieves needed anything to buy back in, that was it.
Somehow unbelievable that was an eco, but still. Now with the rifles here for 100T, they finally switched up their approach, quote unquote, finally going up over towards that B site. We've consistently seen them over towards A, at least in the early rounds. Owl Drone comes out, but this is going to allow Ye now to step up a bit. He hears a whole lot of util and still doesn't show face just yet.
EG have made the right call.
Oh, wow. Read this correctly, and Superman is required like a book.
And Ye's
One
there.
way to block out any sort of reapproach, and Ye will even pick up a free Xander on top of everything else. EG, tactical pause, talked about it, knew they were in the lead, knew that they kind of fumbled that one a little bit. Very winnable round versus an eco. Now this time, back into another 5 versus 3, but there is a free site. It looks like EG gonna have to play for a retake here.
Again, this is one of those winnable rounds by the guidelines of 100 Thieves I've seen so far in this game. 3v5, but they have full advantage of this site. The Gecko ulti could go pretty big here and trying to isolate a player or 2, but they need to do a whole lot more work before that mentality really comes in. Boostio with a line of sight over into mid, doesn't spot anyone just yet. The shock dart's important. It doesn't hit the lockdown though. 100 Thieves needed to back out. Again, they only have the Gecko to utilize here in terms of the ultimate, but the Thrash has to go in somehow onto the spike. The Thrash going in. Thrash denying the spike at the moment, but Icy with a big kill on the Boostio. Asuna covering up the angle. Big Dizzy. Asuna, 1v5. Can he do it? Asuna gets 3 kills out of the 5, and it works out still at the end from EG, but Asuna almost aligning the stars for an unbelievable 1v5.
He would have to have gotten an ace there to save the day for 100 Thieves, and we would nearly believe it as well. That Dizzy getting him 2, but just too many members alive. Remember, it was a 5 versus 3 retake, and I'm going to say it, if EG lose another 5v3, that could be mentally backbreaking for them, especially after they just burnt a tactical pause for that as well. But 100 Thieves made EG work for it. Very nice plant. Again, EG played into a post-plant situation, giving up A basically entirely, and it cost them a lot to get that done.
Now with the pistols out, a couple of pistols out.
One hero rifle and cryo.
It's basically all 5 weak here for 100 Thieves trying to step into this A site, and EG Yeah, no, they do put out a bit of a contact here, but this crossfire from Ye is the biggest one, and Ye still guarantees himself a frag in that situation, but that's huge. Look at the trades coming in. Cryo with his own frag off of the hero rifle onto Ye, and now it's man advantage for 100 Thieves, who again, coming in on pistols. Superman able to get himself another frag. Icy doing the same 1v2. Cryo standing still with that rifle, and now he finds himself in a safe place.
Falling off was so huge there for Cryo. And now he could be anywhere, but is Cryo ready?
Wow. He wasn't. Icy on the ropes, and Cryo just didn't look up. Thought that maybe Icy was going to come from below. Spray down for the defuse, and EG, sure, they won the round, but luckily it was still very close. They nearly lost to an eco from 100 Thieves again. EG are winning these, but man, is it just costing them so much in a 1v1. Nice smarts from Icy to say, I don't think he's going to check above. I don't think he's going to have crosshair on ropes, and this is my opportunity, and it absolutely worked.
Oh man, we saw this situation a little bit earlier too, where the team on top at 11-10 specifically, they were still low on UT or still low on economy. So if that team that's winning on the 11-10 loses that round out, they have to eco on the 11-11, basically giving that next round to the other team, basically giving a 12-11 comeback a little bit. This is scary, scary stuff for EG at the moment, even though, of course, they do have the bye, even though they're on top, it's still scary.
Arsenal in these last few rounds, man, has been standing out a lot to me. Definitely pulling through in very remarkable situations, in very close situations, but not close enough for 100 Thieves to hold on to their lead that they generated from that first half, as EG now has confirmed 11-10. Zix calling the timeout here for the bye on 100 Thieves after what was nearly another thrifty win. 2 thrifty wins on this side would have been incredible for them, but happy to have the money finally, and us with another thrash on board. This will be his, I believe this is at least is definitely a second thrash of the half so far.
Hugely important stuff here in 100 Thieves. They switch up their approach on what is.
Look at that abandon on the A.
Ye's
Not everyone's
all alone.
gone, but
Yeah, no, again, it's just Ye here on this B side. But again, 100 Thieves spreading themselves out just a little bit. Yes, if they get the pick there onto Ye, it's not like 100 Thieves can take full advantage immediately. EG, they still have a player or two who can deny some space. They still have a Viper's Pit. They still have a Hunter's Fury to utilize. A Hunter's Fury is going to be huge potentially in this round. But scary to see that Viper's Pit not be utilized. Maybe they're waiting for a little bit more of an important round, or Superman's lining up for it as we speak. And that's exactly what happens. Okay, Superman gets the Viper's Pit out, has basically delayed 100 Thieves by about 30-40 seconds here in this round, but they're still going for A. They're still going for the Viper's Pit. They're still going for the plan. Nature on the front side with the KO, with the flash, not going to be able to get anything, but the spike down off of the wingman. All 5 are still alive. Icy finally with an interaction onto Cryo. Icy gets taken away at the same time. Everyone's just hiding behind these Viper's Pits, but the Hunter's Fury coming in, putting in some chaos for 100 Thieves, but still nobody gets spotted. Derek did get some damage, but the round is far from over. 2 players in the middle of a Viper's Pit for 100 Thieves.
Hunter's Fury got one single tag, but did not disrupt the plant itself. Double pit in play, but the plant is there. That's the most important thing, because Nature find contact here. Oh, the barrel was spotted, but Xander couldn't turn in time. It's looking good for EG. Nature with the 2 pickups, and it'll be enough for EG to put themselves onto map point. And for 100 Thieves, it's another close, heartbreaking round. More heartbreaking because it was a bye for them. It was right after the attack pause as well. It was a really nice approach from them to have the gusto to say, you know what, there is a defensive Viper's Pit. We're fully committed on towards A. And for their own offensive Viper's Pit, getting them the plant, it's really winnable. But it's also now been, if you want to be completely honest, which I will be, a lot of failed A attempts from 100 Thieves as well. They've barely touched B. They look like they're going to go for A again. They're going to end this map the way they started it. It's A or nothing.
One suppressed.
Early knife getting a bit of information, very important piece of information. Why would the KJ be in that angle? Yay. Still looking for a little bit more here. Finds one on the other side, and with the smoke up, he dashes away immediately. But that is still a kill onto Derek. Nature had to get two there, but that didn't work out. And the Hunter's Fury of EU is working out. A has been cleared up completely by 100 Thieves, thanks to the ultimate and thanks to the aggression of EG.
Got a couple of unknown players here as well. Site looks free. 100 Thieves as Xander activates. Icy has no clue. Xander was all the way there, but similarly, we are looking on the other side, the final member alive, onto EG to get it all done. Super. 100 Thieves have no clue where he is, but at this point, Super's not working with too much. He also is aware that Xander is somewhere on the map, and both of our lurking Vipers are causing problems for each other. The time is the issue here. What is Super going to do about this 1v3?
Nothing.
He's not really committing, so nothing is the answer. He's going to look for exits, maybe. Hold on to the rifle.
That's the best you can do in 100 Thieves. It's not... Yeah, no, they're going to have 3 players alive. It's not to say, though, Superman does get 2 kills here. I mean, it is still really hard for this team to be able to rebuy. But, oh, okay, 1 goes down, so still technically not out of the realm of possibility. But, okay, 11 to 12, we've done it again. Our second map to make it all the way the distance here in regulation. But EG
had a gun, pretty sure.
Yeah, no, the guns are still going to be redistributed here for 100 Thieves. Cryo does have the knives here in this important round.
Yeah, so it was a little bit awkward that Busio died with his gun in hand. But Cryo played Storm, as mentioned. On the other side for EG, though, they're hurting a lot more. 2 players will not have guns. No command is going to be there, though. This is now going to be very heavy presence from EG as they've basically caught on. They know it's going to be A more than likely. It's been A almost every round. Of course, it would be kind of funny if this was a round that 100 Thieves are like, you know what? It's actually going to be B. But for EG, they would rather play the retake on B than give away A again. So, here it is.
At the bare minimum, try to cover up a shot or 2 and try to back out, regather, and immediately retake with the rest of your team. Again, it's going to have to come down to whether or not they can get the 1 or 2 isolated frags onto 100 Thieves. Can it happen? Nature, he's sharking for it. But nobody steps in through this wall. There goes Cryo. Cryo not getting spotted just yet. Ye found his 1. Ye found his 1. What about the rest of EG? Nature, he's still thinking about going forward. There goes a flash. And this is now kills going towards 100 Thieves. EG, they still keep pressing on the gas pedal. And they are getting punished for it. Xander with a 3rd. Cryo with his own frag. EG from advantage to complete disadvantage in the round. It is now down once again to Superman in a 1v4. He's going to start it off right. Big kill onto Boostio. A lot more to go.
He has no clue where anyone is. He is looking healthy. 100 Thieves know where he is. EG just couldn't slow it down enough for Super to come in. It's a high-low. But only Xander needs to pop on in. Xander for 4 this round. Absolute brilliance being shown.
Overtime.
And for 100 Thieves to be, look at me, how many rounds they lose. It ends up being an equal 8-4, back into an 8-4. But man, it was so difficult for this 100 Thieves team to break on back. And how many times did they lose out on A? And even in a situation when EG make the right call, they know it's going to be A again because it's always been A. They still can't hold on long enough. Nature pops in an ult command. Can't slow them down enough. Only had a stinger in hand, but was hoping at least the suppression, the potential of the res there could have been enough. Super just couldn't activate in time to save the team, and a 1v4 is just too many members to try and chew through.
And now we move on to overtime. It's going to be Xander on the front side to take on 3 contacts. Back over towards B main. And he's holding on pretty strong. The wall on the front side of everyone here. He is going to get revealed by the recon dart. And nobody else from 100 Thieves really responding to this. It's just a bit of a contact back over towards B main. A readjustment of position for Xander. Everyone else from 100 Thieves waiting for yet another piece of information here for the rest of EG. Or for the rest of, yeah, exactly right. EG. But that recon was huge. They pick out 2 players over in B main, and now the rotation comes in. Here comes a 1v1. Yay! Takes out Xander, but the rotation's already in for 100 T. They have 2 players in the long range.
Mid is still contested as well. Possible for something late to happen here. Ye is drawing a lot of attention over. Good timing on the Toxin screen to say Ye, save Ye's life. And now over towards mid. It's a free one for Cryo, and he'll get out. No problems there. Super looking to respond. Dizzy down, but his position is now spotted as well. Cryo will clean him up. Plant is now finally coming on through for the 3v3. Retake in hand for 100 Thieves.
Oh!
The fight over on Snowman goes as soon as way. That's massive.
That is insane from Asuna. And that would have been a big advantage here for EG, but they still hold on to a tie. 1v1 once again with a trade coming out immediately. Nature versus Boostio. Nature dancing around the 10, but Boostio on top, stays on top. It's 13-12.
And once again, playing high. We've seen this scenario before. If I go high, he probably won't check it. It's a 50-50. When that coin flips, it all goes the way of Boostio. Man, really thought Arsenal winning the initial 1v1 over towards Snowman was going to be the difference maker, and it nearly was. But when we finally get to that final 1v1, Boostio holds on strong. Timeout now from EG for what could be their last round if they don't pull through.
Man, what a look from 100 Thieves in that last round again. It did have to come down to that 1v1, but how proactive was that from 100T? Still 3 players on site, every single person kind of floating a little bit, but still somehow covering a trade at the exact same time. A lot to worry about there for 100 Thieves. Still able to keep their heads on a swivel, still able to stay cool. And that's really all that you can kind of, that you can kind of give as a positive for 100T, because the early parts of that round, them coming into kitchen, them coming out of mid, them attempting into B main, it was still looking shaky. They needed that reattempt. They needed that little moment of awkwardness, I guess you could say, over towards kitchen. Yeah. But this is still a big opportunity here for EG, isn't it? Even though the attack side, they have been the ones to kind of control, quote unquote, the pace, they have been able to win out the rounds on their attack side.
EG certainly struggling on their first half is a bit of a problem, despite coming back strong. You would say, based on how that second half went, they had way more winnable situations than 100T, who had to do a lot more work to fight for their rounds. But the rounds that 100 Thieves won, you would argue at least 2 of them, EG felt like they had it in their hands, and it just slipped away. Remember, there was a Thrifty in there as well that EG would be particularly upset about. Well, it sucks to lose one of those, and now 100 Thieves getting really locked in for the OT. Potentially costing EG this first map. 100 Thieves would love this advantage now, especially given that they were the team that were in the lead in the first half anyway. They get to close out the map that they led in if they can just get this round.
Flimsy setup here on A, to say the very least. It's just going to be the contact here for Nature. Nature doesn't even go in to try to get a frag. He backs out immediately. And he's going for a retake with the rest of his teammates. It's going to be 5v5.
Full retake. Not going to stop the plant, obviously. No flanks coming on through. Xander's even going to check that angle, and he's going to stop Icy from doing anything special.
4 more frags.
It's going to start looking very healthy. In fact, the Hunter's Fury in the OT. Superman, like you did say, did actually get one back on Arsenal. The very important 1v1. Nature wins it, gets a secondary. Can EG pull through now? 4 versus 2. Numbers looking pretty tight. Nature has locked up this entire round. 4-piece for Nature as EG swing it back and bring us to another round of OT.
This is what I was trying to say about this guy, Nature. Nature, on this map, whenever he's on KO, he is let off the leash. He's treated as a luxury. I mean, flashes in general are still a little bit rare right now on Icebox, and we saw multiple comps already in pro play where nobody's using the flashes. Nature, he can go around just gun playing it up, aiming for the heads, and it works out. 25 kills for him, 25 kills for Ye, and we still have yet another round of overtime.
He's had to catch up to Ye so far, and the OT is allowing him to do that. Cryo now on for the operator. Backed up by Xander as well.
Oh, Cryo still gets the pick.
He would fall off the angle. They thought he would fall off the angle, and he does not, and that's a brilliant punish. 100 Thieves would love that early pick. And a secondary, yep, they'll take it.
Unreal. And this is going to be another one here for Boostio. This is just easy round
over,
here
I think.
for 100 Thieves. Exactly that. It has to be the round being over unless somehow Icy and Derek find the exact same thing that 100T has done here and just find individual frags. And it's kind of happening. Icy picking up a kill onto Boostio. Yet another frag going up from Derek over in B main. This round is far, far from done. This was just made possible, 3v2.
Exactly. Well, they managed to get 2 isolated 1v1s to bring it back in their favor. 5 versus 2, you would think that 100 Thieves couldn't possibly drop that situation. But going quiet here is very good as well. Because now it's looking like 100 Thieves have to play a little bit wider than they would like. Might have to just play for the full retake here. Can't afford to give away another isolated 1v1 to bring it down to a 2 versus 2 finish. With time running out, wherever they're hearing noise is where it's probably going to end. So it's going to be over on the B side. Xander in a good position. Barrel is a free kill, but he gets traded. Spike on the ground. They can play the time. Nope, they can't play. Yeah, the time is all in 100 Thieves' favor.
Switching sides. Match point.
And once again, we find ourselves
Oh, wow.
100 Thieves territory. Look at that. They've won the last 3 rounds.
And even then, 100C, still in that last round, there was a couple of pockets there. EG could have made that comeback happen, but still very confident early round plays from 100T. They basically wrapped that round up. A little bit of a comeback from EG, but we're back at it again, folks. 100T. This time, we didn't really see default setups from this team on the attack side by any means. This time, they're putting 2 players over towards B, 2 players over towards A, 1 player in the mid side. There's attention everywhere for 100 Thieves.
Poison orb emitting.
Would have been awkward for them to lose it again, 5 versus 2. It was the early kills from 100 Thieves in the last round that really made it way for them, and now early will be them walking over on towards A and even punishing Nature. He didn't expect that. Nature, the hero of one of our last OT rounds, defending. This one will be the first to fall.
Yeah, getting pressured out. A little bit tough, couldn't find another headshot, but this is basically it here. 100 Thieves, 4 players on the backside, 3 players for EG coming out. That smoke is right in Ye's face. Ye can come out, but nobody goes down from that. Here goes a big shock dart. Cryo gets taken out of his angle, and Cryo can get the kill. Oh, Ye, you gotta be kidding me, Ye. How does he get that double? And Xander, however, still clean, still on top. 3 kills coming out from Xander, and he pulls out the Viper's pitch and the shotgun to put the cherry on top. Map number 1 goes towards 100T.
Xander really heating up towards the end there. We saw the pull piece that he had in that first round, I believe, of the OT. And I'll end it with a shotgun to the face. As Evil Geniuses just can't quite clean up the remainder there. Ye got active. 2 frags in that last round. But man, that second to last OT there that we saw with the 5 versus 2 that kind of nearly looked doable. 100 Thieves was still able to pull on through, keep cool, stay on top of the game, don't allow the game to suddenly get away from you, and not allow EG the opportunity to fight back in. In a similar situation, we've seen 100 Thieves get away with certain rounds where they've been behind, and then very important plays. Thrifty comes to mind again as probably one of the most important rounds that we saw there that really allowed 100 Thieves to gain a bit of momentum back. EG ahead in various rounds that you would think they should be able to win, and yet they don't. Being punished as well on their attacking side. I mean, similar story in some cases to what we saw in the MIBR game, where their first half just left so much of a gap in terms of the round scoreline that it was just hard to recover that situation. EG were able to recover that situation, but probably lost just a couple more rounds on their defensive side that they were definitely ahead on. So 100 Thieves, they managed to swing it back around in the OT and win the map that they started leading on. Yeah. Started strong, ended strong.
Yeah, no, 100 Thieves still able to, dodge a little bit of a tragedy there with a comeback in the second half. But at the end of the day, 100 Thieves, one of the big mentalities that I was looking for before this game started to kind of change for 100 Thieves, the individuality, putting so much pressure on your individuals that potentially in the late rounds, your individuals are going out and dying on their own. None of those big mistakes happening for 100 Thieves. A lot more fundamental Valorant being played by this team throughout this game. Every exec seemed to be with a buddy system. And folks, I hope you guys will maintain a buddy system with us as we are going to be going into a break. So stay with us. We'll be right back for map number 2.
1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're on the road to the Esports World Cup with our North American qualifier. My name is Upmind, joined here by Avril once again. And yeah, we are in the middle of yet another hot BO3, yet another BO3 starting off with a map going into overtime. It is 100 Thieves versus EG, 100 Thieves edging it at the very end of that first map. But again, that's not to say that, again, both of these teams, of course, because of how tight it was, both teams had their opportunities. But 100 Thieves, they were the ones in the driving seat the entire game, really. They were the ones on top.
Yeah, they did slow down a lot on that second half, and, you know, EG were definitely in command. I think both teams just had very strong defensive sides. It's kind of like, once again, what we saw in the MIBR game, where, you know, it was, I think in that game, it was both teams, especially on split, were very much attacker side favored, and both NIG and MIBR were just winning their attacks and losing the defenses. Here, it's kind of the opposite. Both teams were very much winning their defenses and losing their attacks. 8-4, back into another 8-4. EG definitely let probably a few more rounds than they would like to have slipped through their fingers. I sound like a broken record saying it, but again, the thrifty win does stand out a lot for 100 Thieves, and it was probably a big part of them making the comeback. Obviously, that final round 24 as well, I remember, was a very good one from 100 Thieves, and then getting 3 out of the 4 possible OT rounds was absolutely massive on top of all of that. So kind of starting out very strong, losing the tempo a little bit, and then coming back really good in the OT to bring us now to Pearl, which is going to be an interesting one, where both teams played it fairly recently in playoffs, both against G2, both very close games, actually.
Yeah, both close games against G2, but mainly the big stat that we have to just throw out there: 100 Thieves, 4 times they played on this map, didn't win a single time. They've only been getting better as the split kind of went by. You can tell, because like, if you're going to pick a map 4 times in a split, especially in a VCT split where you're only playing BO3s, there's got to be a reason why you're still going to that map. And you know, for one reason or another, where, you know, they've stuck to permas throughout the season and they keep trying Pearl again continued to get better, and by the very end of it, still able to put up, what was it, 13-11, both teams up against G2. And hey, we're already on Pearl.
It was actually 16-14 for 100 Thieves, which is even more insane, but maybe a little bit disappointing as well, because famously 100 Thieves were up 11-6 at one point versus G2 on that Pearl. Here's another fun fact as well. Both Evil Geniuses and 100 Thieves got eliminated by G2 on Pearl. Pearl was the decider map for both of those matches. So in a way, there's an alternate universe where either one of these two teams could have beaten G2 and could have actually made their way through that bracket, maybe come, you know, third, second, go on to Toronto, all of that kind of stuff. So in a sense, this was the map that kind of robbed both the teams, particularly I want to say 100 Thieves. They got so close to winning. You're at 11-5 or 11-6. You're so close to winning, and then something happens. Mentally, you break down a little bit, and then suddenly G2 comes back and wins that one. You look over towards the EG side of things, not quite the exact same, but they lost 11-13. Another just very, very close game, a hair's width that they dropped it on. So both teams feeling like that this is the map they should have won on.
And again, we get to actually look at the comps for a quick second. And yeah, no, there's some big changes, folks. We'll talk about them in just a little bit. But more importantly, no Neon coming in here for 100T. That was the off pick that they ended up picking against G2. But here we are, folks. It is going to be Superman over towards that long side alongside the rest of his teammates. 2 players for 100T covering this long side. And do they expect Cryo? I don't think Cryo expects Cryo at this point, because he might not be at his setup.
Was a double duelist looked for 100 Thieves, as you mentioned, and the extra tail will be the change up here for 100 Thieves, played by Asuna.
Yeah.
And so the classic EG slowness here will allow us to.
We are resetting.
Actually, that's not.
Yeah, we are.
It's actually not the classic EG. Never mind.
Yeah,
I was going to say though, I wouldn't have been surprised. Like, you know what? I hear the memes about EG just playing from spawn. It's like, oh no, they're literally just playing from spawn. All right, okay. Good one, EG. We like that. But no, that was a reset. But gives us a little bit of time to talk about the fact that, there is going to be a slight change up, but only a very slight one.
Right. It does change the mentality a little bit of the comp, to say the least. They are going to the single duelist. They are going in for a little bit more support. So I can't exactly complain about at least the viability of the comp here for 100T. But over for EG, at least talking about what is the future for this map. The Astra, great for those retakes. Tejo, same thing. Tejo is going to continue to be powerful for the next week and a half here, folks, until Master starts. Yeah. But yeah, Icy alongside Ye, the fact that EG is starting off on this attack side, that just has to give me confidence that Icy, Ye, truly, they really want to exploit this double duelist on this map. Yes, it is, kind of that mentality that this team goes for, but I was thinking maybe, perhaps with this tournament, it could be a little bit of a call. It could be a little bit of a swap. There were also a couple of games on Pearl where you didn't exactly get to see the most out of Icy, where either Ye does well on one side, Icy does well on another side, but it's really just the vice versa, where really only one of the duelists are succeeding. Yeah, still just a tough call for EG, but still very excited to see the double duelist, of course.
And the Teo being picked up as well. I think both teams realize the fact that, first and foremost, for people watching, we are still on 10.07, the playoffs patch. We are not on lives here, so Teo is not nerfed on the patch we're playing on. So looking forward to some double salvos coming on through. But obviously, it's the strategy we're looking for is like the combos you can get with the Astras. Even I think potential trap setups you can look from the EG side, say the Vice as well, which defensively that will be a very interesting one, where Derek can have a lot of plays on top of either nature or super. So Teo should be a pretty decent fixture here in terms of what it's going to bring to the table. And one of the last opportunities for us to see some overpowered Teo before we move into Toronto and future events where this agent might not be played anymore. Who knows? Yeah.
I mean, that's maybe not more than likely, but we are going to see at least a little bit of Tejo, but not a lot. Not a lot. That's for dang sure. But yeah, excited to see again this mentality come out here for EG. Let's see how the Tejos come out here, folks. One last little showcase. Even though you guys are getting BO5s for the last 2 days here of the Esports World Cup qualifiers, let's see what happens here in our first run of the second map. It is going to be 2 players in the back of B at the moment here, Avril.
And it's been close maps. All 3 that we've seen so far in our first MIBR and our G game, both maps are close. Started out good on Icebox as well. Nice and close OT finish. As it's going to be just looking for information, mostly what 100 Thieves are doing. EG's slowness here is really forcing 100 Thieves to walk out a little bit. They should know by now that A main is looking damn good. Boostio is going to catch a whiff of this drone coming through as well.
Well, Boostio is going to have a gap. Oh, what? He gets exposed by EA. Nobody's watching over towards that mid side. Maybe not trusting that EU was going to go back for it, but EU still has an opportunity here for a couple of headshots. He's going to be able to pick up the first and a couple more body shots to boot. Beautiful from EU, and still has 2 bullets. Oh, almost lining it up onto Superman, but that's more than enough time for 100 Thieves to rotate. All of that chaos to allow the footwork of 100 Thieves to actually go in. 2 players from EG back into elbow. They have the same angle. Nature alongside Icy. Neither one of them can break through Cryo.
Really, that round to me was EU starting it, Cryo finishing, but EU delaying by so long. Obviously, the plant was in there. That part wasn't so far delayed. But the fact that they get to hunt EU down gives opportunity for the 100T rotators to come on through. Gives opportunity for Cryo to be set up for success. 100T playing off the momentum of their win on Icebox. They're going to get that nice pistol. Already a rifle in hand for EU, by the way. Cryo's going to play this one a little bit on the cheaper side, but yeah, 100 Thieves 2 in a row here. Pistol into anti-eco after then cleaning up the OT from the last map. EG, I hope they got a good mental reset from Icebox because I want to see a little bit more from their attacking side.
Right.
Didn't look good on Icebox.
It didn't look varied is the thing. They definitely looked like EG, to say the least. You know, when they played Icebox. Okay. Not changing up the pace,
Ye, though.
but that's great. Exactly. So Ye coming in, gonna be able to pick up the first, but again, it's just EG poking and prodding. It's nothing committal, Avril, as per usual.
No, but they have actually dropped Ye off, which I think is really nice from EG. That's going to force a re-clear.
Oh my gosh.
Surely okay, yeah, that's gonna happen. The drone just spots him, and then EU will tap him through the wall.
No, EU just snagged him. He just fully had the angle from behind the smoke.
Fair enough. So Ye didn't end up buying as much time, or rather, he didn't end up having the kind of position that he would activate later on with that lurk that he wanted to.
He did the job, though. He held the rotators at this point, the 2 players over towards B. For the pistols, this is really all you can do. It's the small advantages that can, you know, at least make it worthwhile here to combine the sidearms, right?
It hasn't allowed EG to really push into A and find an advantage, though. So
Not at all.
While he did slow things down, EG have themselves been a little bit slow and now caught into a situation where 100 Thieves knows what's up. They knew that Ye was dropped off, which means that now it's going to be an A finish. Can it be an A finish? It's just going to be EU straight into the blender. 4 on board and 1 away from the Nightfall now. EU on board for nearly an A set. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't get that first kill. But yeah, man, 100 Thieves clean on that anti-eco. Especially clean considering they fed all the kills into 1 player to give them now what could be a nice ultimate advantage into the first gun run at EG, which is dangerous, man.
Huge. It's just the fact that it is information on such a wide map. Rotations on this map need to be started a little bit earlier than others. So to get that early information, no matter where it comes from, that Nightfall, hopefully that helps them out in the future. Maybe it helps them out in the middle of a retake. We'll see, folks. It still is huge for the fact that we're only on the 3rd round. But here comes Xander. Xander on the front side alongside 2 others trying to invade Icy. And Icy, he gets overwhelmed. Derek running for the hills. Nobody's running up from behind him. But again, 3 players here on A. This is just dangerous for EG to step into. And Cryo almost snagging himself the collateral, but instead Ye, yet another good trade like you were talking about earlier. Ye, he's made his way into the back line, is able to dash away, and is able to pick out a couple more. 2 more defenders on the other side of his screen, but his teammates going into B at the moment, and they're running into a 1v2.
A lot of util there. This is now going to be Boostio having to play slowly, and that's assuming more action doesn't take place first. It's a 1v2 on both sides of the map, and we'll have to check the kill feed to see what happens here, or maybe not. Yay, 1 for 1. But what about over B side? Boostio gets super down.
He's still living. How is he still alive? Derek not coming out, not committed with the shotgun just around the corner. I am so lost here. I am so lost. Derek not able to get an angle on the shotgun. and just unbelievable. 100 Thieves still able to land on their feet, even though Ye still breaking apart a little bit. 100 Thieves still had control of that round.
That was all Boostio. Boostio winning that situation. I expected him to slow things down, allow time for the rotators to happen after they dealt with Ye. Ye got his one. He did his job. He came through. Actually, got more than one, obviously, because he was able to flank all the way into Secret and then somehow get that angle brilliantly onto an unsuspecting 100 Thieves. But beyond that, even getting a further 1-for-1, wasting some time for rotators was more than what he was required to do. Boostio, though, was just insane in the fact that he held onto his positioning and didn't allow the plant to come in.
And now 100 Thieves, they find themselves in a very comfortable position because of that. Boostio pushing this team into a good economic advantage, but they're not exactly in an easy round. You still have the Bladestorm on the other side for EG. Cryo.
That timing.
Not able to find the shot, but this is still good to potentially find a contact over towards Long B. And in fact, 100 Thieves, they're just rethinking everything about this hold right now. They have 3 players over towards that B side. They're still rotating a bit, but no early information. It's going to have to come down to the gut check of the Astra.
Yeah, he's been dropped off again over towards the B side. This time, not in a position where he can be easily seen or picked out. As the rest of the players from EG looking back over towards A, but they're going to play directly into 100 Thieves' hands. 4 members there. Nightfall still retained. And another drop-off. And this time as well with the gate crash in hand, which means that Icy can make some noise. No, he's just going to TP straight away.
left.
Wow, he's not even going to try and fake anything on A. He's just going to TP out, and now it's going to be all B action.
He's going to be all on Boostio once again. Boostio! Wonderful reaction. Now he's on 31 HP, trying to go for Derek, and Boostio still somehow gets another kill onto Icy with the Nano Swarm from beyond the grave. 4v3. 100 Thieves, they have 3 players here on site, but with 10 seconds left, Xander, he might be able to shut this all down, and that's exactly what happens. EU with a double kill too. EG, they didn't have much util, they didn't have much firepower to be able to stop 100 Thieves anyways. Next round is the big one.
I mean, this has been a team effort, first and foremost, with EU leading in the frags, cashing in the Nightfall that we talked about for so long. But to me, Boostio has done impactfully the most on 100 Thieves so far. He's not lighting up the kill feed, but what he is doing is, as the solo anchor, living and getting frags in situations where really he probably shouldn't be able to get away with as much as he is. He died in that last situation, but he gets 2 before he goes down, and then it's this easy Nightfall retake that really wasn't even a true retake because the plant wasn't even there yet. So, you know, EG's slow timings here. 100 Thieves are happy to punish that.
Who's next?
Yeah, more than enough time for 100 Thieves to rotate in a map that might be a little bit too difficult to be able to rotate on, but yes, Drift is there for Icy. Icy's now on the front side, over towards A, still trying to make a little bit of chaos, but he's cleared up short for his teammates. Still a lot more work to do though. 4 players surrounding A for 100 Thieves.
I don't know if he necessarily got enough there. Yeah, you did clear out the extra angle on towards A link.
And that's mid-control at the bare minimum.
It is, but you are still going to fight into 4 players with both of the defensive Spawn, Flowers, Secret in control. And this is the type of composition as well. And I will also note the fact that you do have a bit of a, I don't know, flanking situation for Superman on the other side. But here we go. Hit's going to come on through now. Dimensional Drift gave him the position. He walked in. Can they get it done? First shot misses from Cryo. Yay! Does not miss though.
And the team and the plant is going to go in. Nobody able to deflect this one. All 3 players from 100 Thieves going into pit at the moment. They're going to get sandwiched here. Xander, that's still somehow incredible. He could be able to go for another wall bang potentially onto Nature. Nature's in a difficult spot, but they don't go for him. Nature holds onto his spot in the middle of sight. He's going to be the catalyst, and indeed, he's able to get a big one. Yay on the extremity. Takes down EU to 55 HP, and with the shotgun, still nothing but 10 HP is perfectly fine for the rest of his teammates to be able to clean up. Oh my goodness, wait a minute. EU, how does he do that? EU with 2 straight headshots. He's still going for the defuse, but he's been pulled. The grab wheel works from so far away. Superman is unknown. Coast to coast, and it works out for the kill for Boostio, and the defuse is there. How did 100 Thieves? No, how did EU and Boostio win that round?
Oh man, I think Ye kind of losing his 1v1 there after dropping into pit is a little bit of a nasty one. But beyond that, it looked good for EG. Nature held down the fort. He was on towards A. In that post punt, they couldn't
really flush him out. Gets his one. You have a very, very long lurk. You said it, coast to coast from Super, where couldn't quite activate because he went all the way through spawn and couldn't make any noise. Gives the time for EU to pull through once more. He has been the top fragger. I've noted that Boostio, in terms of raw impact for what he's able to do anchoring, has been kind of MVP, but now we're going to shift the conversation a little bit because round after round, it's been EU lighting up the kill feed in situations where he's able to just completely outplay and outfrag EG. And then even in the end, the small percentage chance Super finally gets his activation timing. The best he can do is just kill Boostio because he doesn't have an angle to stop the defuse. It's not planted for Super, obviously, it's planted for A main. And so, unfortunately for Super, he doesn't even get to kill the Boostio, which allows Boostio to even just get that cleanup. Once again, showing how sturdy Boostio is.
And just to point out EU one more time, I mean, EU. What a game so far, but he's
13-1, dude.
13-1, but he's playing on his worst agent, dude. He got like a 0.8 rating, I want to say, the last time he played. Fade. I mean, this is good turnaround for EU, but it's just, it's exactly what 100 Thieves needs. Individuals are stepping up at the moment when exactly they need it.
It's the player that makes the game here for EU. But agent or not for him, he does not care. Right now, he's the only player on double digits. The one with the least amount of deaths.
Portal closed.
This is once again a situation for EG where they want to take control of this lane. This time, no dimensional drift and a shoulder is all that Cryo needs.
And now it's just free frags here for 100 C. Xander around the corner. Oh my goodness. Lines up 2 headshots easily onto Superman in nature. Keeps his crosshair in the same angle. Able to snag both, but Derek still has a chance here alongside his teammate, but there goes the kill from Cryo onto Derek. Icy 1v4. He's getting cloned out at the moment, cloned right in front of him. He's not gonna fall for the bait. Cryo doesn't spot him. 40 seconds left. Really, you just have to say good luck here to Icy as he faces a tall mountain to climb. 1v4.
30 seconds left.
Imagine they might even hunt him here as well. Do you really want Icy to get away with a gun? I don't think he's going to have the ability to really win this one, considering how many ults are online, 400 Thieves, how clean EU is right now in the server. I don't see him getting out fried. Cryo this round has been dynamite. So he's going to time himself out, and 100 Thieves are going to be a little bit cautious here to not push forward, even though I think if they just dropped Icy's gun, it would be pretty nice. I mean, yeah, they are kind of hunting. Boostio's like, you know what? I do kind of want this. Even EU willing to sacrifice his KD. Oh, he just saw each other at the end. Icy's happy to keep his gun though.
Yep. And the rest of his team is going to be very happy to see that too, because they need every single credit going into this round. Yeah, the full loss bonus is basically there, but yeah, EG, we just want to see something, man. It's been 6-0 going towards the way of 100 Thieves. Again, this is just really a question of where is the potential here for EG outside of Ye. Every player on this team only has a single frag outside of Ye. Here we go. Cryo on the front side has a smoke in front of him and almost capitalizes onto Superman. They're still waiting for Cryo to maybe re-peek, but that's as aggressive as 100 Thieves are going to get this round.
This might be a really wild double Cosmic Divide round as well. Seeing the intersected walls being played in. Another very slow one for EG. They're not interested in mid this time. 2 rounds in a row, they were really heavily trying to get mid. One of them costed Dimensional Drift to do so. Oh, you will just snipe out Ye. No problems at all. It is a problem, however, for EG to lose their top player, best fragger. You said it, the only one that's got more than 1 frag on the team so far. Already down, and 2 currently top dog in the server, EU.
This is not expected here on the other side. Oh, no, from Cryo. You gotta be kidding me. And the spike is down too, right in front of him.
Super, I will say, whiffed that a little bit. He had the little shot. Cryo showed shoulder first. Super should have had the drop on him, and now the drift is going to come on through. Cryo spotting everything that he needs. The spike is gone. I don't know if I can really combo this with anything, but Drift is going to be pretty scary here. He's going to go pretty far back.
and just cause problems for Derek at minimum.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, problem confirmed.
One enemy
Derek was
remaining.
always the problem, folks. Remember that.
Spike
Asuna
down,
taking down
B.
Nature. And yeah, of course, 7-0 going towards the way of 100 Thieves. But that time again, 100 Thieves, even though it seemed very straightforward, that is still them changing up their tempo a little bit. We've seen different looks over towards A main. We've seen different looks back over towards B main. And that's the most aggressive look that we've seen from 100 Thieves so far in that spot. And EG, they can barely find a footing in this game, period. Imagine when they're facing a different look 100 Thieves every single round, basically. Almost every single round. This is just, it's head-scratching. If you try to get into the minds of EG, you can tell how frustrating this is.
And even the close rounds for EG, they kind of lose it because Busio gets a little bit more done than he should be allowed to. You know, this is kind of like a couple of the fumbles from EG onto Icebox now transferring over towards Pearl, and I think the fumbles are maybe getting a little bit more dire as well in terms of how it's happening. You're seeing duels being won by Cryo, by others that ideally he shouldn't be allowed to get away with. This time Cryo is just going to take a ton of HP damage, but get out with his life at least. 2 members made it up through mid, by the way, for EG, which could be a little bit dangerous.
So Boostio not getting extra credit, not getting any credit at all for the round. Yay, taking him away. And now 100 Thieves finally have given up a sight. EG finally have themselves some control. Finally have a spike down.
Yep.
Let's see what happens here. 100 Thieves, how do they retake?
They finally don't just lose to a Busio who gets way too much. You know, Busio,
Exactly.
we've seen him get a 2-for-1 trade here where he really shouldn't get anything. And 100 Thieves, okay, Cosmic Divide in here. Low HP Cryo, remember. And he's retaking on an op, which might be a little risky.
Yeah, let's see if he's sharp here. Indeed he is, at least with the first frag. Xander's going to be able to take him back. That smoke in front of Nature is so pivotal here. Nature using this as a coverage to try to get a couple of headshots, and this is just so fresh. The Nebula not going away for any time whatsoever. And like you said, the time is there. Xander's going to go away to the salvos. And finally, EG snagging around. Yes, 3 players go down, actually, and that's huge for the eco. But more importantly, of course, EG with a round.
It's actually kind of gross for the eco. You want to win that one, but with 3 players, it's dropping. I mean, look at their money. It's like, uh-oh, now we can't buy full armor. Now we
what?
can't get an actual gun. He'll be all right. He's got, he's fully armored up with the place on, which, we'll trust Ye to be able to handle that just smoothly and fine. Big one for me this time around was, as I mentioned, just getting past Busio, because that hurdle has been pretty nasty for EG. Every time they go B, Busio has just been a problem for them. And so getting that out of the way early, also putting a ton of damage onto Cryo despite not getting the kill, just makes the retake slightly more awkward. And obviously, the Vice in Nature finally coming on through, ultimate being dropped, at least gets them that one, but most importantly, slows down the retake so much that there's just not going to be enough time at the end of it.
The deep interactions for EG on either side not working out. Deep into A main, didn't work out. Deep into B main, whenever 100 Thieves peeked in, didn't work out. So EG evading both deep peaks at the moment, taking full control of that mid side, and 100 Thieves, they're compensated for it. They have players covering at least the extremities or the entries coming in from mid.
Asuna's going to fall off the link. Back up Xander in main. That will allow now the rest of the players to... Okay, he's just going to drop Armageddon in there, which will end up being a little bit wasted.
Cutting through.
They have more ultimates for 100T, so not the worst.
This is so difficult though for these 2 players. They're about to get sandwiched. This information from Ye could be huge, but Ye doesn't spot anyone. Here comes Asuna. Asuna around the corner, and there's both kills going on at the same time. That is the sandwich working out for EG, and 100T, they just don't have too much to be able to fight back into this. But look at this. Map control for EG is disconnected from the A site, and Nightfall is here to cover up some positions.
Well, they don't know what's happening around Link. Main is obviously going to be compromised. Quick tap to see if there's any response coming on through. Some good shots from Cryo might just even the odds a little bit. Time will be a little bit difficult soon. Nightfall should be coming on through sooner rather than later, especially now the Cryo's down. EU, the only one alive, 1 versus 4. I think he might just have to save it in terms of his ult. The odds are against him. The time has run out. And I'm afraid, me personally, not the biggest fan of that opening Armageddon play. I think they believed they had a trap set up, but EG were just not that pushed in. EG were happily
on the outside of it. So they just wait, chill, come back in, get a nice clean entry on towards A, and then set themselves up for a numbers advantage.
And this time, though, because of them actually being able to take advantage of that mid control, I mean, 100 Thieves, maybe you can put the credit a little bit onto 100 Thieves as to why EG won that round, as the fact that they continued to funnel themselves back into main. As long as they maybe had one person into the back of sight, could have at least cut down some numbers. But yeah, no, at the end of the day, you still did see in EG that finally are switching up a little bit in terms of where they want their control. They've been looking for their control directly on the outside of sight, right? They've been looking for the control in A main. They've been looking for the control in B main, as they should be afforded. But they've been forced to go into mid. 100 Thieves seems very offhand in mid at the bare minimum. I want to see how 100 Thieves kind of switches things up over towards that mid side now. It's going to be a game of adaptations for the rest of this half.
Yeah, if there is one weakness so far, 100 Thieves have given away mid quite a lot in these rounds. And still, I mean, I say that with the fact that they've won 7 of those defenses, but where EG have either gotten close or have actually won the round. Okay, one of them was on B, but that last one was definitely through a mid play as well.
Right.
So, let's see if EG can continue this momentum. I mean, what a comeback it would be if they can close out minimum 4 for this round after being 0-7. If they can get at least 4 rounds, it would feel pretty good. This feels decent for 100T though. Sorry, good flash into just multi-frags.
It's just unbelievable. 4 players from 100 Thieves, wide swing into mid, and that's exactly the adjustment that I was looking for, right? 100 Thieves. Yep. I mean, like you were saying,
Need that back.
multiple times throughout this half, giving up completely that mid side. EG being conditioned basically not to use any utility going into that mid side, or at least, you know, really step off the gas pedal. That was everything for 100 Thieves already, just to keep them in this half, just to keep them in the advantage for this half, and makes the job for EG that much more difficult for the rest of this game. It's going to be 8-2 Superman. It'll be hard to really see him try to attempt this because, again, his credits are low. The rest of his teammates, they have been able to build a little bit, but you're still seeing, what, 2 rounds after this still? EG, they want a bit of a cushion. Hard to really see anything happen here, but yeah, again, good stuff from mid.
The adjustment was huge. Like you said, 100 Thieves, they've been losing mid so far, so this time they say, you know what, we haven't done a defensive aggro in mid yet. Flash through, and instantly everyone collapses, and EG's get clean. I mean, what you said about the fact that EG have gotten mids mostly for free so far has been kind of a problem for 100T, whether they're actually winning or losing the rounds, and so EG just not ready for the aggression from 100T, and that is going to give the 8 over. Like I said, though, I did mention that 4 for EG would be pretty good. I didn't have faith that they were going to turn it back 5 and 7. So I think the 8 for 100T was definitely going to be there, but we're not going to see if EG can maybe do something with an extra couple here. Just 2 more rounds to see if they can salvage this half a little.
Yeah, it is going to be weird, though, here for 100 Thieves because, again, they put in so much into that last round. They put so much into that mid side. They put 4 players into mid. It's, you know, I do want to see maybe where the response is for 100T. If they don't see that attention over towards the mid side, where does the retake or where does the rotation come into either A or B from there? But for now, they've just adjusted completely in terms of the early setup. They played with mid a little bit, and now they're back into their own extremities.
They've got 3 ultimates on board as well, 400 Thieves. But EG are still determined, you know, they have had a lot of mid control. They're not scared to reapproach mid. And this is a lot of early pressure, especially punishing on Crow. And you have to remember as well, they did salvage an operator from that last round. And 100 Thieves maybe not respecting that, peeking angles, and just comes out empty for them, given that, yeah, well, now you've justified the operator save on the EG side, and look how deep these members are. Look at where Ye is.
And 100 Thieves still somehow have somewhat of a monitor on this situation. Again, it's just players covering the entries, covering the extremities. But again, the job has been done here for EG, really. They've been struggling completely with Cryo over towards that B site. Now, finally, a 1v1 has gone over their way. They're stepping into that B site, but 100 Thieves, it's not like they don't have a response here. Here comes the lockdown. That's going to hold them off maybe for a little bit.
They just saw just a little bit of movement, some util being played in there. Xander falls though, which means A is compromised. Plant hasn't happened yet. I don't think they can really make a rotate happen through. Time is of the essence, which means the plant has to come on in. Can Busio hold on? He's not going to get anything, but EU is going to get one. Nightfall still there, just enough time to plant.
Oh, he's in a good enough angle,
One enemy
barely
remaining.
behind the wall, and it just works out, of course. Everyone else for the defensive side, back over towards spawn, that pillar being perfect for the plant, but Superman had the angle for that top side, for Heaven, and EU now stepping out, the Fade Legend, in a 1v3 with a big opportunity. He has a full kit of utility. He has not spotted anyone back over towards elbow. Nobody has peeked in just yet. Superman's going to get a light shot. 8-3. EG still getting some sort of credit out of this half.
Last round
Yeah,
in the half.
decent. First shot coming through, getting Cryo down. And then afterwards, 100 Thieves just had no info. I think that was like one of the lowest info defenses they've had. Really, all the info was Xander pushed up on A main, and beyond that, they've lost the entirety of the rest of the map. They lost B main, they lost both sides of mid, they lost so much of mid that Ye was nearly pushing into spawn. So 100 Thieves were really working on not a lot there, not really understanding what was happening around the map, which is quite scary when the entire map is dark.
Need that back.
Just a lot of pressure.
Ooh.
So much pressure on these two players, and there you go, Cryo, able to nail his shot. But even if he now goes down, I mean, they've just held up enough time for these rotations to potentially come in for 100 Thieves. One player has joined them in the back of A. EG, they're looking to readjust now. They have two players going back towards B.
So Armageddon down. Cryo was really good on the operator a couple rounds ago when 100 Thieves was still massively, well, they are still massively leading, but when they were flawlessly leading, let's say 7-0. And now that operator comes back through. Lost that duel to Super last round. It's not going to falter now. Drift is going to spot everybody else.
Spike down mid.
For the most part. Spike actually got... okay.
Yeah, and there's some information over on that mid side too. Here comes Boostio with an opportunity potentially on a player coming in from mid. There goes the swing, but it's Boostio just under two coming in the front. Nature finally comes out with a bit of a frag, but that is going to be the half. That is just an anticlimactic ending for EG, but that is huge for 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves riding high once again, and they find themselves with a deep gap going into the second half. 9-3 for 100 Thieves over Evil Geniuses here for the Esports World Cup qualifiers. I'll be right back after the break. Hundred Thieves getting closer to a spot in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This is 100 Thieves 1-0 up on EG and 9-3 going into the second half here on Pearl. My name is Upmind, joined here by Avril. Ye having himself a game, but the rest of his team needs to catch up a bit.
We've had that conversation where it's like, you know, when Ye doesn't have a game, we like to see players like Icy step up and the others on the team as well having their moments. Nature started to have some of those moments on Icebox, but currently it's all empty in the chamber outside of that one very precise bullet on Ye. But if Ye falls early, which has happened on multiple rounds, it's not looked pretty. And as I said to you as well, Gus, I was really hoping that if EG were going to be able to recover it somehow, they'd at least get the 4. They failed to do that. So it's 3 and 9. 100 Thieves looking very dominant, especially with that 7-0 start that they had.
And they can already find themselves one step closer to Riyadh with a win here on the pistol round, put themselves in economic advantage. It's only going to be Superman on the other side here on A. Only a single person for EG on this A site. So really lining up for that retake. And the double duelists, very excited to see how they can maybe react here on a retake, but it doesn't matter. It's the Astra. It is Superman snagging both Boostio and Cryo, and what a setup in the back with the shear. The wall goes up, Superman's able to isolate 2, but still a lot more work to do. 3 players for the attacking side still remaining. Here comes Superman on the front side, clearing out a little bit more util. Xander, he's going to have the important angle here. He's going to have the off angle towards the spike. Was that well timed? Did the grab will take it off before half? I think it did. Yes, it did. Nature now around the corner trying to take down Xander, and that works out. So 100 Thieves, they delay a little bit their ultimate demise, but EG still ends up coming out of it basically flawless.
-1 down. Asuna will be able to at least bring one back around, but what a opening coming through from EG. They needed that. I think losing the pistol here and giving the 10 over to 100T might just shut the door on their comeback potential. So this was, in my mind, basically required from EG. And yeah, what a opening couple of shots coming through from Super. We just had this conversation about the fact that it's been too much of Ye. Obviously, you want to see Ye in there, but the rest of the team, a little bit quiet. Super steps up, says, I'll take a couple for myself. And I think as well, EG, their team, Vice on the defense as well, it's going to be a stronger look. It should be on paper.
There.
No one's going to pop here for 100 Thieves, as Derek's looking for his own pick. But again, this is a moment here where EG could potentially start to get proactive, start to catch a little bit of that information. But these players are staying very steady at the moment, and for good reason. Good stuff from Superman, picking up the kill onto Boostio. EU, however, taking out Ye. Cryo doing the same on the Superman. It is only down to Derek, who only has a sheriff here. This is basically down to even strength. It's pistols versus SMGs, and Derek, he's still somehow able to get the kill onto EU. The salvo's coming in, and Derek still somehow able to dodge it. 3v2, Cryo looking to break things open. This Guardian could be absolutely huge. Nature around the corner to Cryo is going to take him out. One more player left in a 1-on-3, and Asuna has a red carpet to be.
That was brilliant coming through. Derek just staying alive, holding down the fort, doing a lot of what we saw from Boostio on their defensive side.
30 seconds left.
Plenty of utility to play through. A plant will come on in, but his opportunity to actually get the round win is going to be up for question, and he'll die right here. You'd imagine. Okay, Nature didn't actually commit onto that. Didn't believe that he was actually going to get a fair shot. But now with no time left, can we even see a plant?
10 seconds left.
No, Asuna really just wants the money here, and the salvo around the corner, they're going to shut him out. Everyone from EG collecting a frag with a team ace. Still the expected 5th round going their way. They didn't invest too much, as you saw Derek going into that round with a sheriff too, so their economy is still extremely steady.
It was actually pretty solid from Cryo that we saw over towards mid. Yeah, they lost a couple, but the fact that 100T traded back on basically just pistols was very, very impressive. As we take a look at the buy here, I don't think anyone would have shown the money to get an op early. Now we don't. Yeah, I mean, certainly damage has been done. Maybe not in that first round, but that second round, well, more players did go down for the side of EG, but it's looking much better for the comeback now. 5 and 9. Feeling better about that scoreline for EG, but this is the one where 100 Thieves will more than likely lock in the 10 with superior weaponry.
With this sort of reset, not a lot of utility was utilized here for 100 Thieves. Should be fine for a re-hit back over towards B, but this is really going to call onto EG now. This is going to be weird with the information. These players are going to have to react very last second here. The Yoru, don't know if he's going to hear anything by the time these players come in, but this drone is going to do everything for him. Did they clear Icy? Icy around the corner. He doesn't exactly know if the drone caught him out yet. He's still holding on to the same spot. But this is big now. 45 seconds left. The rotation's coming in a little bit steady. 3 players here for EG on this B site to try to hold off 4 players from 100 Thieves. Salvo coming in. Icy dodging all of it. Ye is still around the corner too with a couple of cherish shots to potentially get, but he misses out on his first headshot. Xander gets him back, and this is basically the round here with Nature around the corner with only a Guardian, and Nature's gone. 4v2.
4v2 with not a lot to say, I think, from the EG side. Less now with Derek down and only 1 left to play through. At least Super will be good to take down EU. Pretty clinical coming through from 100 Thieves, working their way up into B, clearing away some of that Vice utility, and then just launching salvos, and all of the rest, stars down, coming through from Xander. And not too much effort required from 100 Thieves in there to make sure they can cleanly win that round 3.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. That's the first round that 100 Thieves have won in this happened. It looks so casual. 100 Thieves, full head of steam. They're going to put 4 players back over towards B-Long, and look at this from EG. They have 2 players, 3 players, all with a line of sight of this one spot where 100 Thieves are popping out of. This is huge. Yay on the front side, going to be able to pick away 1 from the platform. Asuna with a big one, and Icy picking up 3, surviving with 31 HP at the very end. But that is the hero play that EG was setting up for. They had 3 players there in the firing range of B. One of those 3 players was going to come up with a big play, and that's exactly what happens. Icy steps up. Now
It looked like a few players on the 100T side all the way at the back of B main were also stunned up as well, so brilliant capitalization there, but things got a little bit tricky when Arsenal actually found 2 in the middle of all of that, so wasn't the cleanest situation, but EG held on strong.
Oh, look at this from Boostio. He's isolated. Superman pops down, and Boostio gets a one-on-one. This is huge now. He has a bot to use.
Spike, though? Can he actually get the spike is the issue now.
He doesn't know about a crossfire. If there is a potential crossfire and the spike is behind a wall, these 2 would have to peek in to try to catch Boostio. Boostio now has the spike. 30 seconds left. Boostio, can he be a hero? He already started off the 1v3 right. He just has 2 more to go.
I think this could be a drift play as well. I mean, you don't want to be too greedy here for EG. You know you're down 5 rounds. Drift in, spot him out.
Oh, he's hiding. Oh, he's hiding.
So the drift might not catch him if Boostio can effectively hide. It has seen him, surely. Yeah, they know where he is now.
Oh, but he TP's back. This is one-on-one. Boostio around the corner. Finds one and finds the second. Boostio keeping 100 Thieves on top with a 1v3.
He lined it up. 100 Thieves get away. They steal another one. Says it in the name right there. And Evil Geniuses just can't hold on to these leads. They allowed the spike to go through. They're happy to play the retake. Dimensional Drift is going to be the difference maker. It was, because it 100% reveals the positioning of Boostio. Then all you have to do is play that 2v1. Minimum, you trade a player. You lose a player, that's fine. Your second player trades, you win the round. But not if you get lined up. And Boostio, the stars indeed align for him. And I'm not talking Astra. It's Boostio that gets another brilliant round in the bag. This guy's been on fire.
Unbelievable. In terms of the pure impact plays these last 2 maps, Boostio. He's basically having a Mata type performance here, where if he posts himself behind an angle, you can basically guarantee 1 or 2 frags coming out of him. It's been the same sort of play with Ye so far, by the way, with him converting on his crossfires. Beautiful play coming out from Boostio so far, but here is a coverage of the B site. A lot of Ice util coming out. Cryo has crossed up the sheer, and he hasn't been able to find anything, but there he is. Cryo! He pops in, and he pops 2! Still, you have 1 more on site. Ye's been full flash. Cryo's looking for a 3rd. It is all Cryo. Cryo has 2 more to get. He picks up a 4th. He's looking for a 5th, and that's just off timing. Yeah, hate to see it, Cryo. 12-5 going towards the side of 100 Thieves. 1 more round, and they are in the finals.
Yeah, I think that last round with Boostio getting the clutch has completely broken EG. EG were barely online for a potential comeback, and now to get 7 rounds in a row flawlessly when they've struggled on this map. I mean, they're kicking themselves at the fact that they didn't quite win Icebox when that second half looked so brilliant for them. Too many rounds slipped through their fingers, and this has just been a dominant showing from 100 Thieves. It's not even like
EG have let too many rounds. Yeah, there has been a clutch, but when you look at the 7-0, no excuses there for EG.
Hold on now, Icy. He's been spotted out in this angle before. He's getting played around with at the moment, but this is just 100 Thieves at the moment. They have somebody all the way in the back covering their flank purely because here in long, they can stay as long as they want. EG does not want to fight this angle at all.
EG's gone for an aggressive mid play here. Just have a look. They know that's clean.
For now.
B main is obviously going to be quite dirty in terms of the defensive side, and Thieves are very much able to taste the victory here to buy themselves into that qualification game tomorrow versus MIBR. This round is so much riding on the line for EG. And like you said, mid control for now as it's been taken back by Boostio.
Boostio still has so much work to do here. Is he going to put in a bit of noise here? No, he's not. His teammates are just going to go in, guns blazing, Util coming in. They're going to try to lock out Ye, and it's only Ye here on site. This is the perfect opportunity here for 100 Thieves to try to close this out. And there's Boostio to cut things off. It's all on Superman. What could Superman do here?
10 seconds
only
left.
a single frag. 2 more from EG to try to be a hero.
Cosmic Divide's in play here as well. This is looking like the end for EG.
Surely.
Can Nature and Icy get it done? Super Carry Ye is gone. The Armageddon is gone as well. Sorry, not the Armageddon. It's a different ultimate. Doesn't matter. That was their Astra Cosmic Divide. They won't have it. That's the point. 2 versus 4.
One enemy
Gus,
remaining.
EG needs something. I don't think they're going to get it. Nature's looking for it.
Oh my.
It's all over.
Win.
And that's it. 100 Thieves are a best of 5 away from Riyadh. The Esports World Cup find themselves now to 2 more representatives here for North America in the top side. 100 Thieves and NRG escaped day 1. But what a game there from 100 Thieves. EG, they put up quite the fight in map number 1, but that one was all 100 Thieves.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that is... Look at this. EU, by the way, he stepped up so large in that early lead. We talk about the 7-0. That is the 7-0 that was too difficult for EG to make a comeback. And Ye, and particularly Superman on the second half, Superman looked much better. Ye, dominant as ever in terms of his own performance that we saw in that first half. Maybe slowed down a bit in that second half, but 100 Thieves were really just full throttle the whole way through. And I still think for me, despite being a little bit further down in the actual KD or the ACS even, Boostio just had so many impactful rounds. It's the raw impact of his clutch factor, staying alive, buying time for his team, leading to win conditions. Things that you don't see represented in statistics is where Boostio really got a lot of advantages for me to say that he was like potentially the most impactful player, despite the fact that Cryo and EU were the ones that were like massively out-fragging, right? And really the whole team of 100 Thieves were just lights out. It's so hard to come back from a situation where you have a 7-0 lead, and 100 Thieves, they're not going to drop that lead.
No, apparently not. 100 Thieves, I mean, this team with a couple of different looks throughout this split, mainly some aggressive looks, mainly some individualistic looks, and 100 Thieves did not give away any of those bad looks throughout this game, or at least throughout that second map. Beautiful stuff from 100 Thieves, and not even through the first map. Even when they were keeping it real close, even when EG was taking advantage, just does not happen. And folks, again, with our bracket at the bottom, MIBR versus Evil Geniuses. That one is going to be a best of 3. But our semifinal tomorrow, aka the winner from that one going to Riyadh, that one is going to be a best of 5, folks. So a lot of very good Valorant tomorrow.
It's going to be a rematch as well, man, because I think this is... Oh, no, this is correct. NRG versus 100 Thieves, MIBR versus EG. The NRG 100T game, oh boy. That was like, I think that was that the first game or one of the first games in playoffs? The one where 100T eliminated NRG from playoffs. Boostio said he wanted to retire Finesse. He did that.
Yep.
Scuba's online for NRG. NRG look entirely revitalized. They look like a dangerous team. Taking down MIBR is not an easy feat at all, but 100 Thieves are looking dangerous after what we just saw. So I'm super looking forward to that game. That's going to be incredible. Then, of course, MIBR and EG fighting for their lives in the lower bracket. NRG versus 100T is also the qualification game, so the winner of that qualifies to Riyadh. And for MIBR and EG, just need to win one more game to be able to survive until their own qualification opportunity arrives.
Yeah, and again, the rivalry is still pretty tight there because the last game that we saw, at least if you guys remember over from losers round 1, we did have, of course, that BO3 go in, and it came down to an 11-13 in that second map. The caveat though, energy was up 8-4 in that first half, and somehow 100 Thieves were able to make that comeback happen. So folks, the drama has been laid out. The 2 top seeds from VCT Americas in this bracket, they're in the lower bracket, and 2 representatives from mainland North America facing off tomorrow for a spot in Riyadh. Folks, lot to take in tomorrow, lot to watch, lots to entertain yourselves with for the rest of your weekend. For now, I'm out of here. You guys are going to see Avril and I hold shit for the rest of the weekend. Thank you, folks, for watching. A big day here for the Esports World Cup, but plenty more Valorant to be played for the rest of the weekend. We'll see you all tomorrow.